Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on the Economic Relationship between Canada and the United States, entitled Enbridge's Line 5, an interim report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe there's a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a point of order with respect to the events that unfolded in the House yesterday during question period. I would like to say that the conduct of the person who took the screenshot is not only extremely unfortunate, but it is mean-spirited and life-changing for one of our colleagues. Taking a photo of someone who is changing clothes and in the nude and sharing it without their consent could very well be criminal. Did the person who took the screenshot give any thought to the ramifications of their actions? Did they think of the member's family, children, friends, and the fact that internet is forever? Are we really at a point in our politics where it is acceptable to try and destroy the reputation and humiliate a colleague because someone finds a very fortunate error and unintentional mistake to be funny? Our politics has taken a very dark and destructive turn if this is the case. It is difficult to accept that the MP for Pontiac, who has been such a champion for environment protection and climate action, could be treated with such callous disrespect. So I would request, Mr. Speaker, that you commence an immediate investigation to determine who took the photo so that the House can decide the appropriate action to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I will take it under advisement and look into the situation and get back to the House if necessary. Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. Atwin, seconded by Mr. Manley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Pest Control Products Act, glyphosate. I got it. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my seconder and colleague, the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith, who is always a strong proponent of protecting our environment. Today, I fulfill a promise I made to my constituents when I ran in 2019. It is an honor to present this bill with the important purpose of imposing a nationwide ban on the use of glyphosate from our forests to our fields. The widespread use of glyphosate over New Brunswick forests and across Canada is a menace to human health and plant and wildlife biodiversity. There is a growing global consensus that glyphosate, deemed a probable carcinogen by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, has no place in our society. Rather than allowing toxic chemicals to be sprayed in Canada until they are proven harmful, we should be exercising greater precaution, banning products until they can be deemed safe. Canadians have the right to breathe clean air, drink safe water, and harvest healthy food from the land. I want to thank the leadership of the tens of thousands of New Brunswickers who have bravely fought for years for this ban to be implemented in the hope of ensuring safer communities for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Atwin, seconded by Mr. Manley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall a bill be read a second time?
Right now.
At this, I want to remind the honourable members that, I guess I asked the question. I won't ask the at the next sitting of the House. Thank you. No, we're not allowed to heckle. I just want to clarify that for the honourable member. The introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to enact the Expungement of Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act and the National Strategy on Substance Use Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to introduce the Health-Based Approach to Substance Use Act. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, for seconding this legislation and for her tireless advocacy for evidence-based drug policy. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the situation is dire. Nearly 20,000 Canadians have died of overdoses in the last 5 years. And in the shadow of COVID-19, the opioid overdose epidemic has rapidly worsened across Canada. In British Columbia, over 1,700 people died of overdoses in 2020 alone, the deadliest year on record. Decades of criminalization, a toxic illicit street supply, a lack of timely access to harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services have caused this escalating epidemic. It's time to treat substance use and addiction as the health issues they truly are and to address stigma and trauma. This bill provides a comprehensive approach to do just that by decriminalizing personal drug possession, providing for record expungements, ensuring low barrier access to safe supply, and expanding access to harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services. I call on all parliamentarians to support these urgent and necessary steps to address Canada's overdose epidemic.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is now deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
L'Honorable, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling a mere 4 petitions this morning. The first petition highlights the situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. It highlights the ongoing genocide, which includes birth suppression, arbitrary detention, separation of children from their families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, forced organ harvesting, etc. Petitioners are calling on the government to do something they have not yet done, which is, as a government, to recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China are being subject to an ongoing genocide. It also calls on the government to hold those responsible accountable through the Magnitsky Act, and also to address the issue of supply chain legislation, Canada having among the weakest supply chain laws in the world to prevent the importation of products that are made through slave labor. The second petition highlights the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. It calls for various measures by the government to step up their engagement with that situation, including engaging directly with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on the conflict and promoting short, medium, and long-term support and election monitoring in Ethiopia. The third petition is about Bill C6, the government's conversion therapy ban. Petitioners are in support of banning conversion therapy, but are concerned about the definition of conversion therapy that's used in the bill. They highlight the way in which this definition would apply very broadly to practices that have nothing to do with conversion therapy. Therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to address this drafting error, this problem in the definition, to fix the definition, and to put forward a conversion therapy ban which properly defines the practice, one that all members in this House would support. The fourth and final petition highlights Bill S-204, a bill currently in the other place, currently before the Justice and Human Rights Committee of the Senate. And Bill S-204 would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. This deals with the horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking we see in other parts of the world, and the risk that Canadians might be complicit in that practice. So petitioners are in support of Bill S-204 and want to see it passed by both houses as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today. I am honored and feel privileged to sponsor this petition. It's a petition initiated by Nicholas Martin. Very proud of the fact there's 36,600 signatures on this petition, and they are calling upon the government to one, reject Bill C-21 to save the jobs of thousands of Canadians, fully and unambiguously legalize airsoft and paintball so citizens and residents can continue to purchase and use as sporting equipment, recognize that airsoft and paintball are safe activities that many tens of thousands of Canadians participate in, recognize that airsoft and paintball do not represent any risk to public safety and banning will not improve public safety, and not needlessly targeting law-abiding citizens who use airsoft and paintball for sporting purposes. So I'm very proud to present that today. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition about the situation in Chile. The petitioners are Canadians who care deeply about what's happening in Chile. They observe that the social uprising in Chile, which started in October 2019, has led to massive detentions and other human rights violations in Chile and has continued during the pandemic. Several independent international bodies have investigated and internationally denounced these violations, including a Canadian observation mission on human rights and international human rights observation mission to Chile with Canadian participation, Amnesty International, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Human Rights Watch. They have filed condemning reports calling for immediate action, citing extreme human rights violation by the Chilean government and the use of political imprisonment as an instrument of repression. It's therefore important for the Canadian government to take a role as a peacemaker and protector of human rights and follow the lead of dignitaries from other countries like Germany who have denounced military and police repression since October 18, 2019.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition on the situation in Tigray, and since some of the material has been covered before, I'll just mention a few relevant facts. The war crimes that are purported to have occurred in that region include indiscriminate shelling of civilian towns and villages, extrajudicial killings, at least one large-scale massacre, looting, and sexual violence. All of these are drawn to the attention of the House by the petitioners. Additionally, in addition to the proposals that were made and mentioned by my colleague from Sherwood Fort, Saskatchewan, the petitioners call for an immediate international investigation into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm honored to rise to present, sorry, my translation device was not correct. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to present a petition on behalf of constituents here in Saanich Gulf Islands, WSÁNEĆ Indigenous territories, which we acknowledge with gratitude. The WSÁNEĆ Nation, and as anglicized, pronounced Saanich, has a very critical ecosystem called the Saanich Inlet. As the name suggests, it's an inlet from the Salish Sea with very little flushing capacity. The petitioners are very concerned that, primarily from recreational vessels and some other sources, that sewage becomes a problem in the Saanich Inlet. The petitioners seek the designation of the Saanich Inlet as a zero waste discharge area. Another example that friends on the East Coast will know where this applies is the Bredor Lakes, which likewise are an inlet from the sea and are protected with the zero discharge area. The petitioners humbly request the government take action and designate the Saanich Inlet as also a zero waste discharge area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have 8 petitions to present today because of the possibility of an election. I want to make sure that they are, in fact, tabled. So the first petition is from constituents that the government would, that are asking the government to take responsibility for creating a national unity crisis and ensure that there are no bureaucratic or legislative roadblocks for provinces who wish to exercise their constitutionally allowed measures of autonomy. Second petition today, Mr. Speaker, is that the government immediately increase and backdate the fiscal stabilization program and work with provinces to ensure that they fix the current inequities in the equalization formula. The third petition today, Mr. Speaker, is that the government is petitioners that ask that the government formally recognize Alberta's place as an equal partner in the Federation, remove any barriers to Alberta being able to develop its resources without interference, and ensure unfettered international access to those resources. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, is that the government take steps to establish equal representation in Canada's upper chamber, the Senate. The next petition has to do with petitioners asking that the government should seek the agreement of the provinces to amend the Constitution to include property rights. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister apologize for the actions of former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and his incredibly destructive national energy program, and ensure that provinces are able to develop and market their natural resources. And Mr. Speaker, finally, two petitions regarding the government's Bill C6, asking they're both substantially the same, although a little bit different in wording, that the petitioners agree that conversion therapy should be banned, but express concern about the definition referenced in Bill C6 and would ask that the government take efforts to ensure that that is fixed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for indulging those 8 petitions.
Thank you. I want to remind the honourable members when they are presenting a petition to be as concise as possible. And I'm not pointing at the last member because he did an excellent job at keeping it very brief. I want to compliment on him on that. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
I'm sorry, we could hardly hear you. I'm not sure if the boom is not up. Would you mind? I know what you're. I know what. What's that? That's the first one. Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if I can get him to repeat, if I can get you to repeat. We've lost him.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Okay, that's good. I can hear you now, but your camera wasn't on. I'm sorry.
And I'm clicking camera, Mr. Speaker, start video, and something's popping up saying you can't start video. But it is me.
Okay.
If that helps.
Okay, I'll take an executive decision. You were on at the beginning. We know it's you. We'll go from there. Very good. Orders of the day. I believe the Honourable Minister of Middle Class Properties, Honourable Député de Prospérité de Classe Moyenne, se lève sur un rappel au règlement.
A point of order. The Honourable Minister for Middle Class Prosperity. I have a motion, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Justice, that in relation to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not more than one further day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forth with and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you.
Madame Fortier, appuyée par Monsieur Lemaitre, propose.
Ms. Fortier moves, seconded by Mr. Lemaitre, moves that in relation to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not more than one further day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
Order 67.1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. J'invite les honorables députés qui souhaitent poser une question.
I would invite honorable members who wish to ask a question to rise or use the raised hands function so that the chair has an idea of the number of people who wish to participate.
Okay. L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The honorable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, once again here, we're seeing the government ask for time allocation, better known as a gag order. This should be an exceptional measure. We should see it proposed extremely rarely and accepted even more rarely. It should be an exceptional measure for exceptional circumstances. However, for this government, it has become nothing more than a habit. This government is always trying to impose time allocation. It's become its MO. If we look at how this government has managed its legislative agenda, we can see why. There is a lack of rigor and efficiency. And even though opposition parties often cooperate with the government, we never seem to get anywhere, and we always end up with the time allocation motion. Bill C-15 is a critical piece of legislation. And yet, we are at only the second day of debate. And the first time we debated it for only an hour. Imagine that. And yet already we are being asked for time allocation. We know that Bill C-15 is very important for Indigenous nations. But parliamentary debate is also very important, and we need to respect that. The question is very simple. Why end debate at this point? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I share his opinion on the importance of Bill C-15. Now, there are no surprises in the legislation itself. It's based on the bill put forward by our former colleague, Romeo Saganash. This bill has already been debated. It is already well known to members. It has been debated in this House and studied at committee. We need to move forward with it. As for the Conservative Party's strategy, it constantly seeks to create obstruction and indefinitely defer debates. We saw that with medical assistance in dying. We saw it when it came to net zero. We see the Conservative Party constantly trying to block the adoption and study of bills. We see the Conservative Party using all sorts of methods to do this. So ultimately, I think it's important that we be able to move forward with bills that represent important measures, which will also be real progressive milestones in the history of our country. Before going to the next question, I would like to ask honourable members to keep their interventions to about a minute.
Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. I find it kind of ironic that this government continues to use time allocate on a bill that purports to provide Indigenous Canadians with free, prior, informed consent, and that the Prime Minister has chosen to ignore the multitude of Indigenous leaders who have yet to have their voices heard, and yet they push for time allocation. Speaker, we support the aspirations of UNDRIP. We've been perfectly clear about this, but there are significant issues that need to be addressed with this legislation. For example, if we don't get this right, if we don't define free, prior, informed consent before it moves through the legislative process, for example, Section 35 rights, that's enshrined in Canada's constitutions. It's taken over 10 years to gain clarity from Canadian courts. And the lack of clarity, that lack of understanding of key concepts of Bill C-15, it threatens to turn the clock back on economic reconciliation and dismantle the hard work of Indigenous leaders. So, Speaker, how does the government actually justify ignoring the legitimate concerns of Indigenous leaders and communities that they have on Bill C-15?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't challenge the honourable member on his sense of irony, given his party's dilatory tactics at every step of the way with every piece of government legislation. What I can say is that this bill is built on a previous bill, C-262, brought forward by Romeo Saganash. There are no surprises. These discussions have been had in the House of Commons and are continuing to be had with Indigenous leadership in all its forms across Canada, in all its diversity across Canada. And with respect to FPIC in particular, it is a contextual process that will study at committee stage, and that will happen. I know that INAN has already done a pre-study, Mr. Speaker, largely focusing on that point. And so there is more than adequate discussion thus far, and that discussion will continue through the rest of the parliamentary process, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it concerns me, Mr. Speaker, because we had the first half of a debate for second reading a couple of months ago, yet this government continues to stall a debate. And now, once again, we are forced into a time allocation. I'm wondering why this government has put off this bill, knowing that in the last session of Parliament, this bill ended up not being passed through Senate because it did not have enough time. I'm wondering why we are now at the 11th hour again, forcing this government to put in place a time allocation.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for her work on this issue and frankly, her leadership on this issue, as well as the leadership of her party in supporting, hopefully supporting this time allocation motion. Mr. Speaker, we're here because of the dilatory tactics of the Conservative Party on other measures, such as the fall economic statement, which was debated and debates repeated ad nauseum, even though the content of that bill was meant to help Canadians in facing the worst pandemic that they have faced in 100 years. Mr. Speaker, we're here because this bill is known to the House of Commons. As the honourable member points out, it went through the previous Parliament in its previous form when it was the private member's bill brought forward by Romeo Saganash, and it only died in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, because of the blocking and dilatory tactics of Conservative senators to let it die on the order paper. So we are moving, Mr. Speaker, because it is a bill that needs to be passed. We need to get to the next stage, which is the action plan co-developed with Indigenous peoples across Canada in order to get us all to a better place. It's a bill about Indigenous human rights, and we're very much supportive of that, and we very much wish to move this forward. Thank you.
Questions? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard an earful from the Minister of Justice about why we have to do this here today, and I don't know how much of that is actually verifiable, because I've been in this House many times. Today's the first day that I'll get to speak on this bill, and I've spoken to many Indigenous organizations in my riding and in my province and in developing resources across Canada, and they all want to say in this matter, they all want to make sure that what we're doing here is the right way forward. And I know there's many voices across this House on all parties that want to make sure that we do this correctly as we move forward here. And this requires actual reading. Now, when I hear the Minister of Justice say that we have been dilatory in this has just arrived here. If we need to choose this to move forward here, let Parliament sit and let's get these things heard and let's move good legislation forward in this House, Mr. Speaker. There are so many issues presented in this legislation that need to be addressed by this House openly by all members of this House and discussed so we know exactly what's on the table here and what will change going forward. To actually try and rush this bill through as opposed to anything else they put on the table to kind of delay tactics and everything else in this House is insincere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I'm glad that he is generally supportive of UNDRIP and that he's in dialogue with Indigenous leadership in his province. Mr. Speaker, it has been clear in this session of the House of Commons that the Conservatives will resort to dilatory tactics. We saw with respect to MAID that they refused every single attempt to prolong debate. Despite the fact that outside of the House of Commons, the justice critic was saying precisely that he would debate it in extended hours, and every time we brought forward extended hours, they refused. Mr. Speaker, we're here today simply because the Conservative Party will use every dilatory tactic in its book in order to slow down the progress of progressive legislation, such as this piece of progressive legislation. We have debated a previous version of this bill in the House. A committee has studied it. The INAN committee has done a pre-study of this bill. And frankly, we will continue to move forward in dialogue with Indigenous leadership across Canada and in dialogue with members in this House who are sincere about the ideals in this bill and moving this bill forward.
Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's comments. And I wanted him to pick up on the idea of the importance of UNDRIP, and this is an issue that has been before the House in one form or another for quite a while now. When we speak about reconciliation, we talk about issues such as reforming justice legislation, such as doing what we can dealing with systemic racism, and UNDRIP also plays a very important aspect of reconciliation. If you can take a broader approach in terms of why it's so important that we see C-15.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. It's an important one. Mr. Speaker, UNDRIP is 25 years old. It was developed at the United Nations with a great deal of Indigenous leadership from Indigenous peoples in Canada, such as former Conservative MP Chief Wilton Littlechild, such as Sakish Henderson and others. Mr. Speaker, the contents of UNDRIP are well known. And Mr. Speaker, then Romeo Saganash took up the torch in the last Parliament, brought in a private member's bill, which was studied, which went through all three debates in the House of Commons and through committee, but which sadly died on the order paper because of dilatory tactics by Conservative senators. Mr. Speaker, and we also have the example, Mr. Speaker, of British Columbia, which has implemented UNDRIP legislation at the provincial level. And so there is a great deal of knowledge about what the potential for UNDRIP would be. Fundamentally, this is a human rights document about the human rights of Indigenous peoples. And this is a good piece of progressive legislation that needs to move forward.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree wholeheartedly with the Justice Minister that getting the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People passed is a fundamental human rights issue. I am concerned that once again we are at the 11th hour, that we had so much opportunity to actually discuss these issues, and now we're having to use time allocation. To me, it reflects a larger problem where the Liberals talk about working with Indigenous people but continue to ignore their legal obligations. For example, in the issue, and I'd like to ask the Minister on this, the issue of St. Anne's Residential School, where it was the Justice Department lawyers who suppressed the evidence, presented false narratives, lied in hearings, and had cases thrown out. They are ignoring Justice Gluestein, who's ordered them not to destroy the documents. They've set up this so-called process that is actually excluding over 160 survivors that will make no effort to even include them, and the Minister hasn't even talked to the survivors. So how is he to come here to this House and talk about how they're going to work for reconciliation when they refuse to even speak with Edmund Matatawaban and the leaders of St. Anne's over the crimes that were committed in those hearings by Justice Department lawyers?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and it's a good question because it allows me to correct some of the misconceptions that are out there in the public domain. Mr. Speaker, Department of Justice lawyers in 2016 went to the Supreme Court of Canada arguing precisely to maintain the records from St. Anne's. and other residential schools because of their importance to the Canadian polity and to our sense of history, as well as to the justice that would be possible for survivors. And we lost, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court of Canada ruled against us and ruled that those documents had to be destroyed. We are currently in a process, Mr. Speaker, of trying to work within the parameters of that decision to maintain documents for as long as possible so that survivors will be able to have access to those documents to the extent that that helps their claims. But our lawyers are working in good faith, Mr. Speaker, to try to preserve those documents for as long as possible, notwithstanding that order from the Supreme Court of Canada. And I welcome a recent ruling by the Ontario Court of Appeal, which hopefully we're studying that carefully, but which hopefully gives us continued wiggle room to not destroy any documents.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the minister through you. There's so much to say here, so much to clarify. The arguments here are extremely nuanced. The implications of this bill are profound. There are voices that must still be empowered through this process, and this is for all of Canada. Canadians deserve a fulsome debate. MPs deserve the opportunity to contribute to that fulsome debate. And would the minister not agree that even good progressive legislation has to go through the parliamentary process? We need to have these conversations out in the open. And there are many voices on either side of this bill that should have their day in the House of Commons. Would the minister not agree? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. Again, a very important question, and I would agree with her in principle that we need to hear voices and we need to move legislation through. But I remind her that this is a process. It is a process which began 25 years ago with the passage of UNDRIP at the United Nations. It's a process which was picked up in Canada by Romeo Saganash in the previous parliament. It's a process in which we will continue to be in dialogue with other parliamentarians, where we will continue to be in dialogue in a distinctions-based fashion with the myriad forms of Indigenous leadership across Canada. And this is just a way station in the process. It will continue through the development of an action plan for the implementation of UNDRIP afterwards. And perhaps I would suggest to the honourable member that that's really where the heavy lifting is going to be done with respect to our relationship with the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. So I agree with her, but we do have to be careful to not let perfection be the enemy of the good. And we need to move this legislation forward in order to get to the next step. And
we'll have to get on with the next question. The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister referred to the pre-study at INAN and all the work that has supposedly been done on this legislation already. However, I don't want to let the facts get in the way of talking points, but at the pre-committee study at INAN, we have had numerous requests from individual leaders of First Nations, from groups of people representing First Nations, from Indigenous business groups that have not had the opportunity to have their say, to have their input on this important piece of legislation, because the minister's party limited the amount of debate that we could even have at the pre-study at INAN. I understand it's also been forced to have a pre-study in the Senate. My Bloc colleague pointed out very clearly that at this point we've had 1 hour of debate on this bill. As a new member of Parliament, all of the history, all of the stuff that's happened in prior parliaments, I'm not privy to that. I have the opportunity and the responsibility as a member of Parliament to speak on behalf of this legislation, to speak on behalf of the many stakeholders that have reached out to my office that have concerns about this legislation, and for them now to invoke closure after 1 hour of debate before we even get into the second hour of debate is unconscionable in my opinion. Can the minister explain why he does not want to hear from the voices of Indigenous leaders that are asking to speak on this piece of legislation?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Nothing could be further from the truth. I have been in constant dialogue with Indigenous leadership in its myriad forms across Canada I continue to be. I haven't stopped when the project was when the bill was tabled in the House of Commons, and I continue to speak to industry groups. We had a specific consultation targeting industry groups across Canada, led by NRCan. So we've had a very intensive consultation process, which continues, Mr. Speaker. And I would point the honourable member to experiences in this Parliament, where we debated a fall economic statement for much more time than we would have debated a budget, Mr. Speaker. Speaker after speaker from the Conservative Party getting up and saying the same thing on MAID. Speaker after speaker getting up and repeating the same arguments ad nauseum. Mr. Speaker, it's the Conservative Party and their dilatory tactics that have forced us into this position today.
Questions? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually going to bring up the fall economic statement when trying to highlight exactly what's been going on in this House. The fall economic statement was introduced on November the 30th, and we still haven't got to vote on it yet because Conservatives have just literally been dragging their feet. I actually don't think that they have anything against this piece of legislation and that they're going to be supportive of it. What I actually feel as though, unlike the Bloc and the NDP, what the Conservatives are doing is literally just trying to prevent any legislation from getting through so that they can somehow declare a victory in the sense that we weren't able to accomplish anything. You know, you look at MAID that the minister brought up, also conversion therapy, which we're supposed to be debating for. These are issues that I just have a feeling, based on practices I've seen over the last 5 years, that the Conservatives will just not let these issues be voted on unless we come forward with a motion like this. Would the minister not agree with that?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and on this particular day, I also salute our common Italian-Canadian heritage, given our announcement yesterday. Mr. Speaker, it is critically important to look at the dilatory tactics of the Conservative Party. The fall economic statement is a perfect example, as was MAID, Mr. Speaker, a very important piece of legislation that Canadians wanted and that courts were requiring, Mr. Speaker. And thankfully, in that particular case, the Bloc Québécois stepped up and supported a time allocation motion. I don't like time allocation any more than the next member of Parliament, and I would like to see everything debated. But there is fulsomely, but there is a responsibility in debate. And I know the member from Saanich Gulf Islands has brought this up on a number of different occasions, where you have to debate responsibly, not just with prepared talking points, but with actual new argument. And we're not getting that from the Conservative Party. We're getting arguments repeated ad nauseum for the purposes of delaying and delaying and delaying.
Questions? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just think today we have to talk about the reality. And I remind the minister through you that it is actually the House Leader of the government who sets forward what we will be debating on. So I am in total agreement. I want to get this through the Senate this time. I was part of last Parliament. I saw this bill go through. I fundamentally believe that the need for legislation that is going to help us build a framework to acknowledge Indigenous rights and title in this country is absolutely imperative. But doing it this way really is a choice of this government. And when we look at the long history that we have here, where we still have Indigenous communities without clean drinking water, where we still have Indigenous communities trying to take steps forward, and we have the government blocking the way every step, I'm just really disappointed that this is the only way that this government sees this bill being able to go through.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and her dedication to this process, and I'm glad that she brought up the process last time under Bill C-262 under the leadership of Romeo Saganash, where we did get it through all three readings in the House, and then it died in the Senate. And we don't want this bill to have the same fate. Now, the composition in the Senate is different now. And in particular, there's thanks to our government, there's a great deal of Indigenous leadership within the Senate itself, which is absolutely fantastic and a wonderful point in Canadian history. But Mr. Speaker, again, I don't want the perfection to become the enemy of the good. We have had a robust consultation process. That robust consultation process will continue through the rest of the parliamentary process and through the Senate process. And in particular, that robust engagement and collaboration process will be part of the bill once implemented in the action plan as it's implemented. And Mr. Speaker, this is a positive way forward. This is long overdue. There are no surprises in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and this is the time to do our best as parliamentarians to move this forward and to engage to do those substantive debates as we move forward through the action.
For those keeping track, I think we're going to try and get 3 more questions in. We'll next go to the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And again, I think we keep hearing from the minister over and over again the blame game that the minister tries to put forward here. And I don't think anyone's buying it. We all know it's the government House leader that controls the House schedule and decides what we've been voting on. The minister earlier pointed out that, or alleges that the Conservatives keep bringing up the same thing. Well, here's some new information that was brought forward since we last met. Treaty 6 First Nation chiefs utterly reject C-15. That came out just a little while ago, a week or so ago. They're asking the government to begin a process of engagement with them. We've heard from elders from a number of First Nations who wrote to us because they flatly reject and refuse to accept C-15. There are many others that have been talking about it. So Speaker, what does the government have to say to these Indigenous communities and leaders? Why won't the government practice what it preaches?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. Indeed, I have spoken to Indigenous leadership across Canada, including the treaty leadership, the leadership of the treaty peoples in Western Canada. Mr. Speaker, there are a large number of Indigenous leaders who have expressed concerns. I recognize that. We're in dialogue with them, Mr. Speaker, but there are also, I would put to you, a greater number of Indigenous leaders, again, from the complex myriad of leadership structures, in particular traditional structures across Canada, and we're engaging with as many of them as we possibly can. We will continue to engage with them in order to move this process forward in a positive way.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Going back to my last point, again, this government promised to put forward the bill last year. Again, now in the 11th hour, being forced to put in time allocations. You know, I question if this bill really is a priority for this current government in the way that they keep pushing the date back, pushing the date back, pushing the date back. You know, and now we are in the 11th hour. We are now at a point where we're putting in place a time allocation. I wonder how sincere this government is in actually getting this bill through, and if it'll stop playing games and get this process properly going.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member again for her question. And this is precisely what we're doing. Since I got renamed after the 2019 elections, I've been working hard to develop this bill. We were sidetracked, Mr. Speaker, by COVID, quite frankly. It was, I'll be honest, around the time we were considering tabling the previous version. And in that case, the consultation process had a very different flavor to it. We quickly shifted gears with COVID. We began to consult with Indigenous peoples over the summer as a pre-consultation, precisely to not lose the time that we had. And believe me, much of my summer was taken up by those consultations. I can assure the honourable member. And we moved to table it in the House of Commons as soon as we could incorporate the suggestions that were made in that pre-consultation period. So we're serious about this. We've done this diligently, and we are going to get this through, Mr. Speaker.
Probablement la dernière question. La députée de Jean.
This will likely be our last question. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the member for Kingston and the Islands said that we are trying to draw out the debates, but in fact, the government sets the parliamentary schedule and calendar. Prorogation was something that caused us to lose a lot of time. Now, when it comes to time allocation motion, I don't want to repeat myself, but we heard that we were wasting time with the MAID legislation, and we agreed. But in this bill, We only debated it for an hour, and now we have a time allocation motion. I think that is irresponsible. The government is also responsible for delays in the legislative process. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that this bill passes. That is evident. It's very important. This bill will enshrine the fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples everywhere in Canada. We are thus working with Indigenous leadership and Indigenous groups throughout the country, including groups in Quebec and leaders in Quebec. I have met with many Indigenous chiefs and leaders in Quebec, either one-to-one meetings or meetings with the community at large, virtually, of course. And I have also been dialoguing with umbrella organizations. It is incredibly important that we move forward with this bill. I thank the honourable member for his support of the medical assistance in dying legislation. I would like to reassure my colleague and all those who represent Quebec ridings that we are working very hard.
Time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante. Madame.
The question is as follows. Ms. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Lametti, propose that for C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples, that one additional day be added to the second reading step of the bill.
Expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire demander un vote par appel nominal ou que la motion soit adoptée avec dissidence, je l'invite à se lever et indiquer à la présidence. La députée. Oh, I see the honourable member for King Islands rising. We'll see what he has to say.
I would request a recorded vote on this.
En conséquence,
Consequently, call the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Lemaitre, moved that in relation to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill.
For the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forth with and successively without further debate or amendment. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie électronique a été activée.
The 10-minute period for electronic votes has now started. The House will now proceed to the votes of members appearing in person.
The motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the voting period is now over.
to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Fonseca.
I vote for.
Mr. Poilievre.
Against.
Monsieur Poilievre, against, contre.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Against.
Ms. Rumpel-Gardner, against, contre.
Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback?
I vote against.
Do you have your headset? We can't hear you.
I vote against.
Very good.
Mr. Hoback, against, contre.
The table will now compile the votes or the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 154, 154.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Carried. Orders of the day. Government orders.
15 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Débat. L'honorable
Debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by saying that I'm honored to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-15. We must recognize that this is a historic bill. I very much hope that we will be able to adopt it soon. Today, Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are with a particular group. As you know, I come from a northern region. A large portion of the population in my riding is Innu or Naskapi. I am thinking of them, my brothers and sisters on the Côte Nord. I'm speaking for them, for the many groups in my riding, Equanichit, Natashquan, Unamenchipu, Pesamit, Washat, Makani Utanam. I am speaking on their behalf today. I'm speaking on behalf of the people of Côte Nord, North Coast. I am certain that they support this bill. Now, let's look at this bill and look at what we're accomplishing today and put it in historical context. For example, this reminds us of the Great Peace Treaty of Montreal in 1701, which formalized a historical alliance between our people, our ancestors, French settlers and Indigenous peoples. I will be making three main points today, one of which is very important to me. There have been, I would say, myths, non-factual ideas circulating about C-15 and even about the declaration itself. I think we must, in this House, dismantle, take down those myths which fuel opposition and which undermine our discourse and debate on this matter. I would also like to remind this House of the Bloc's stance, as well as some of the Bloc's action, which is in perfect harmony with what we're doing today in this House. Now, the Bloc Québécois has many times over committed to being an ally of First Nations. For me, as an elected official, for the Bloc Québécois party as a whole, we do not speak for First Nations. Rather, we hope to be an ally and to help their voice be heard. They are a nation, just as Quebec is a nation. We wish to respect them, and we wish to hear them, to truly hear them. I hope that my speech today will be a testament to that, to the fact that we, the Bloc Québécois, want to ensure that the First Nations' desires and wishes are heard. The Bloc Québécois has numerous times stated its support for the declaration. And in Quebec's legislature, we expressed our support for C-262. I won't name the colleague who brought that bill, but we supported it, and I thank the colleague for it. We are allies. We support the declaration signed over 13 years ago. We supported the previous law, which was tabled. But let's not forget that it's been 15 years now that there has been pressure put on the government. There have been bills tabled, and it's been 15 years, and we still haven't adopted a bill, which speaks to just how urgent and essential it is that we finally adopt this bill. This is an important step. There will be steps which will follow. Implementation, for one. This is essential for me, or not for me. What I mean is it's important for First Nations that we proceed very quickly. I will now tell you about concerns which have been raised by various groups in various ways, but which are all rather similar. Mr. Speaker, these concerns are about a loss of control. These concerns which have been raised. But that shocks me because we are discussing rights, First Nations rights. In my opinion, we shouldn't even be debating these rights, which belong to them inherently, which they have a right to. But in the discourse, some ideas are raised, perhaps in order to solicit emotions like fear or worry. That's why, as I was saying, we need to take down some of these myths. First, there are some misconceptions about free, prior, and informed consent. This is an issue that seems to be controversial. People have strong opinions. And some people hyper-focus on this consent as if it were the most important aspect of enshrining UNDRIP in law. What is this consent really about? Some people equate it to veto rights, which is not accurate. Some say that this consent would be equivalent to a veto, but it would not be. Free, prior, and informed consent is a notion unto itself. I'm going to read what it says in the French version of the Declaration. It says that there is a duty to consult Indigenous peoples in good faith in order to obtain their consent given freely and with knowledge of the facts. So this is free, prior, and informed consent. Nowhere does it say veto. And this consent is not, in fact, very different from the Supreme Court's doctrine on the duty to consult. Free, prior, and informed consent is not new. I absolutely agree with the declaration. I agree with this wording. We need to obtain the consent of a nation which lives on its land for all activities which will have a direct impact on them, on their lives, their culture, their health. I think it goes without saying that we should all support that. I think I need to speed up, Mr. Speaker, because I have so many things to say. I'd like to move on to another misunderstanding that seems to exist about the legislator's intent. I would like to read from the declaration again. Let me just find the quote I'm trying to read. The minister said is that the legislator's intent is not to grant a veto right. The minister himself said it, so I wasn't able to find the direct quote, but my colleagues will be able to find it if they look for it. But that is what the Minister of Justice said, so it would not be a veto right. That's the legislator's intent. Now, as for the legal definition of consent, it was already applied in the past, even if we did not have a name for it. Now we are giving it a formal name, free, prior, and informed consent. In Quebec, in the 70s, there was the Bay James issue, followed by the Oka crisis, the Great Whale Project. First Nations and their allies were already asking for the right to be consulted and to consent. And over the years, there have been many examples of situations in which genuine, legitimate political pressure was put on governments in order to ensure that governments obtain free, prior, and informed consent. There's another concern, Mr. Speaker, about income. Income for from natural resources related activities. And in fact, when it comes to income sharing, I think there are some issues. The British North America Act is very clear on this. The provinces and Quebec own their lands and thus the resources on their lands. This interpretation of the Constitution is very clear. We already have agreements for revenue sharing, income sharing from natural resources. When it comes to natural resources and income, in my opinion, saying that we're going to share income or royalties with First Nations who live on the territory, saying that we're going to create jobs for First Nations and create wealth on First Nations land. That's a motherhood and apple pie argument. How could you be against it? The Bloc feels that this is absolutely obvious and necessary. And when there is any natural resources related agreement, we should absolutely obtain free, prior, and informed consent. I have spoken about Quebec and about provincial jurisdiction. Now, I have a quote that I found this time. The minister said, when it comes to C-15, I'd like to say this very clearly. This would ensure that the federal government brings Canadian law in synchrony with the United Nations Declaration, doing so in collaboration and consulting with Indigenous peoples. Thus, the federal government will not impose anything on other orders of government. Some people are saying that there would be federal trampling or meddling with provincial jurisdiction or Quebec's jurisdiction. That's another myth that I wanted to break down today. The Bloc Québécois supports this bill if it is interpreted in such a way that it does not interfere with provincial jurisdiction. I don't know how much time I have left, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to talk about self-determination in the context of the United Nations Declaration. Oh, I have 6 minutes remaining. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is self-determination as defined in the Declaration? The Declaration recognizes the right to self-determination for Indigenous peoples. And as you all know, self-determination of peoples is something that we hold very dearly in the Bloc Québécois. This right, though, to self-determination is inherent. Many articles in the Declaration speak to this. Self-determination is an inherent right to self-government within the legal framework of a sovereign state, which in this case is Canada. And we hope one day it will be Quebec, in our case. International law adopted the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Internationally, this notion is widely upheld. Quebec has signed the declaration, Canada signed the declaration, rather, but we need to go even further. We must adopt this bill immediately and then move on to rapid implementation. In the bill, 2 or 3 years is suggested, but I think we need to go even faster because our Indigenous brothers and sisters have been waiting for far too long. I'd like to conclude with one last point. I'd like to give you some excerpts from the Declaration, which for me are very telling examples of how urgent it is that we support and adopt this bill, and quickly at that. I'm struggling to understand how anyone could disagree with the Declaration. I would like to remind this House of a few articles, Mr. Speaker. First, Indigenous peoples cannot be taken by force from their land, from their territory.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how anyone could be against that. It also says that Indigenous people have the right to life, physical and mental integrity, freedom, and security. Those are fundamental rights. Who could be against that? Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in making decisions that have an effect on their rights. Same thing, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous peoples have the right to improve their economic and social situation, notably when it comes to education, employment, and professional training. Who could be against that? States take effective measures to ensure that no hazardous material shall be stored or dumped on Indigenous territory without their prior free consent. Again, who could be against that? States should implement effective mechanisms to prevent any forced displacement of peoples that may strip anyone of their rights. There are a number of other things that I could mention from the Declaration, but they all come back to the same ideas: autonomy, freedom, essential needs, and respect. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, I said that the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-15. We will be voting for it. We hope that it will be implemented very rapidly after that. And all of the myths surrounding C-15, you know, I certainly hope that people will talk more because we need to debunk these myths. We shouldn't be voting on a bill based on opinions or impressions, but based on facts. And we always need to keep in mind that what we're discussing here are fundamental rights of nations. Now, the Bloc Québécois also wants to make Quebec's voice heard on this issue. And I would remind the House that the National Assembly of Quebec on October 8th, 2019, unanimously passed the following motion: that the National Assembly take note of the conclusions of the Vienne Commission of 2019 concerning the responsibility of the Quebec nation to of the terrible conclusions of this report, that it inform all of the chiefs represented in the National Assembly and talk to them about the importance of taking steps now in order to end discrimination against First Nations and Inuit people and to create new egalitarian relationships with them. That it note that the Commission called on Quebec to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was also a recommendation of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and children from 2019. That the National Assembly call on the Quebec government to recognize the principles and negotiate for the implementation of UNDRIP along with First Nations and the Inuit people. So I'm speaking, I'm expressing that very clear desire today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like members of the House to think in terms of reconciliation. And I want to emphasize C-15 is about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. UNDRIP is an international call for action that was adopted by the United Nations back in 2007. I quote from one of our sites, Canada websites, November 12, 2010, Canada joins other countries in supporting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. In doing so, Canada reaffirms its commitment to promoting and protecting the rights of Indigenous peoples at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all members of the House of Commons recognize the importance of reconciliation. And I'm asking if the member would provide her thoughts in regards to the timing and how critically important it is after years of certain types of delays, and I won't go into the delays, that it's time that the House of Commons pass this legislation.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague both for his comments and for his question. Of course, this is very timely. You know, I mentioned this in my speech. In fact, we're really behind where we should be. So I hope that this process will not prevent us from having a proper discussion as we're doing now, but will allow us to move forward quickly so that this bill can be passed and so that we can implement it. You know, we don't talk a lot about our personal lives, but we are individuals here, and I sometimes think that it's important to speak personally and to decide, you know, that we're going to go forward with something. To me, the respect of fundamental human rights is essential, and we need to do this. So I don't know how anyone could disagree with this. I think this is a really important opportunity, and I hope that the government will be able to even go forward faster and make sure that this bill is voted on very quickly. I certainly hope it will be passed. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Asti.
Merci. Je veux remercier.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for her very dynamic and very clear speech. For people like us who live in rural areas, who represent a lot of First Nations, you know, we know that these people are very resilient, but who sometimes live in third world conditions, even in Canada. They still experience oppression and the suppression of their human rights. Their struggle is so important, the struggle for justice. So I'd like to ask the member if she agrees that it's not enough to have empty promises about reconciliation from the government. They talk a lot about how important their relationship is with First Nations, but what we want to see is action. So yes, we want to see this bill pass. It's a historic bill, but we also want to see the investments that are needed and the action that is needed to truly make justice a reality for Indigenous peoples across our country. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I know that she cares a lot about the First Nations she represents, so we've spoken a lot about the issue. And of course, I don't want this to be empty rhetoric either. I don't want a lot of promises about, good intentions. What we want is concrete action. And we can work on a plan to do that. I would hope that in 15 years, people will have thought about this sufficiently that we'll be able to implement it. And I really hope. I mean, my colleague mentioned these third world conditions. There are areas where there isn't safe drinking water, there isn't enough food, they're facing the dire effects of climate change, even dealing with COVID-19. I mean, if you have a number of families living in a single house, how can you respect physical distancing when you don't even have enough room to house people adequately? If somebody comes into the household with the virus, how would everyone else protect themselves? So I think we're really worlds apart in some ways, physically, but also mentally. So I would really encourage my colleagues to learn more about First Nations if they don't know that much, if they didn't have the opportunity to visit First Nations regularly, because it's important to understand just how important this bill is. There are people who don't even have access to adequate housing, safe drinking water. It's 2021, and this is our duty.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be rising in debate on, or to ask some questions on this subject. Unfortunate that it's in the context of time allocation, and but once again we find ourselves in that situation. Now the member from the Bloc in her speech talked about a number of myths. And I would just ask her to comment very specifically on the fact that it is a myth that all Indigenous peoples in this country oppose resource development. In fact, I hear from many Indigenous peoples across both my constituency, my province, and across the country that have expressed great concern about the implementation of UNDRIP and some of the associated policies that are inhibiting the economic opportunity of Indigenous peoples in this country, specifically in regards to resource development. Now, I know the member talked a little bit about some of the myths, and I'd like her to comment on whether she would acknowledge that it is in fact a myth that all Indigenous peoples in this country oppose resource development.
La députée de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do all Indigenous peoples oppose resource development? Well, no, but I mean, I represent Manicouagan, where we have mines, we have fishing, we have hydroelectricity, we have all sorts of projects related to resource development. I'm from a very resource-rich area. So this is already happening. What we want is free and informed consent. First Nations are interested in moving forward economically. And I think if there is a myth here, it's the idea that First Nations are not interested in their economic future. That's absolutely false. But what they do want is to be consulted. I think that that's what I would want as a Quebecer. I would want people in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and everywhere to be consulted too. So I think you have to ask people what they think and get their consent. And history has shown that to be the case. For example, if you look at Hydro-Québec in my province. So yes, they're interested in economic development. And First Nations want UNDRIP to be enshrined in the Constitution so that can happen.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's wonderful to be here today, and it's so important that we're having this conversation. I want to thank my colleague for her intervention in the debate today. And I want to talk a little bit about some specific things that are a little bit Alberta specific. So I hope she'll be patient with me. Since November of 2016, the Métis settlement of Alberta have unanimously endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And although this legislation comes late and it has lacked full consultation, we've seen this in the House today, it is a first step that has the potential to ensure a real working framework for better outcomes for Indigenous peoples, including my colleague Blake Delerge from the Métis community of Fishing Lake, one of 8 Métis settlements in Alberta. We need to ensure that although the original contents of this bill under former Bill C-26 are lacking in this version, that the intent is still to ensure true nation-to-nation relations and real reconciliation that must put Indigenous people in the driver's seat. I'm just wondering if the member could comment. Does the member agree that this is in fact the true goal of UNDRIP, to ensure that Indigenous people are in the driver's seat, are leading the reconciliation?
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments. And of course, I'm happy that she's speaking about what's happening in her province. We're here to work together and try to improve the bill. So I think it is, she's brought up a very interesting point. And I do entirely agree with her. I think that First Nations need to be at the center of discussions. I'm a member from the Bloc Québécois, and I speak for Quebec. I want to speak for Quebec. I don't want other people around me to tell me what's best for Quebec. I think it's up to me and other Quebecers to decide. Well, the same goes for the First Nations. They have rights, and I hope that they would be able to speak for themselves on issues. So for me, this is something that I think is really exciting and important, the idea of self-determination in a free and informed way. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's such an honor to rise today to speak about this very important bill. But before I begin, I would like to start today by commending all those who spent so many decades drafting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and to the grassroots leadership and civil society groups that have brought us here today. Also, those that introduced bills in support of the implementation of UNDRIP, MP Denise Savoy, Tina Keeper, and the motion tabled by MP Irene Matheson. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has a long history of support for the UN Declaration. For instance, in 2006, late Jack Layton wrote, in quotes, "It is our belief in social justice and equity that leads us to support the Declaration," mind you, stating that even before the UN General Assembly adopted it. And I would also like to give a special acknowledgement to my partner, Romeo Saganash, whose Bill C-262 forms the basis for Bill C-15 that we are debating today. And Mr. Speaker, it has been a very long road to get here. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was adopted by the UN General Assembly in September 2007 to enshrine the human rights that, in quotes, constitute the minimum standards for survival, dignity, and well-being of the Indigenous peoples of the world. And I would also respectfully suggest the security of the person. The declaration was a result of over 2 decades of negotiations between Indigenous peoples, civil society groups, and nation states, consisting of 24 preambular paragraphs and 46 articles that define the inherent minimum human rights of Indigenous peoples, and there was a recognition that the rights of Indigenous peoples were being violated throughout the world. The articles within the declaration affirm the social, cultural, political, economic, environmental, and spiritual rights of Indigenous peoples. This includes the right to self-determination, the right to free, prior, and informed consent over matters impacting Indigenous rights, including resource extraction on Indigenous lands and territories. Should these rights be violated, Mr. Speaker, Article 27 of the Declaration also provides for fair and mutual acceptable procedures to resolve conflicts between Indigenous peoples and states, including procedures such as negotiations, mediation, arbitration, national courts, and international and regional mechanisms for denouncing and examining human rights violations. It is important to note that the requirement for free, prior, and informed consent in activities of any kind that impact on Indigenous people, their property, or territories differs in law from a veto, and that courts are obliged to take into consideration the facts, circumstances, and the law applicable to given cases, while veto is an absolute concept in law. Canada, Mr. Speaker, was an active participant in the drafting of the declaration over a period of 2 decades, along with numerous Indigenous organizations and representatives and other states. But despite that work, despite that hard work, Canada, under the Harper government, opted to oppose the adoption of the declaration in 2007 with 3 other countries, Australia, the United States, and New Zealand. And although the current Prime Minister indicated in 2015 that, in quotes, the most important relationship was with Indigenous peoples, he, along with the Liberal caucus, continued not to support Bill C-262, introduced in April 2016. And it was only through public pressure that the Liberals finally caved and voted in favor of Romeo Saganash's bill. And this was in spite of the fact that during the 2015 election campaign, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised repeatedly to, in quotes, adopt and implement the UN Declaration. It is time we move away from the Indian Act, Mr. Speaker, and move forward in protecting the human rights of Indigenous peoples throughout Turtle Island. It is time that we confirm the application of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Canadian law, obliging the government to ensure that all legislation is consistent with the rights articulated within the Declaration, as well as to prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the Declaration's objectives, including addressing injustices, combating systemic racism and discrimination, and eliminating violence against Indigenous peoples. But as we speak here today, Mr. Speaker, we are very far away from achieving that goal. As I rise, in fact, today in the House, Mr. Speaker, this current government is in breach of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling to immediately stop racially discriminating against First Nations children on reserve. 10 non-compliant orders to date, and they have now indicated that they will break the law and not pay what was ordered by the tribunal. There are more children in care now than at the height of residential school as a result of human rights violations, including failing to afford families with their right to housing and meeting international obligations to ensure access to clean drinking water, in addition to numerous other human rights violations that make it almost impossible for families to survive, let alone thrive. This government turns a blind eye to human rights, even when it impacts our children and families. And so eloquently stated by amazing warrior Cindy Blackstock, in quotes, there is simply no credible defense to suggest that we, the people of this period, don't know any better. And as talk about reconciliation has become the new normal in this House, this government continues to fight St. Anne residential school survivors in court and 60 scoop adoptees, a crown behavior that continues to strip survivors of justice, a total disregard for the violence they endured and continue to endure in real time, dealing with the residual traumatic and lingering pain. Experiences that changed or shattered lives, Mr. Speaker, including my dear friend and spirit sister, Michelle Guerin. Michelle Guerin is a member of Musqueam Indian Band and an esteemed lawyer who testified during the National Inquiry truth-gathering process as a survivor. Michelle was apprehended in the hospital at birth during the 60s scoop from her mother, Beverly Guerin, who served 2 years in the Canadian Navy and worked as a secretary at an engineering firm. Lives of persons who end up in systems are often left, their fates are left to the whims of those making decisions and leave them often very unstable, which was also true for Michelle, who in deciding to testify chose to pursue a freedom of information request to obtain her child welfare file. Records she used that as testimony walking through her journey as a kid in care, labeled as a high-risk youth. And I would argue that the label was incorrectly provided. It should be given to institutions that are rather at risk of meeting the needs of children and families. A failure of meeting the needs of Michelle as a young person, including objectifying her at the age of 14 in a local newspaper ad by the Child and Family Service Ministry in attempt to find her a home, stating in quotes, looking for a home for a pretty, independent teenage girl. Absolutely no parenting required. Even as a young person, she was objectified and sexualized by the system, her rights totally disregarded, her personal experience that brought her to feel connected with the late Tina Fontaine, a young Indigenous girl left alone at 14 by the system, murdered, and whose valuable life was further disrespected with the acquittal of her accused murderer. As Michelle so clearly shared in the hearing in British Columbia during the National Inquiry, in quotes, the system labels us, neglects us, ignores us, fails us. The worst failure is that decade after decade, nothing changes. Our women, girls are still the prey. So we held the inquiry. There were lots of politics around the inquiry, yet the families persisted. They needed to be heard. And I testified as part of my healing journey. The inquiry lawyer told me it's rare to have a lawyer testify as a survivor. More importantly, I testified to be a voice for my sisters. Still, there is no action, and it feels as if our words fell on deaf ears and the government has chosen to do nothing. Deaf ears, Madam Speaker, failing to invest in the current housing crisis, which has become even more critical during the pandemic. And many Indigenous people continue to be unsheltered as a result of the violent and wrongful dispossession of our lands, territories, and resources, a situation that has become even further pronounced on reserve, where issues of overcrowding, disrepair, inadequate infrastructure, and lack of affordability is the norm, not the exception. and the continued failure of this government to heed the calls from the member for Nunavut, the member from Kiiwetinoong-Aski, and the member from Timmins-James Bay to take immediate action to address the massive shortages of homes and mold crisis that has resulted from major disrepair. And promises of ensuring an end to water boil advisories on reserve. Madam Speaker, broken promise after broken promise. A vile human rights violation noted by Human Rights Watch in a 92-page report citing the Canadian government's failure to meet a range of international human rights obligations, including their failure and extensive excuses to end all water boil advisories on reserve in Ontario, Manitoba, and throughout the country. Even now, as we are here, Madam Speaker, in the midst of a pandemic, this government continues to find excuses not to afford Indigenous peoples with this basic human right to water, yet it had billions of taxpayer dollars to spend on TMX pipeline choices. And Madam Speaker, although Canada has endorsed the UN declaration, they still don't apply that right to free, prior, and informed consent, as has been witnessed in Ganasatawge, Site C, TMX, Keystone XL, Muskrat Falls, Wet'suwet'en Territory, Baffinland, Mary River Mine, 1492 land back, not limited to an excessive police force or lack of, as witnessed in the Mi'kmaq fishing dispute, where police forces stood by their fishery, literally watching it burn to the ground. So it's no wonder that there has been criticism of Bill C-15 coming from Indigenous peoples who have lost faith that maybe this time the government will do the right thing. It is one thing to endorse the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and it's a completely another thing to respect and uphold the rights affirmed throughout the articles of the Declaration. Indigenous peoples have no reason to trust the government. And I understand this trust, Madam Speaker. It is valid, warranted, and earned. I have the same mistrust, which is why we need this Bill C-15, so we can finally have some legislative affirmation of our minimum human rights contained in the Declaration. My support for the bill comes from my valid mistrust of the government to do the right thing, just like my trust has grown thin watching the clock run down, taking away the hopes once again that this will actually make it through Parliament. Mr. Speaker, why does this current government continue to hold this bill up? Because, Madam Speaker, Indigenous people have seen and felt the impacts of human rights violations, including those contained in the Indian Act and other policies in Canada that maintain the violation of our rights to this day. Not only have governments failed in meeting the most basic human rights, but they have legislated a violation of those rights. It is abhorrent that in 2021, Indigenous human rights are still up for debate almost daily in this House. And consecutive Conservative and Liberal governments can pull billions out of their hat for their corporate friends, but batter back and forth about how they can come up with the money needed to resolve the water boil advisories on reserves, respecting the right to housing, and actually put in place a national action plan to resolve the ongoing violence perpetrated against Indigenous women and girls caused by colonialism that continues to this day. It is time that this government start upholding human rights to ensure that the dignity, safety, and security of all persons is realized. And this bill confirms these rights and ensures that any new legislation going forward will be consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as the summary of the bill affirms. It is a critical step towards replacing the Indian Act with human rights. This government needs to act now, and I cannot express that strongly enough, because the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is essential. Bill C-15 confirms the application in Canadian law, meaning that courts can refer to and have referred to the Declaration to interpret domestic law in addition to other distinct legal frameworks. that also inform the interpretation of these Indigenous rights, including the Constitution, Indigenous law, our treaties, and international law that also respect and affirm those rights. None of these legal frameworks supersede the others. They are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. Now, Bill C-15 is not perfect and requires amendments. This has been noted in witness testimony by Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in our study of the bill in committee. We must ensure that a broad-based consultations occur as we move forward to strengthen the bill. For example, a recommendation to include in preambular paragraph 8 in Article 6.2 a reference to racism. Mr. Speaker, we know there are growing movements of white supremacy here and abroad. And we also know that a result of human rights violations, Indigenous peoples throughout what is now referred to as Canada have been left poor and far too often unsheltered on our very own lands. And all the while, violence resulting from systemic racism, including what is being witnessed in the case of Aisha Hudson, or a failure of the justice system in the case of Colton Boushie. The fact that Indigenous women and girls 2S and diverse gendered persons continue to go murdered and missing without urgent action, like our lives or loss of lives, does not matter. And the onus of proving systemic racism is placed on Indigenous people, whether sitting in the House of Commons, boardrooms, or fighting boots to ground. Indigenous people are constantly put in a place of having to justify experiences with systemic racism and the microaggressions we experience, having to explain this reality to those in privilege who get to decide whether those claims are valid or not. Gaslighting. We need to call this out. To do otherwise would merely uphold the white supremacy and paternalism that is designed to keep Indigenous people oppressed. Let's start with the game and the need to protect the status quo and just call it what it is, systemic racism. And not only when it's convenient, but let's just call it systemic racism, neocolonialism, white supremacy, human rights violations. We need to first acknowledge truth if we will ever realize a change in behavior. Call it out. And let's get on the work of creating a world where all people are safe and uphold their basic human rights so we can all achieve our right to joy and dignity. Let's stop fighting Indigenous peoples in courts, whether it be about lands and resources or our right to free, prior, and informed consent, fighting children's 60 scoop adoptees, residential school warriors, and let's just honor human rights. Laws need to be put in place to protect Indigenous peoples from acts of racism. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples should have happened 13 years ago when it was adopted by the UN General Assembly. How many years will we have to wait before Indigenous peoples' human rights are finally respected? The time for excuses, Madam Speaker, has run out, and that is why I am proud, along with my NDP colleagues, to call on this government to act now and finally uphold the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Is it a strengthening or
You can't be.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank so much my honorable colleague for her incredible, impactful words today, and you just articulated so many of the things that need to be said more often in this House. And I've struggled, so much with this bill because I have high hopes, but I also have those same concerns and that same mistrust. I'm thinking of court cases, against child welfare, residential school survivors, the boil water advisories, the lack of action on missing and murdered Indigenous women, the snail's pace of implementing the TRC recommendations, the poverty, the state of housing. And I wonder, will this bill, truly address this situation? For communities on the ground, day-to-day band operations, what will this mean in practice? And I think that's a question I'm having trouble articulating. And just really, is it symbolism over substance, or can I believe in Canada this time around?
Well, I think it's important
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I was just so engaged. I just, took my own turn, Madam Speaker. I apologize. I was engrossed. But, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I think what it does is it provides us with another legal tool that we can use to protect Indigenous rights in this country, which include treaties, international law, domestic law, Indigenous law. It provides us with another legal tool that we can use to affirm our rights. It does not take away from our rights. It does not impact our rights. What it does it affirms the application of the minimum human rights standards articulated in UNDRIP as having application into Canadian law, and it's beyond time that this happens. Thank you so much for your question.
The commentaire, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for that amazing speech. You know, one of the proudest moments in my parliamentary career was being in the House of Commons on May the 30th of 2018 and voting alongside Romeo Saganash for the third reading of Bill C-262 and sending it to the Senate, where sadly it languished for an entire year before we got to see the first round of debate. I want to ask my colleague about, the inconsistent approach that the federal government often has when it wants to uphold Indigenous rights. And the selective application of the UN Declaration. In my own writing of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, we are being plagued by an anchorages issue that was established they were all established without the free, prior, and informed consent of the Halalt, the Liaxin, the Penelakut, the Stamanis, and the Cowichan peoples. And, Parks Canada is making this huge effort to consult with these nations in the establishment of a national marine conservation area. But when those same nations raise concerns about the anchorages to the Minister of Transport, we get dead silence. So I'd just like to ask my colleague about that, the totally inconsistent approach that we get from different departments of the federal government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much to my colleague, and I thank him for such a wonderful question. I think it's important to recognize that there's been a normalization in this country of violating the rights of Indigenous peoples, as we have seen globally. We need to move beyond decision making that is made only when it suits our economic and political interests and brushing it aside when it doesn't. Human rights are human rights. Human rights are a nonpartisan issue and need to be applied. What this declaration does, certainly this bill, it will provide application of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People into Canadian law. It will clarify rights that have already been affirmed through the courts, through many, over hundreds and hundreds of Supreme Court rulings. So it is necessary. I think that behavior is colonial behavior. And if we truly want to move beyond reconciliation, we have to at least uphold the minimum human rights of Indigenous peoples in this place that we now call Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for the incredible passion and work she's done on this file. As we speak today, the people of Saskatchewan are being forced to face another evacuation. Year in, year out, every spring, the people of Saskatchewan have to leave their traditional territory because they are living in a community that is fundamentally unsafe. And I bring this up at this point because we have had the Conservative government break agreements with the people of Saskatchewan. We have had the Liberal government sign agreements with the people of Saskatchewan. But there's no difference between the actions of either party. They continue to ignore the health and safety of people. The Liberals make promises but don't follow through. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, with another year facing threat to people, their very lives, having to leave their homes in the midst of a third wave of COVID, what she thinks about this government's failure to live up to the obligations of legal contracts that they've signed with Indigenous people to guarantee human rights and justice.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and just to remind this House that that Canada has signed on to international human rights obligations. We are signatories to human rights in the international community, yet this government has willfully and intentionally violated the minimum human rights of Indigenous peoples. We know Indigenous peoples in this country, as a result of violent human rights violations, we're already behind. And we know as a result of COVID-19, people are even further behind. And the fact that in all the COVID spending, that although we were further behind, although Indigenous people comprised 5% of the entire population, we were given less than 1% of the overall COVID funding. That is a normalized behavior. That is a normalized behavior in this country that we need to look at. We need to stop turning a blind eye and ensure that all people that live in this place that we now call Canada are assured minimum human rights. That includes the right to housing, the right to accessing clean drinking water, the right to keep their kids, the right to go to school in their own territories. These very minimum human rights that are up for debate almost daily in this House. So I'd like to thank him very much for the question, and I will continue, along with others in this House, to do what we need to do to ensure human rights for all.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Oh, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I can't thank the member enough for her comments today. It is so important to hear from her. She is such an ally. I've learned so much from this member about the rights of Indigenous people around Canada, around the world, and I honor her for her words that she's brought forward today. You know, as the member for Edmonton Strathcona, I'd also like to just talk very briefly about a community in my province that has been suffering for decades, that has been suffering with insufficient housing, with insufficient care for the people in that community. The community of Saddle Lake has been asking the federal government for years and years and years for support, and I just want to flag to the member that the incredible work she is doing is something that I'll be sharing with those members. And if there's anything she'd like to say, any support she'd like to offer to the people of Saddle Lake, I'd be happy to take that to them after this debate.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre has 1 minute to respond.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments, and just to say that I think Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, allies, need to unite. We need to unite. This bill is not perfect. It requires amendments, but it is a starting point. It is a starting point. We need to stop fighting against ensuring that Indigenous peoples have minimum human rights in this country, and just finally realize human rights for all. So thank you very much for your question.
Resuming debate, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, I will be sharing my time with a member of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. J'ai l'honneur d'aborder le projet de loi.
I'm honored to speak to Bill C-15 today. I'm also honored to speak as a representative of Nickel Belt in Greater Sudbury, the mining capital of Canada. I'm honored to speak as a representative of this land on the traditional Robinson-Huron 1850 treaty territory and unceded ancestral homeland of the Anishinaabe and Wanapiti. I also highlight the presence of Métis peoples. As a member of the Liberal Indigenous Caucus, I am especially proud to support such an important bill for the future of my region and for all of Canada. Like many other members of Parliament, I work closely with Indigenous communities and their leaders in order to build good relationships, mutual respect, and sometimes even strong friendships. We all know that too many of these communities in Canada still have trouble. They are dealing with the legacy and aftermath of Indigenous schools. They also have problems related to systemic racism and intergenerational trauma. There are problems such as substandard housing, lack of access to drinking water, very high incarceration rates, lack of jobs. Today, we are discussing legislation which would enable us to deal with these huge problems. C-15 would align Canadian legislation with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This declaration sets out the rights of Indigenous peoples everywhere in the world. These rights include the right to self-determination as well as the right to develop their own lands, territory, and resources. Today, I will focus on the role that our natural resources economy has played, still plays, and will continue to play in remedying historic wrongdoing.
Falls Valley Canada's Totten Mine and Sagamok Anishinaabeg First Nation. The property is less than 50 kilometers south of where I am in my riding, next door to my riding of Nickel Belt and my good friend, the Honourable Member for Sudbury Riding. Work began in the 60s, but hopes to extract the nickel, copper, and precious metals vanished in the early 1970s due to the world low pricing. That was during a time, Madam Speaker, when most Canadian companies didn't bother consulting local First Nations. The Sagamok and Anishinaabeg people still refer to this ignorance as a 100-year wall of indifference. Things have changed, Madam Speaker. And while progressive companies have played a role, credit must go to Indigenous rights pioneers, leaders from BC to Nova Scotia who launched court challenges starting in the early 1970s to assert their rights. And it was in the context that the Sagamok and Anishinaabeg nailed down an agreement with Valley prior to 2014 mine opening. First Nation members got training, access to jobs, involved everything from underground mining to trucking, hauling, and snow removal services. And in 2019, the First Nations acquired control of the mine's ore and waste rock haulage contract. It was also brought, sometime more importantly to the community, it was a sense of pride. Les dirigeants de la Première Nation à l'époque.
At the time, leaders of that First Nation referred to it as a historic event. Madam Speaker, we are making history. The future is here. It's now. I'm proud that everywhere in Canada, our government is encouraging these partnerships. I just watched a video on YouTube, a video about yet another Northern Ontario success story. And Madam Speaker, I must say that I was very moved.
Provided $500,000 in training fund to HoC development. The money came from the $13 million three-year Indigenous Forestry Initiative. HoC in Northern Ontario forestry company owned by 3 First Nations. Their leaders are determined to create local jobs, and especially for youth who have otherwise have to leave their families and their traditional territories to get employment. Today, they're truck drivers, millwrights, power engineers, heavy equipment mechanics, and some are trained in forestry management. One of the youths in the video said he was reluctant to take part, but then, Madam Speaker, his grandparents convinced him to take that leap of faith. Madam Speaker, this youth man was bursting with pride when asked whatever he was glad he did apply. He said, "It's life-changing." A young woman echoed this sentiment, telling other youth, honestly, just sign up. Le programme de NRCan a également fourni.
The NRCan program also gave $330,000 to the Cree First Nation of Waswanipi in Quebec. This financial support enabled this First Nation located 800 kilometers north of Montreal, to reopen a closed sawmill. That's great. But governments can't do it all alone. We need the private sector, its resourcefulness, and its private purchasing power. And industry is answering the call, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's a smart business decision at a time when, as we know, many private sector businesses are experiencing labor shortages, especially in remote regions. The oil and gas industry is already supporting over 10,000 jobs for Indigenous people, and the industry has invested tens of millions of dollars in these communities.
Reaffirmed its 2016 endorsement of the UN Declaration as a framework for reconciliation. The LNG sector has helped set the pace. In fact, the Conference Board of Canada said recently that this sector had the potential to close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. The Mining Association, meanwhile, has taken action to support and embrace UNDRIP. Elle a révisé son protocole de relations avec les Autochtones et les collectivités.
The Mining Association of Canada updated its protocol on relationships and interaction with Indigenous peoples and communities, which will ensure that its members meet the demands of the new Impact Assessment Act. This is one of our government's initiatives in order to align with the declaration. There are 1,200 Indigenous communities near hundreds of producing mines and over 2,500 active mineral exploration sites. Currently, there are over 500 active agreements between mining companies and communities, for example, training programs and scholarships, all of which aim to ensure that workers have transferable skills for once mines close. The forest products industry also acknowledges the importance of partnerships with Indigenous people, 70% of whom live in forests or near them.
$250 million in benefits to Indigenous communities. This progress, Madam Speaker, isn't confined traditionally resources and industries. Many communities will take part in clean energy wave as we drive towards a net zero 2050 target. In Northern Alberta, our government is helping Indigenous communities build Canada's largest off-grid solar energy farm. This is hardly an isolated incident, Madam Speaker, and the Conference Board of Canada noted that Indigenous communities own half of Canada's renewable projects, making real progress. But the truth is there is still more work to be done, and that's why everyone, governments, industries, and these communities must work harder, work together to build that foundation of trust. Together, the natural resources sector is the largest employer of Indigenous peoples in Canada. The natural resources economy provides jobs and equities and opportunities for Indigenous businesses and impact agreements that benefit communities adjacent to natural resources. I believe UNDRIP will provide a clear picture for resource development in Canada, helping to ensure these projects are done in full partnership with Indigenous people. Working together, we can be part to correct this grave historic injustice. I urge all members of the House to support this bill. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's appreciate the opportunity to be able to enter into debate on this subject, although unfortunate it is under the auspices of time allocation. Madam Speaker, I've heard from a number of Indigenous leaders, communities, individuals that are very concerned about the consequences that a legislated implementation of UNDRIP will have on their ability for economic self-determination. And certainly I appreciated that the member brought forward a number of concerns about how stakeholders need to be engaged and whatnot. But I am concerned about how negatively, and some Indigenous leaders see this as having possible negative consequences on their ability to participate in Canada's economy.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you.
Yes, this bill has provided some opportunities for consultation. Some Indigenous communities have some concerns, but the vast majority of Indigenous communities are in support of natural resources, work collectively with the Natural Resources Company. It's clear that many, if not all of the industries, have embraced UNDRIP. They know that we need to consult with our Indigenous communities. They know that to get resources to market, we need to partner. We need to look at a net zero plan by 2050. But more importantly, this is important for the consultation that is happening. And this is support. We need to pass this legislation. We need to move forward. We need to build a trust with our Indigenous communities, and the private sector is leading the way in this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague talking about what went on in his backyard in terms of the lack of consultation with First Nation people and the fact that First Nation youth have had to leave the North again and again and again. Yet what's happening in his backyard is the destruction of the Indigenous languages, the Indigenous education, the Indigenous politics and environmental programs at Laurentian University. And there's been no consultation with them. And that member has gone to ground. So when he gets up and talks about how great it is that Indigenous people can learn to drive truck, yeah, they know how to drive truck all right. But we have a world-class program at Laurentian to ensure access for Indigenous youth not to have to leave the North, to stay and be doctors, to be nurses, to be teachers. And it's being wiped out, and that member has not bothered to stand up and fight for them. So how can he have the nerve to talk about consultation with First Nations now while this program is being wiped out on his watch?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
President, Madam Speaker, and it's always interesting hearing the member speak because he's further from the truth. We've, as a community, and I'll agree that the program cuts that are happening at Laurentian are unacceptable. The Indigenous, the environment, and what's happening is unacceptable during these court proceedings. But I want to assure the House, I want to assure members of Nickel Belt, Greater Sudbury, I want to assure Indigenous peoples, I want to assure people all across my riding that I have been standing up. Our government will be supporting a plan that is being proposed, and this is something that we have to do. And when we're debating today, we're debating the consultation approaches that we've taken. We're debating UNDRIP. We need to pass this legislation. We need to do this now. The urgency is here. We have supported over the years, and now we need to pass this legislation. And I hope that my honourable colleague and all the members of the House will take that initiative to make sure that this is passed.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for his comments today. Resource development and extraction have offered some opportunities for First Nation communities: training, jobs, accommodation agreements, perhaps economic prosperity in certain cases. The trouble with highlighting only the positive is that it lacks integrity. It comes off as disingenuous when we know that many of the ways that resource development and extraction have actually used and abused Indigenous territories and peoples. Can this member comment on some of the ways that missing and murdered Indigenous women are impacted by, say, man camps that accompany this development?
The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary, has less than 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, and thank you for the important question. Obviously, there's more work to be done. We need, as a House of Commons here, we need, as all political parties, we need to support our Indigenous communities all across the country. We need to make sure that we look at housing, clean water, we look at many issues that are facing our First Nations. We have many issues to deal with, and we are going to be taking action. We are making great strides, and we need to promote the good that's happening in our Indigenous communities and need to do better. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day. I'm Ash Kayat. I'm speaking to you today from the traditional unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples, including the territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam nations. My riding also includes the traditional unceded territories of the Lil'wat, the Sechelt, and the Naquaqua nations. And I'm very grateful to also call this place my home. Tanoya. It's particularly important to start with this language acknowledgement as we're debating Bill C-15, which seeks to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into Canadian federal law. It's important because we need to remember that Indigenous peoples have lived in these lands and waters since time immemorial. Their laws, their practice, and their way of life did not end when settlers reached Canada's shores. But our nation has stubbornly not been able to reconcile this reality and has instead sought to carve out a box figuratively or to isolate First Nations in society, to marginalize Indigenous peoples into Canada, or to seek to assimilate into society more widely. And the actions of settler and Canadian governments over time have been to dispossess Indigenous people of the land they enjoyed communally, to separate families, to suppress Indigenous culture, and to deny the same basic rights to Indigenous peoples that the rest of Canadians enjoy freely. The advances that we have seen in our country on Indigenous rights were not simply given to First Nations. They are the result of long, arduous litigation that has led to the development of Aboriginal law. And this was by no means easy because it started from a point of First Nations not having the right to legal counsel. From going from this to getting rights protected under Section 35 of the Charter, the common law has evolved to recognizing Aboriginal rights to traditional practices like fishing from Indigenous leaders and visionaries like Ron Sparrow. And recognition of Aboriginal practices and title in seminal cases like Delgamuukw had to be built from an evidentiary base that was recorded through oral history when the law didn't recognize it. These cases had to be heard in front of leading jurists who, only 30 years ago, dismissed Indigenous ways of life as nasty, brutish, and short, before finally it worked its way up to the highest court in our land where our laws continue to evolve. The adoption of Bill C-15 would help flip this script by the government finally taking a proactive approach to recognizing the rights of Indigenous peoples, including the inherent right to self-determination. And nothing less is required to move forwards in reconciliation. Since 2016, progress has been made by introducing new approaches to negotiations and establishment of mechanisms for cooperation and collaboration, and ongoing steps to implement and respond to the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission has called upon the Government of Canada to fully adopt and implement the Declaration as a framework for reconciliation, and Bill C-15 responds both to calls to action number 43 and number 44. And Bill C-15 will take this step further by requiring our laws are consistent with UNDRIP, or else that we need to modify them so that they are. It is a very simple and short bill, but its implications are wide-ranging. For that reason, an up to 3-year time frame is established to develop an action plan to implement this legislation. And I know that seems like a long time, but when you consider that this implicates all federal ministers, the whole of government, that we have 634 First Nations in this country speaking 50 different languages, and the amount of federal legislation that will have to be looked at, we can understand the scale of the task. And this is not the first time we are debating this bill in this chamber. This bill was first introduced by Cree Liberal MP Tina Kieber in a 2008 private member's bill, which failed to be enacted. Former NDP MP Romeo Saganash's private member's bill passed in this House, but unfortunately languished in the Senate for over a year before the last election. And I have to emphasize that we are not first movers in this space by adopting this bill into domestic legislation, given that the provincial government in British Columbia already did so in 2019. We can learn from their experience, and the sky has not fallen since. Instead, this province has had one of the most robust economies in our country since then. And I mention this to dispel a common misconception about the likely impact of this bill. When stalling the previous iteration of this bill, the official opposition in this chamber and the Senate voiced fears that calling that this article recognizing free, prior, and informed consent from Indigenous peoples for projects on traditional Indigenous land would paralyze resource development. But these fears disregard the fact that the Government of Canada already aims to secure free, prior, informed consent when actions are proposed which impact the rights of Indigenous peoples on their lands, resources, and their territories. And the case law has grown to recognize that significant impacts to closely held rights will require a meaningful process that seeks consent in practice anyways, in order to uphold the honor of the Crown and to meet constitutional obligations under Section 35. It also disregards that industry is already working within this frame because their shareholders expect it, because it's necessary for social license, for business certainty, and because they know that the project will become a fixture in the community. Partnership with Indigenous peoples is the way forward. And giving First Nations a say in projects that affect them does not mean that projects don't get built. It means that bad projects don't get built and that issues that impact First Nations get addressed in the process. And the Squamish Nation in my riding pioneered an Indigenous-led environmental assessment process that a major project proponent agreed to be bound by. And rather than reject the project, the EA approved the project with important conditions that would mitigate the impacts of the project. And from there, with that, and an impact benefit agreement was then ratified by the nation through a referendum. And similar progressive processes have been developed by nations like the Tahltan Nation in northern BC, where mining is a hotbed of activity, and the Secwepemc in the interior of BC. And processes like these are now allowed and indeed encouraged by the Impact Assessment Act that became law in 2019. And it's a great departure from the assessment regime that the official opposition brought in 2012, when they were in power, that treated First Nations as stakeholders rather than the rights holders that they are, and treated consultation with Indigenous peoples just the same as other individuals as a box-checking exercise. This was not only dishonorable, it was also unlawful, and one of the reasons that inspired me to be where I am here today. And the Impact Assessment Act is one of 9 federal laws that references and was created within the spirit of the Declaration. We need not fear these developments. We should not fear them because when First Nations have a clear power over decisions that affect them, trust is built, confidence increases, and opportunities become available for Indigenous peoples. And decolonizing our relationship with Indigenous peoples presents perhaps the greatest opportunity for economic growth in this country. If First Nations can get out of the absurdly titled Indian Act, they can gain access to the basic ability like getting a mortgage from a bank, among many other benefits. And I wish to recognize Sechelt Nation Highway's Warren Paul, who was a councillor in 1986 when the Squamish Nation became the first self-governing nation in our country through visionary leadership, blazing a trail for many other nations. The nation has since developed advanced land use plans to guide development, is assuming new areas of responsibility from other orders of government, participates as a full partner as part of the Sunshine Coast Regional District, has reformed its constitution and voting laws, negotiated detailed provincial agreements on net reconciliation, inspired the next generation of leaders, all while it continues complex negotiations on rights with the federal government. And this is also happening against the backdrop of a community where survivors of residential schools still painfully recount their experiences. And Highwest was one of the many dignitaries at the BC legislature for the announcement that the province would be the first in Canada to introduce legislation and pass legislation to implement UNDRIP. There he noted the fact that, quote, it's been 52 years since Frank Calder and the Nisga'a Nation did the first court case on land claims. Since those 52 years and counting, we finally get back to the place where recognition is there. It's high time, after 14 years since UNDRIP was introduced to our globe, that we recognize the same rights here. It's time that we work with First Nations proactively to advance reconciliation rather than respond remedially to court decisions. It's time that we co-develop the future that we want to see in this country. With that, I see that my time is running out. I'd like to say thank you, Amnal Shalap. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, just 1 second there, for St. John's East, sorry. The honourable member for St. John's East is having difficulties right now. If he could put his mic on.
I'm here now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I turned off my camera instead of turning on my mic. Thank you. I want to thank the member for Sunshine Coast, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his speech. And I hear him emphasize the importance of this being dealt with now. But I had the honor of supporting the bill of Romeo Saganash in the 41st Parliament, which ended in 2015. And in that election, the Prime Minister promised to implement and pass and implement the UNDRIP legislation or declaration. We haven't seen that happen, and now we are a year and a half into the second Parliament since then, with the prospect of this not getting through this Parliament like it didn't the last time. So what I'm wondering, can the member tell us why it's taken so long? How can Indigenous people or any Canadians take seriously the Liberals' commitment to having this actually put in legislation with this action plan for implementation?
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from St. John's East for his really important question. As I mentioned in my speech, it's high time that we pass this. It's high time that we implement this in Canada. It's been, over 14 years since this declaration was first passed, and there's been many strong efforts to finally move ahead with this in Canada. While this process takes place, it's not that important progress hasn't been made on implementing some of the principles, but we need to have this as a framework and the action plan so that we reform all types of legislation across the country. So I would certainly agree with the member that it's high time that we pass this, and I certainly hope that my colleagues across this House will agree with me as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say, I did enjoy the member's comments, listening to what he had to say. And just to kind of expand upon that, Madam Speaker, if I may, to ask the member just to provide further comment in regards to the issue of reconciliation and how important that has been for the government over the last number of years. And then when we talk about those calls for action, as he pointed out, C-15 is another piece of legislation that actually responds to the calls for action and a deep desire that many MPs, including myself, have to see this United Nations UNDRIP ultimately take effect, and just how important it is towards reconciliation from his perspective.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Indeed, moving forward with reconciliation is incredibly important for our country. The Prime Minister has said that our relationship with Indigenous peoples is the most important relationship we have, and there's significant challenges that we have to move forward in this. It's going to take. This is a long process, one that's going to require trust building. To make sure that we're able to make the progress that we need to see. But it's also one of the biggest opportunities that we have in this country, with respect to economic development as well. We see lots of great progress already. There's been major changes in the way that the Government of Canada approaches negotiations to treaties in British Columbia, which I think is really important progress. But we certainly have a long ways to go, and we have a lot we can learn from, for instance, the province of BC on how they've been able to move forward in the same respect as well.
Brief question, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments today. We've heard about how quickly we need to pass this piece of legislation, and I understand, that in the idea of perfect in a perfect world is not necessarily, what we can aim for, but there are significant amendments that must be made to this bill, and I'd like to hear what the member can comment on that, specifically around the lack of true intent around including the word racism. So it's not there. We see instead systemic discrimination. We see that there is a measure to address injustices, but why does that hesitancy to address racism exist? Can the member comment on that?
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Fredericton for a great question. And certainly the systemic racism exists in our country, and I mentioned a few of the examples going back, over 100 years of how that's been present, in our country. You just have to look at the lack of access of clean drinking water in way too many areas across our country, and the third world conditions that many First Nations live under at this point. So I certainly agree that this is here and that we need to make sure that we're addressing that through any means possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, for your information, I'm going to be sharing my time today with the member from Calgary Centre. Madam Speaker, I'm honored today to speak on Bill C-15, as the relationship with Indigenous people in this country is a lived experience for me growing up and living in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. I must admit, there is some trepidation on my part as we embark on this journey. The impacts of this bill are both long-term and far-reaching, requiring more than the seeking of short-term political gains and talking points. The historic relationship between the federal government and Indigenous people in this country is filled with distrust that has put in jeopardy the true potential our great country has to offer all of us. A couple of months ago, in the announcement that the government would not fulfill its promise to end boil water advisories in First Nations communities, it was pointed out that the scope of the problem was not fully understood at the time the election promise was made by the Prime Minister in 2015. This is another reminder to all of us that making promises you cannot keep is not an ideal way to develop trust in a relationship that badly needs more of it. In a Globe and Mail article published recently, it was pointed out that the Public Services and Procurement Canada Ministry for the past 3 years has said that a key indicator of the government's economic and social policy goals was to increase the participation of Indigenous-led business in procurement. Unfortunately, it was revealed in the departmental plans in the last 3 years that the targets have remained as TBD, to be determined. That's 3 years, Madam Speaker, that we have seen no change in the ministry's plans to set targets or measure results. Even worse, to this day, there is not even a mechanism in place to track which bids are coming from Indigenous businesses. If the government's goal really was to increase procurement for Indigenous businesses, you would think that at the very least, creating an instrument in their data management system could have been developed in 3 years. At best, Madam Speaker, this is an astounding lack of competence. Further evidence of lowering the bar was in the minister's 2021 mandate letter, where there was not even a mention of the 5% Indigenous procurement promise that had been made to Indigenous businesses in the past. Instead of doing the hard work and fixing the department's failures, they just removed the targets. Not exactly an example that you would find in a leadership manual. These examples illustrate a troubling trend with this government's actions when it comes to delivering results for Indigenous people in their communities. It starts with making election promises and getting photographs at press conferences. It continues by using phrases in ministerial letters, on websites, and in announcements like strongly encourages and the most important relationship to this government. It then ends with walking back the original promise, changing the targets, or in the case of the procurement example, eliminating them altogether. Madam Speaker, this government tends to act only when they have their backs to the wall, after spending too much time walking backwards while making little progress on their promises. We see this again, Madam Speaker, today in the fact that they have to invoke closure on a bill that's seen 1 hour of debate in this House prior to them invoking closure. Finally, this brings me to Bill C-15. After Bill C-262, this government had ample opportunity and time to develop a national action plan that could have created the certainty and the clarity that stakeholders have been consistently asking for. Putting together an action plan before tabling the bill would have allowed for many of the concerns of people across the spectrum to be addressed. The worry that government is putting the cart before the horse is justified, as history has proven that to be the case all too often. Why would we not ensure on such an important piece of legislation that we remove as many rocks off the road as possible before we proceed? That approach would alleviate a lot of the judicial quagmire that is sure to follow by passing Bill C-15 without this transparent roadmap. With no certainty, Madam Speaker, the very real worry is that there will be many court battles over the next few decades because of political short-sightedness. And as we have seen this past year with the Nova Scotia lobster fishery issue, that is a path not worth taking. In this relationship, Madam Speaker, we cannot afford more failures. We have to be honest. Governments have a terrible track record on delivering expectations for Indigenous people. Let me use some numbers that the Indigenous Resource Network shared recently to show who has not, in fact, fallen short in delivering for Indigenous people and communities in this country. Madam Speaker, the private sector has led the way in spending on Indigenous businesses. Suncor spent over $6 billion on Indigenous procurement since 1999, including $800 million or 8% of its total spending in 2019 alone. Cenovus spent $2.9 billion since 2009, including $139 million in 2019. Imperial invested $2.6 billion in Indigenous businesses since 2009. Diamond Mines in the Northwest Territories spent $5.9 billion on Indigenous spending between 1996 and 2017. Agnico Eagle in Nunavut spent $408 million on Inuit businesses in 2019 alone. Teck Resources spent $225 million on Indigenous procurement in 2019. Coastal GasLink has spent $720 million on Indigenous and local contracts. TMX, when it is completed, will have generated over $1 billion on Indigenous-based contracts. And finally, from their own published data, Cameco, a uranium company, procured $3.85 billion since 2004 from local suppliers in my riding in northern Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker. These numbers represent more than just dollars. They represent real outcomes and direct impacts on the daily lives of Indigenous people. They allow for investments into communities who have far too long been left out of the opportunities the rest of Canada has enjoyed. It is often implied that any discussion around economic opportunity and job creation for Indigenous people is somehow insensitive to the social issues they face. Madam Speaker, I believe the opposite is actually true. Advocating for jobs, own source revenue streams, equity ownership, and financial independence is in fact the pathway to self-determination and the solution to many of the social challenges. Madam Speaker, the culture of poverty has for too long defined the culture of the people. A culture with such rich history deserves so much better. The private sector has done the heavy lifting in the building of trust with Indigenous people and their communities, and they've done this for years. They should be recognized and applauded for the advancement of reconciliation and for the role they have played in it. Part of that recognition should be reflected in their voices being heard in the areas of this bill that they're simply seeking clarity on. Since Bill C-15 was tabled, I've had the opportunity and the pleasure to meet virtually with many, many Indigenous stakeholders. The common theme in our discussions always came back to the lack of certainty in Bill C-15's plan to implement UNDRIP. It is why it is so important that this bill clarifies the following issues. Number one, Madam Speaker, in the 3 years that this government has given itself to develop an action plan on the implementation of the declaration, what is the approach going to be to collaborating and consulting with Indigenous communities, the Indigenous business community, and the numerous regional and national organizations across Canada so that all their views will be considered? Number two, how will the application of the declaration be applied when there's conflicting support and opposition from the Indigenous communities on projects that are both large and vertical in scope? Does the federal government retain the final authority in the decision-making process? Number three, will not allowing time and space for Indigenous communities to find an answer to the question of who has the authority to provide or withhold consent undermine the process? With the current lack of consensus, what does this mean in the years ahead? Madam Speaker, bringing clarity on these issues is the right thing to do. There is a responsibility in the consideration of Bill C-15 that requires us to not only listen to the concerns around the lack of certainty, but to respond by advocating for Indigenous people, communities, and leaders who are asking for answers to the important questions they are bringing forward. Madam Speaker, we have a long way to go in building the lost trust in the relationship with Indigenous people in this country. Divisions within Parliament have often led to legislation that is based more on politics than real solutions. That is why, Madam Speaker, it is obvious that seeking clarity and that seeking certainty on Bill C-15 is not only a fair and valid request, it is the very essence of what the aspirations of UNDRIP require us to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that it's important that we be really clear. The Conservative Party say what they will during a debate. Their actual intentions would be not to allow the legislation ultimately to come to a vote. We have seen that on other types of legislation. And even though they might talk nice in regards to reconciliation and so forth, their actions on this particular piece of legislation, as it was on 262, is actually says more than what their words do. And I'm wondering if the member could provide a very clear indication as to why it is that the Conservatives at the very least wouldn't have recognized the value of allowing this to come to a vote, so at the very least it could go to committee.
The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for his question, but let's just be clear in the question he's asking. This legislation is already at committee. It's been at committee for weeks already, as we were required to do a pre-study of this legislation at the INAN committee. So maybe we should actually let some facts do the talking. As I said in my comments, Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to speak to many Indigenous stakeholders. And what I've heard and what I understand is there's many of them who have not had the opportunity to have their input into this legislation. They've asked to come to committee. They've sent letters asking to be at committee. But this member's government limited the amount of time and the number of meetings that we could listen to the evidence at committee. And so for him to talk about the Conservatives obstructing the process is literally quite a folly, Madam Speaker. It's actually the Liberals who have obstructed the process for us to hear from the voices at committee.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I represent a very large natural resources region, and we know there are no projects that get off the ground without Indigenous consent. It is now a fundamental principle. And that issue of consent is important because it's not just about saying yes, but it is also about the ability to say no when a project has fundamental problems that threat the environment of a traditional territory. And I know from the days when I was working with the Algonquin Nation in Quebec, where we actually had to have blockades to get anyone to come to the table. We're talking about a fundamental principle, a principle that has been defined in court case after court case, a principle that the issue of consent is fundamental when we're talking about resource development in Canada. And I would encourage the Conservatives to recognize that if they're willing to work with First Nation communities, we're going to move a lot further ahead. But we've seen obstructions year in, year out against UNDRIP. UNDRIP needs to pass before we can move together as a nation.
The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in all fairness, Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree with the member more. As I said in my comments, would not have allowing time and space for the Indigenous communities to find an answer to the question of who has the authority to provide or withhold consent undermine the process. What I've heard from the stakeholders, many of them Indigenous organizations representing opportunity for Indigenous people whose mandate is to end poverty on First Nations, is their concern about the uncertainty and the lack of clarity on this particular piece of legislation and how it may hinder their opportunity to fulfill their mandate of serving their people on First Nations across this country.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Oh, no, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments today. I just want to ask quickly about some of the words that we use. Language is so important, and reconciliation has been said time and time again in this House. I've heard from many people that feel that this word is actually losing some of its meaning. And in fact, if we think of reconciliation as to reconcile, to improve what was perhaps once a good relationship, which we know that was not the case. Can the member speak about perhaps reparations and what we could actually be doing in Canada to ensure that we repair a broken relationship?
The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River, a brief answer, please.
I will try, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. I'm going to simply just point out to the member opposite that The slogan of my campaign and in my riding has been building authentic relationships with people. I serve a riding that's 70% Indigenous people, and I believe that authenticity, about that being real, about having good conversation and listening to the concerns of the people, that's the answer to repair the relationship. We have to get out there. We have to be part of their lives. We have to listen to their concerns. We have to take them consider them valid, but it's about building relationships that are real and authentic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me start today by telling you that I represent a riding that's in Treaty 7 territory. They're traditional territories of the Blackfoot Nation, including Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai, the Tsuut'ina Nation, and Stoney Nakoda First Nations. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. But let me start today's debate on Bill C-15, introduced to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, with the questions I am often asked about its clarifications. How is the United Nations involved? How do their edicts fit in Canadian law, which of course is much more robust? How does the United Nations edicts affect jurisdictions that have an established rule of law? How does UNDRIP consider and affect unique constitutional rights like Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution? How do the two go hand in hand? As this is legislation, will it remain subservient to the constitutional law of Canada that supersedes it? What happens to existing Canadian laws? How are decades of legal precedent affected by this declaration? Who will be the decision makers? That is the arbiters to balance the various interests and outcomes of these very pertinent questions. Will it be the same stagnant bureaucrats and interest groups that have ensconced the Indian Act as the status quo, in spite of decades of compulsion from all affected corners of Canada to move beyond this paternalistic legislation? Will it be a star chamber of legalists who have never set foot on the ground or experienced the problems that generations of First Nations have been striving to overcome? One thing is clear, based on outcomes that have not arrived. The status quo is broken. How do we know it's broken? Let me count the ways. The words that describe the rights of Canada's Indigenous people are a meaningful gesture, but gestures themselves are empty. There is no reconciliation that does not include economic reconciliation. Any legislation that we consider must not contribute to any negative impacts on the many Indigenous communities that rely on resource development for jobs, revenues, and a means to better outcomes. The decision makers, bureaucrats, legalists, self-serving interest groups, those with a stake in maintaining the miserable status quo should not be ensconced as roadblocks to the change that Canada requires. It's also worth noting that those with the large stake in the benefits of the status quo have no stake in the misery associated with the status quo, which is borne by those who have been actually seeking to escape that misery for decades. A wholesale change is long overdue, and bringing forth legislation to secure the interests of these regressive middlemen is the opposite of what Canada and its Indigenous population requires. Let me caution the Minister of Justice about placing his faith in the same interest groups and interveners that have been part of the problem on this matter for decades. If the Minister wants to get on the ground and hear about the frustrations with those voices by Indigenous Canadians throughout Canada who will be affected by this legislation and the uncertainty it brings forth, please take the time to meet with those groups and have fulsome consultation, which has not happened, including in this House, where we've had 1 hour of debate prior to today on it. Now, weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I asked questions in this House about the effects of this government's actions on the flight of capital for project development in Canada. Oddly, it was after one of the government's appointees blamed risk and uncertainty as the underlying reasons why projects were no longer being viewed as viable investments by foreign capital in Canada. Of course, rather than addressing the causes of the risk and uncertainty and changing the destructive course on which this government has ventured for 6 years, the solution seems to be for the government to allocate capital to replace private investment. The magic of social finance to the rescue. We know what this means. It means more risk and uncertainty for Canada's taxpayers. What others are recognizing as a problem is going to be a problem for Canadian taxpayers. And the government is doubling down on the risk Canadians will bear. In regards to UNDRIP, this legislation, as written, adds another level of risk and uncertainty to development in Indigenous territories. Prior to this country's battle to get ahead of a pandemic 13 months ago, the biggest issue we were facing as a country and as a cohesive society was the blockades that were initiated by certain Indigenous organizations in support of some parties opposed to the Coastal GasLink pipeline, traversing Wet'suwet'en territory in northern British Columbia. Do we know who these initiators were? Do we know what standing they had? Traditional, authoritative, representative, legal, responsible? Do we know if these parties had other interests in the outcome? What we do know is that the democratic process for the ban matters was completely usurped and endorsed by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, thus by this government. So, well-understood process, which had changed substantially, was quickly usurped. Do I need to define risk and uncertainty for this government? Whom does this government see having legitimacy in the eyes of project proponents? Definitely not the process as represented. As proponents have attested, if we don't have process, we don't have a path forward. This bill, C-15, proposes to increase that risk and uncertainty for Indigenous organizations and adds another barrier to their participation in economic reconciliation, even as project proponents themselves attracting real capital for development of their own economic opportunities. They will be thwarted again by this government. Thanks for the words. How about some real actions? Let me illustrate the cost of that uncertainty. Kitimat LNG is a project on Canada's west coast. The project has been progressing for a decade, along with its partner development, the Pacific Trails Pipeline. The project proponents have spent over $3 billion to get to this point, which represents a raft of documentation for the regulators, a gravel pad, and full agreement with all 16 Indigenous organizations traversed by the pipeline, and full partnership with the Haisla First Nation at the project site. Thousands of Indigenous jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars of benefits to people in Indigenous communities, advanced trade training for a generation of people in those communities, the creation of capacity for advancing economic interests. This does not arrive out of thin air. In addition, more than 40 million tons per annum of greenhouse gas reductions that we won't meet. Sadly, at the end of the day, this project is on hold because there is no path forward at this point in time. Putting aside the ancillary environmental benefits, another file in which this government is all talk with little tangible results, economic reconciliation delayed is reconciliation denied. Tell your children after 10 years that the reason they couldn't get a better education and advance their societies, and the world's interests is because the process was obscure and caused a decade of delays, and you will understand the frustration. As I said, the interests advancing this confusion have no stake in the outcome. Let's acknowledge that some of those interests, such as the NGOs that are short-term participants, often funded by foreign actors, have their own interests at heart and are often funded as well by this federal government. Words and actions, Madam Speaker. We hear much of the former from this government. We receive little of the latter. How many Indigenous organizations have to stand up and say to this Minister of Justice, "Justice, we don't think this law will work. We are worried that it adds further to difficulties we have already experienced," before he pays attention, before he gathers consensus, before he shuts down debate in this House of Commons on a fundamental piece of legislation that will change our country's governance going forward, including with those groups we are constitutionally bound to consider under Section 35 of Canada's Constitution. We've seen this minister in action. Yes, action. Bill C7, medical assistance in dying. Let me remind the House that we moved this bill through this House, and on this side of the House, many of my colleagues supported the government's legislation before it went to the Senate. This minister manipulated that legislation in the other place and brought it back here in an entirely different form that ignored the at-risk groups that were left behind in that legislation. As a result, we had to move against it. That represents manipulation, so we did vote against that process. It is not democratic, Madam Speaker. Does this minister believe that First Nation organizations have not recognized his actions? Does he think they are unnecessarily wary of his non-democratic tendencies and his partiality to other interested parties? I will repeat again. There are many moving this legislation forward that have no stake in the outcome. That spells moral hazard, and we must avert it. Real outcomes, accountability, trust. These are in short supply with this government. We must do better.
Comments? The honourable member. Who's up there? I can't see who that is. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments of the member across. And I appreciated him talking about uncertainty and with respect to these protests and blockades. And I wanted to ask him about a blockade that occurred in my riding. There was a famous blockade that occurred in Ontario and central Canada that lasted for 3 weeks, and it impacted many billions of dollars worth of commerce. I spoke to the local chief of that nation in my riding. He told me, and we were trying to think of a way to maybe end this blockade. He told me that many protesting would not heed his calls to remove the blockade because they did not respect his title of chief under the Indian Act. These individuals claimed that they themselves held hereditary rights to the chief role. And I'd like to ask the member if he believes that C-15 would make this type of scenario more likely to occur in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for that question. It's a very important question because I have met with Indigenous organizations in my riding and across Canada. And one of the exact issues that they brought forward is who has standing to say that I give this veto? You need my consent in order to move this forward. And does that consent now come at the high school level when every person has to step forward? Does it come with an actual legitimacy? So we have experienced that across the country, and it has been brought to our attention that this is a fundamental that has to change. We have to recognize who actually has the authority to give that consent or withhold that consent at the end of the day. And that's not clear at all in this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Self-determination means being able to say yes or no to a project. It's essential that we know who has the authority to do so. Unfortunately, there is an act, the Indian Act, which is fundamentally racist. It is archaic. It is racist in its very concept. Does my colleague recognize that to have total, clear reconciliation, it is necessary to change the Indian Act? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Vraiment, merci Madame la Présidente, et je suis d'accord avec mon collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. I'm proud to rise in this House to speak out against the constraints in the Indian Act. It is necessary to change it. Maybe it shouldn't even exist. Maybe in a future legislature we would change that.
Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. He's somebody from my neck of the woods, I suppose, and someone I consider a friend. I miss being able to talk with him in the lobby and share our different perspectives. I wanted to talk to him about a specific Alberta issue right now. So in Alberta at the moment, he will know there is a lot of debate around coal mining and about mountaintop coal mining. And I have worked quite closely with Indigenous groups in southern Alberta to help them protect their rights, to work with them to ensure their rights are protected. You know, they brought forward a petition that had 18,000 signatures that were calling on the government to protect treaty and Aboriginal rights, water rights, species at risk rights, and the environment. And I'm just wondering why he feels that implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People would not provide more clarity, more certainty for investment decisions, not less. By involving Indigenous people in the beginning of the project, it seems to me that would make it even stronger, an even stronger proposition. Could he comment on that?
I just want to remind members to make sure that their mics are off. The honourable member of Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, I will comment on that. The coal development that they're looking at that has been petitioned in southern Alberta has been in the process for for over 8 years. I think 2013 it started. So it's transcended different provincial governments and indeed different federal governments and has a multi-party, multi-level of government environmental assessment review going on at this point in time. It's important to make sure that we bring everybody in at the front of the line, but have a process that's involved that actually says, here's where we get input from all of the different actors or interests that are involved in any type of natural resource project development, especially coal mines. I know that I understand that the provincial government is looking at that very clearly and looking at potentially reverting back to a policy that's been in the works, was actually existed back to the time of Premier Lougheed, and a very good piece of legislation that makes sure we protected those interests and the nature that we need to uphold, especially in the Rocky Mountains eastern slopes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure for me to speak today with regard to Bill C-15. I'm pleased to support the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act that is before the House of Commons today. I'm speaking to you today from my riding of Labrador, from the traditional territory of the Inuit and the Innu people of this great land. We are one of the most beautiful, prosperous areas in the subarctic of Canada, and we're very proud Canadians. Today's discussion on C-15 is part of a broader discussion, I think we will all agree, and it's one that stems from generations of discussions that have been led by Indigenous people, by many tremendous, strong Indigenous leaders in Canada who have lent their voices, lent their expertise, their skills, and their knowledge to building to the point that we are today to see this bill before the House of Commons. So while our discussion is a broader one, it's important to highlight that it's also about national reconciliation. One of the broader perspectives that we have been dealing with as a country in recent years, one that we should have, could have, but did not deal with in many generations past. It's about the recognition and the rights of implementation of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in this country. And it is the rebuilding of strong and healthy relationships based on respect, on cooperation, and on partnership. We all know that Canada as a country is a constitutional and legal framework that embodies many of the principles of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In particular, Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution recognizes and affirms Aboriginal and treaty rights. And Section 35 is the core pillar of the Canadian legal and constitutional framework for the renewal of that relationship between the Crown, which is Canada, and Indigenous people. So implementing the declaration in the context of the Constitution and of the legal framework will contribute to enhancing Indigenous participation in the Canadian economy and advancing reconciliation towards renewed relations.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I hate to interrupt the member, Madam Speaker, but I believe that she forgot to indicate she's splitting her time with the member from Beaches East York.
I just, so does the Honourable Member want to add to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for being so diligent in his responsibilities today. But I am sharing my time with my colleague from Beaches East York today.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, just to continue, I really want to emphasize that what we're doing today is we're enshrining this in legislation. It's an opportunity for renewed relationships in this country. And the declaration itself, despite the naysayers out there, it will help all of us chart a clearer and more predictable path forward for the future in this country. You know, there are people that have questions, and we're hearing a lot of them today. There are some fears that are associated with sections of this bill that speaks to free, prior, and informed consent. And how this would be interpreted in the Canadian context, including the relationship to land, natural resources, development, other developments, and how it affects Indigenous people. You know, free, prior, and informed consent is one of the key elements, but one that we've heard probably more about than any of the others that is within the Declaration. But it's really grounded, I think one of my colleagues said it a short time ago, and it's grounded in self-determination. And that's the piece we cannot forget. It is really about that respectful two-way dialogue and that meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples in decisions that affect them, in decisions that affect their communities, their territories, and the future generations of their people. So implementation of the Declaration can really help to contribute to sustainable development, to resource development, and it really affirms a range of Indigenous rights and related protections that are relevant when it comes to natural resources, to lands, to territories, and to resources. As I said earlier, you know, I grew up in Labrador. I speak to you from here today, where we still have unsettled land claims with the federal government. I am part of the Southern Labrador Inuit, the Nunatuvet Community Council, whose rights have to date not been affirmed by the Government of Canada in land claims and settlements. That is not good enough in my mind, because the colonial system under which we have operated, and has many Indigenous peoples in this country have operated, has really prejudiced them in access to their own lands and having the opportunity to have a final say and real say in what happens. You know, when I look around the riding today, I look at Nunatsiavut, which is a territory with settled land claims. They got to settle those land claims because Voisey's Bay nickel was discovered, because a large corporation had a resource deposit, and that became the catalyst to settle land claims with the Northern Inuit people of Labrador. And if that had not materialized, they would probably still be at the table fighting today for what is their own inherent right to have full declaration in what happens within their lands and within their territory. The land claim agreement with Nunatsiavut Inuit in Northern Labrador is one of the most historic claims in Canada, next to that with the Cree. It is a landmark agreement. It is really what UNDRIP is speaking to today, with the inclusion of Inuit people and ensuring that they have free, prior, and informed consent. That mining operation went forward. It is employing nearly 90% Indigenous people. It is contributing to a community, but it was done through cooperation, through dialogue, through a two-way agreement in how to move forward. When I attended my first United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Rights in the UN with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations back in 2016, she stood at the United Nations that day and she affirmed Canada's support to UNDRIP for the first time in our history. It was a very proud moment for me to know that Canada could see this from the eyes of Indigenous people and the rest of the world in terms of the importance and what needed to happen with regard to UNDRIP. And to bring it to where it is today has been, in my opinion, an absolute win for Canada and for Indigenous people. There's a lot of work to do still. But, you know, as an Indigenous person, I want to say that there is nothing to fear here. This great country of ours was built on consensus and cooperation. We're reaffirming and including Indigenous people in the opportunity to have real say and real opportunity within their own lands. Who would ever want to deny that or to deny the Indigenous rights and reconciliation within Canada? So, you know, I really believe that in getting to where we are today, it has not only been involving Indigenous participation and engagement, but also with natural resource sectors, with corporations, with people who have invested interest in lands and Indigenous lands across Canada. And they know that sustainable development in this country comes with cooperation. It comes with working together and having that partnership with Indigenous communities. It means that you build capacity, you look at real benefit agreements, you look at joint management, you look at profit sharing operations. That's where we are with companies like Valet today, which have been successful in Inuit lands, and many others. There are models out there that have worked, but they've worked because they were forced to the table, not because there was willing participation in many cases. That's what's going to change here. So while industry leaders have invested time and energy into fostering many long relationships and building on trust with Indigenous groups, building to an agreement that speaks to free, prior, and informed consent, that's what this bill is established. That's what this bill is asking. That's what this bill is doing. And there's many examples of that have already happened in Canada. So we've did outreach to many sectors, including natural resource sector, whom I'm a proud champion of the natural resource sector and the mining industry. It's an industry that fits well for Indigenous people in Canada, and we are the living proof of how that can work. So, you know, when I look at what's happening today, when I hear of the tremendous experiences and relationships that have been built between industry and Indigenous people across many of these natural resource sectors, how they work together in good faith, they've made every...
Fortunately, the honourable member's time is up, and she'll be able to continue during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Labrador for her speech. She, of course, in her role as a parliamentary secretary, has been involved in the Indigenous Affairs file for quite some time. And you know, when we look at Bill C-15 and it's you know, making the government commit to an action plan, when I speak to Indigenous people in my riding of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, the thing that comes up in conversation all the time, of course, is the Indian Act. We can't talk about discrimination in our country without talking about the Indian Act. So with her experience in this file, can she give the House some thoughts? And this is in the context of the Liberals having been in power now for 5 years. What steps do we take to get rid of the Indian Act? What are some of her thoughts on the process that we need to start to fundamentally reform that colonial era piece of legislation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, because in all honesty, I would like to see us get rid of the Indian Act overnight, but I also know that in my role and the knowledge I've gained in this department, it's not that simple. It is a process that is evolving. It is a process that will require many legislative changes going forward. But it also has to be replaced, and it has to be replaced with something that is not racist, that is not discriminatory, and that really speaks to opportunity for Indigenous people. That's where we are today, and it's not government's decision to do this arbitrarily. It has to be done in partnership with Indigenous people and with Canadians, and that's the stage that we're at right now.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
A question with respect to free, prior, and informed consent, and also resource development. And we know that in some cases on these large projects, there may be the majority of Indigenous communities, maybe even a supermajority of Indigenous communities that approve of a project, but there may be a small group that doesn't approve. And I noticed that in the creation of this bill, there was an amendment that was put forward that explicitly clarified that free, prior, and informed consent would not be considered an absolute veto. And I'm just wondering if this member would think that free, prior, and informed consent would give an absolute veto to any group, even if a majority of other groups, for example, approved of a project. Thank you.
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, and I appreciate the question. But, you know, this legislation is really there to guide a collaborative path forward, and we cannot forget that. It is there to build a stronger relationship and greater predictability and more certainty as well over time. It encourages partnership in the resource sector. It includes industry and Indigenous people working together. And, it doesn't create any new obligations. It doesn't create any new obstacles. What it does is it creates a path towards respect and respecting the rights of Indigenous people in this country. And be honest with you, many corporations, most industry sectors are more than willing to walk that path because they understand it, they get it, and they know it isn't compromising their investments. In fact, it's enhancing what they're doing, and it's ensuring fair and shared distribution of benefits to all people that are affected and involved.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of all Canadians, I would like to thank India and its Prime Minister Narendra Modi for providing 2 million AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine doses. 500,000 doses have been delivered, and the balance is expected in due course. This is what real friends do, help each other in crisis. India has also supplied vaccine doses to some needy countries free or at subsidized cost. This is practicing the ancient Vedic sages saying in Sanskrit, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one big single family. India is also offering technology transfer for commercial production of vaccines in Canada. These actions reconfirm the respect and affection of Canada and India have for each other. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, National Volunteer Week starts April 18th, and this has been an incredible year in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil with people stepping up like never before to help. And today I'd like to recognize several individuals and groups in our communities of Barrie and Innisfil who've been there to help each other and our most vulnerable, or simply to bring joy and hope to our communities when we've needed it the most. The Barrie Food Bank, Mark and Patty Satchu, the Innisfil Food Bank, Innisfil's incredible Jennifer Richardson and her family, Barrie Families Unite Facebook group, Don Mucci, the Women and Children Shelter of Barrie, Tom Hanrahan, Deb Harrison, VP of Christmas for Kids all year round, Marshall Green, Philip Purse for a sister, David Blankarn, Sandy Barubi, the coldest night of the year in Barrie, Tracy Baker, Lexi Capercio, Glenn Rogers, and Bev Kell. Madam Speaker, I'll be hosting my 5th annual Barrie-Innisfil Volunteer Awards virtually soon to honor these and other terrific volunteers. On behalf of a grateful community and nation, thank you to everyone who volunteers to make a difference in your communities and in people's lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport. I would ask the honourable member to put her mic on if she wants to be heard. No, it's not on. Is it plugged in? Okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll go to the next speaker until she can have it resolved, and maybe you could try to unplug it and replug it in. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, as thousands of companies in Quebec are having a hard time qualifying for the wage subsidy program, all of political parties in this House, except for the Bloc, took advantage of the wage subsidy program. All parties except for the Bloc took money which should have gone to charities and businesses so they wouldn't have to dip into their own campaign war chests. So as they were taking that money, the Liberals raised over $15 million in donations in 2020. $22 million is what the Conservatives raised, and none of these political parties returned a single red cent that they had taken out of the wage subsidy program. So during the election campaign, every time you see an ad, remember that you paid part of this political ad. And every time the other parties talk about sacrifices made during the pandemic, remember they did not make any sacrifices. They took money for partisan purposes. Shame on them.
Madam Speaker, Toronto is one of the many parts of Canada deep into the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. I rise to recognize the unbelievable organizations in my riding of Davenport who have stepped up during all three waves to help our most vulnerable through this unprecedented time. The federal government created $350 million emergency community support fund. 32 organizations in Davenport were awarded a total of $1.3 million to address the urgent COVID-related needs of our community. Organizations like Horizons for Youth, Loyola Rupe, Quantum Sports and Learning, Latinas in Toronto, George Tuvalu Center, Vietnamese Women's Association, and so many more stepped up to provide a wide range of support. From remote services for seniors to warm meals for newcomers, these groups have been lifelines to countless residents. They are beautiful illustrations of how we step up to help each other during tough times, becoming stronger as a community. Together, we will get through this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to highlight the funding for the New Horizons programs for seniors recently announced for seniors in my riding. The money will help 9 projects to support their physical and mental well-being.
Community Garden, Skeed Seniors Club, Wanapati Quilters, Rayside Benfool Craft Shop, Saint Gabriel Viola Chelmsford, and Killarney Lions Den. These initiatives promote laughter, joy, knowledge, sharing. These are essential to keep residents engaged. Isolation remains a real challenge for seniors during this pandemic. Thank you to volunteers, caregivers, essential workers collaborating to prioritize well-being of our aging population. Let's continue reaching out to our loved ones, our friends, our neighbors, and others around us. Remind them that we are there for them. Stay safe. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are struggling to cope with the rise of COVID-19 cases, increasing lockdowns, and the effects of a struggling economy. Businesses are closed, workers are losing their jobs or having their hours cut. The mental health crisis has deepened. Canadian families are worried about their children. This is all because this government did not secure enough vaccines and did not secure them in time. We're far behind our neighbors to the south. Jake Tapper from CNN has brought this failure to the attention of our American cousins. The U.S. has already began to vaccinate monkeys in U.S. zoos. You can't make this stuff up. While here in Canada, we've only vaccinated 2% of our population. The vaccination issue is this government may go down in history as one of the biggest failures of any Canadian government during a crisis. Canadians and Canadian businesses are suffering because of it. The data and tools to effectively manage this pandemic already exist. It's time for this government to begin using them.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm pleased to honor the many volunteers across Canada and in my home of Labrador. Next week marks National Volunteer Week, and we know in this legislature, it is really the volunteers who keep the pillars of our community strong. That was magnified more so than ever during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is those who give relentlessly of their time, their skills, and their energy to make life better for all Canadians. I could not be prouder than I am of the volunteers in my own riding. Today, I thank them who, through their work in community, church, recreation, social groups, in all walks of our society, for their contributions. They have extended their hand in times of need, and they continue to build on the solid foundation that make life enjoyable and better for others. I acknowledge all of those who give so freely, expect so little, but yet contribute so much. Our volunteers. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so happy today to share the good news story of Raufi Ka Oya Salami, a Milton resident who recently was crowned the season 4 winner of the Canadian Baking Show. Raufi Ka wowed the judges with a combination of natural talent and incredible flavors, inspired by her time growing up in her mother's kitchen in their home of Nigeria. A proud mother of 2, she loves baking for her family, and she sees it not only as a way to stay connected to her roots, but also as a way to share her Nigerian heritage with friends and neighbors. And when she's not baking tasty treats, she works as an IT support engineer, a background which she says gives her the scientific precision that was crucial to her success. Having come to Canada and Milton in 2017, Raufi Ka was delighted to find herself in such a diverse community where she could connect with other Nigerian and Muslim diaspora while being able to share the many cultures of our community. It was through sharing her baking with neighbors that Raufi Ka was able to share her culture. And while unfortunately I haven't yet been able to try one of her treats, I know Milton is proud to call her one of our own, and we're very, very fortunate to have her, and we're excited to see what she does next. Congratulations on winning the Great Canadian Baking Show, Raufi Ka.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's economic recovery and future prosperity are under threat. This government's failure to quickly secure and distribute COVID-19 vaccines has placed the health and safety of Canadians at greater risk while we fall further behind economically. This government's inability to prevent the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline or reverse the decision to suspend Enbridge Line 5 threatens Canada's oil and gas industry and the nation's energy supply. The drastic reduction in foreign capital investment, the heavy losses of steel, aluminum, and auto jobs, and the punishing trade barriers and tariffs placed on Canada by both China and the U.S. have all occurred on this government's watch. This Prime Minister refuses to admit that Canada's situation is dire and that his government is responsible. Canadians fear that tomorrow will be worse than today and our children's future will be worse than our own. Canada's only path to securing the future is with a Conservative government.
The member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to highlight the work and devotion of first-line workers and especially teachers and everyone working in the education sector during this extremely difficult part of the pandemic. Every day, I see for myself the hard work a dedicated teacher has to carry out to help autistic students who want to learn and who have to learn now, whether they're in class or from home. My wife, Melanie, has worked twice as hard to make sure that kids receive the best education they can. She can count on a really good team, Natasha and Didier, to help her, and without them, she couldn't do her work. We're talking about a lot of prep work, a lot of communication and planning, a lot of extra work for these educational professionals. So, on behalf of all the kids with special needs, thank you so much to the parents. And thank you to all those who work in education who help parents and help kids in this very difficult time. The member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, with the support of the Bloc Québécois on Monday, voted to put an end to the Defense Committee's investigation into sexual misconduct at the highest levels of the Canadian Armed Forces. What's hiding behind this alliance between the Prime Minister and the leader of the Bloc Québécois, which has led them to shut down crucial testimony which could have shed light on this matter? You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, the wrenching case of former CAF member Stéphanie Raymond, who had to fight for 10 years to have the crime against her investigated, admitted, and punished. Mr. Speaker, at a time when women more than ever need to be protected, we don't understand why the Bloc members are accomplices in doing something which will silence this affair and which will prevent this Parliament from acting in the interest of protecting the safety and integrity of Canadian women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, we have seen in a recent survey by M&P Limited that 53% of Canadians said that they are $200 or less from not meeting their monthly bills or debt obligations. Meanwhile, this Liberal government is increasing costs on Canadians. Carbon tax, a second carbon tax, alcohol escalator taxes, increased business taxes, elimination of family tax credits, and the list goes on. With a $170 carbon tax, I hope this Prime Minister knows that he is going to force this 53% to choose between heat and feeding their family. This government claims that they want to get Canadians back to work, but propose a tax that is projected to kill over 200,000 jobs across Canada. Liberals' tax increases disproportionately impact lower and middle-income households, single mothers, pensioners, and immigrants. If this Prime Minister cares so much about middle-class prosperity, why is he trying so hard to push Canadians into poverty?
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
The fight against opioids, fentanyl, homelessness have been a grim experience for people in the North, and every day we are losing people to overdoses. But I want to speak of an incredible initiative that is bringing hope and saving lives. The Firekeepers are a mobile team working 24/7 on the streets of Timmins to help the Indigenous homeless that all too often fall through the cracks. The Firekeepers are an initiative of the Mushkegowuk Council, and they're working in partnership with the City of Timmins, Living Space, DSAB, and the frontline workers who've been keeping people alive through this crisis. I was approached by the Firekeepers about making their dream a reality, so my office got down to work and we got them the funds so we can get the resources deployed on the streets of Timmins. We have a long way to go in dealing with the nightmare of opioid addiction and homelessness. We need more treatment facilities. We need the feds to actually put in place a national housing strategy. But I want to thank the members of the Firekeepers because their work will keep people alive and they will keep the citizens of Timmins safe, and that is really important at this time.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Côte.
The honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers have lost a giant of Quebec music. Michel Louvain captured the hearts of several generations with his warm voice and his love for his fans. His songs featured many female names, which ended up being the names of women in Quebec, like Sylvie, Lison, Louise, and Marie. There was even a documentary made about his biggest hit. It was a 60-year love story between our national crooner and Quebecers. The height of his career came with Opus Il Chante Louvain, and when he sang with the Quebec Symphony Orchestra, he received an honorary award by the ADISC, and for his 84th birthday, he was still on stage. His friends talk about his worth, his professionalism, his class, his generosity. Everyone said, Michel, he has stars in his eyes. So on behalf of all of us, we offer our deepest condolences to his family and friends.
Éclairable.
Monsieur le Président, le Québec, Thetford Mine.
Mr. Speaker, today Quebec has lost a legend of music. The little boy who did good, Michel Louvain. Many of his songs featured women's names, and many men sang his songs in secret. His big success was La Dame en Bleu. He won many awards, and he won many very prestigious prizes as well. What he loved the most, though, was the applause from his fans. His biggest fear was to lose his fans, so he always took care of them. He was very respectful of them. And when he was on stage, he wanted to please his fans. And at 83, he had so much energy, he still wanted to go on tour. Michel Louvain said, "Everyone who worked with me, I miss them all. I miss my world." Well, Michel, we will miss you. To his spouse, his sisters, his fans, my deepest condolences. Buenas noches, Mr. Louvain.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise in the House and recognize the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival, the world's largest maple syrup festival. The festival is a local tradition dating back to 1965. Over the years, hundreds of thousands of guests from all around the world have visited Elmira to celebrate. And this past weekend, we celebrated the 56th annual and first virtual festival, featuring an online sugar bush tour, virtual taffy demonstrations, contests, and sales of pancake boxes featuring local syrup producer of the year, Hoover's Maple Syrup. The food, the entertainment, the sense of community that the festival builds is due to the tremendous dedication of the many volunteers who make this annual event possible. Since its inception, over $1.7 million in proceeds have been returned to our community to charitable and non-for-profit organizations. So congratulations to the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival volunteers for their milestone anniversary, their resilience, and their success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Deputy House Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Deputy Prime Minister. After over 23,000 deaths, tens of thousands of businesses closed, people's jobs and livelihoods lost, after drug overdoses, suicide and mental health crisis at an all-time high, people being locked in their homes away from their families, and a third wave of COVID upon us. Can she explain why she thinks the pain and suffering that COVID has caused is a political opportunity, as she said last week, and not an absolute tragedy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to answer this question, and with great respect. All members of this House, regardless of party, appreciate the nature of the immense tragedy that has fallen across Canada and impacted families and communities from coast to coast to coast. When we look forward to what might come out of this pandemic, we have the opportunity to make investments to cure some of the social deficits that we've been living with for generations. From the very outset of this pandemic, we made a decision to support households and businesses and to invest, most importantly, to protect the health and well-being of Canadians. We will continue to do so until this pandemic is over, no matter what it takes.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Thank you. That was a real ridiculous thing for the Deputy Prime Minister to say. The fact is these Liberals have messed up so many things in their response to COVID, but they won't admit it, they won't learn from it, and they won't change it. Today we've learned that Moderna vaccines scheduled to arrive mid-April are being delayed yet again, which means provinces are forced to close vaccination clinics and people are not getting their shots. That means higher case counts and more lockdowns. Responsibility for the third wave is the Prime Minister's. How many more Canadians will be infected with COVID because of this government's disastrous vaccine rollout?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there for Canadians and we've been there for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, in delivering on the things that we know are saving lives. Mr. Speaker, this is a difficult time for this country. It's a difficult time for all Canadians. It's a difficult time for the healthcare workers, the lab workers, the frontline workers, the essential workers, who are all trying so hard to support each other and care for each other. We'll be there for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, whether it's personal protective equipment, testing equipment, human resources, and indeed vaccines.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister's failed vaccine rollout and spin is actually making international headlines. This morning's cover of the Daily Mail asked if our Prime Minister was jealous of Britain's vaccine delivery. It pointed out that Canada has 4 times as many new cases per day as the UK. And PM Johnson said he didn't have a response to our Prime Minister's comments, but that the British case data speaks for itself because their vaccine rollout is months ahead of ours. Can the Prime Minister admit that he's not only failing Canadians, but he's making an international fool of himself?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is really important that all of us work together now to save lives. It is important that we see cohesion in our messaging, and I surely hope that the member opposite is not working in any way to discourage Canadians from taking vaccination when it's their term. Let's be clear, every step of the way, we have given Canadians the information they need. We've supported Canadians with financial measures. We've been there for provinces and territories to deliver on their healthcare responsibilities. And Mr. Speaker, surely the member opposite would encourage the people in her riding to accept vaccination when it's their turn.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Monday the Liberal government, with the complicity of the Bloc, put an end to the parliamentary inquiry into the sexual misconduct with regard to General Vance. The result is no one took responsibility and no one apologized. We will never know, then, the details of this sad story. It is a shame. Shameful and insulting to women who were brave enough and had the dignity to speak out. Why are the Bloc and the Liberals refusing to get to the bottom of this? The Honourable Minister.
Respect the work done by colleagues at the committee. In fact, I worked with the National Defence Committee on this matter quite extensively. I appeared before the committee 3 times and for more than 6 hours. I have repeatedly stated that each of these appearances, and many times in the House of Commons, that our government and me personally will not stand for any type of sexual misconduct and that we will be taking more action. I look forward to the committee's report on this matter and the substantive recommendations that will be coming. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence testified, but other people should have also testified. Unfortunately, Liberals, with the complicity of the Bloc Québécois, ensured that we could not get to the bottom of the case. We know that the Liberals have serious ethics failures. There's a reason why the Prime Minister was found guilty twice of violating ethics rules, and a third report is about to come out. We're talking about sexual misconduct at the highest ranks in the military. The Bloc and the Liberals, who call themselves feminists, are shutting the door on an inquiry about women. What message is this sending to female members of our military who have been victims of harassment? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the work that the committee does and the experts that who are talking is going to be extremely important. This is why I value their opinions. We need to figure out exactly what needs to be done. All options are currently on the table, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to those recommendations because we agree with all members of this House that more needs to be done and more will be done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, second year of hell for farmers when it comes to the quarantine of temporary foreign workers. It was already difficult for them to assume the full burden of quarantines and the failures of new border controls. On top of everything, the federal government has the public health duty to ensure that quarantine is respected, yes, but it also has the duty to ensure that the tests are accessible and the results are received rapidly. Today, there are workers in quarantine, and they're far from the fields for more than 25 days due to administrative bungling. That's what it is. The crops won't wait for Ottawa to get things right. What will the minister do? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we have worked with the other federal departments in order to accelerate the process and simplify as much as possible the arrival of temporary foreign workers. We know that there have been delays in the reception of the results of these tests. Public Health Agency of Canada and Service Canada have been in regular contact with Switch Health, the employers, and industry associations to resolve the problem. We take these issues very seriously, and we will continue to work with Switch Health. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, when the government gave Switch Health the responsibility to manage the COVID tests, it never made sure that the company had the resources to serve Quebecers in French. However, farmers are required to use Switch Health, even if the services themselves are lacking. Once again, Ottawa has unilaterally given a contract to a company that is unable to serve Quebec. And our farmers are the ones paying the price, Mr. Speaker. The minister is responsible for ensuring that Quebec has access to services as good as Ontario does. What will she do? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we are working very closely, and we understand that workers in Quebec must and have the right to receive services in French. That is why we are working so closely. We will continue to ensure that workers and Quebecers receive the services in French as is their right. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The third wave of COVID-19 is hitting hard. Times are difficult. During the third wave, it's time for paying taxes. People still need access to their benefits, and we need to help people. My question is this: will the Prime Minister commit to giving people more time to fill out their tax returns, as was done last year? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that this tax season is stressful for Canadians. We are continuing to be there for them throughout every step of the way. In February, we announced that those with emergency benefits would be entitled to tax relief in 2020. The agency put in place a solid system for tax relief to ensure that there would be no interest penalties if this was for reasons beyond their control. These measures will ensure that Canadians that need assistance during tax season will get that help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that the lack of vaccine supply has resulted in thousands of vaccination appointments being canceled, and a slower rollout of the vaccination program across the country. This is directly the responsibility of the federal government, and they have failed. It gives me no pleasure to say this because Canadians want to get vaccinated. They simply can't because there is no dose available. Will the Prime Minister admit that his government's failure to ensure we could produce the vaccine here in Canada is what led us to this mess?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that all Canadians at this time need to pull together to get through this third wave. For our part, the Government of Canada has already delivered 12.7 million doses to Canada. We have 8.9 million doses that have been administered in this country. We've accelerated 22 million doses from later quarters to earlier quarters. We are now third in the G20 in terms of the percentage of people with at least one dose. We'll continue to pull in millions of vaccinations. We'll provide them to the provinces and territories and assist them in whatever way we can, including with those low dead volume syringes that we have procured for the benefit of all.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yesterday, the Globe and Mail reported that the government dropped specific COVID-19 screenings for travelers from Brazil, even while the P1 variant spreads throughout British Columbia. They also reported the health minister's office declined to explain why the extra screening was scrubbed. Her spokesperson directed the Globe and Mail to the Federal Public Health Agency, which did not provide comment. So why has the government dropped specific COVID-19 screening for travelers from Brazil?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And listen, Canada has among the strongest measures in the world at the border. Every traveler, no matter where they come from, is subject to testing on arrival. Then the traveler must wait in a government-approved hotel until the return of their test. Every traveler must further quarantine until the return of their 10-day test and their 14-day quarantine is over. And all positive tests are sequenced by our hardworking National Microbiology Lab folks. And of course, we will stop at nothing to protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So is the minister saying that the reason why the specific COVID-19 screening for travelers from Brazil is because she feels that the other measures that they have in place is adequate and that there was no additional public health benefit to having the additional screening measures in place?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just repeat, we have amongst the strongest measures in the world at our border. In fact, everything that we have added has created a situation where we are protecting Canadians from the importation of COVID. We are being able to track and sequence any positive cases. I will take this moment to congratulate the National Microbiology Lab during this National Week of Celebration of Laboratory Workers. And I will also say, Mr. Speaker, every traveler must quarantine for 14 days, regardless of which country they are arriving from. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to monitor our border, to protect against importation, and to support the provinces and territories in their fight against COVID-19.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
So if the minister is saying that the measures that were put in place prior to the additional screening being put in place were sufficient, then would she say that they put in place additional screening that had no additional public health outcome? And if so, why?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the member opposite has not been a fan of the mandatory measures that we've put into place at the border. In fact, she has spoken out against them on her social media channels. But I will tell you this, they serve an important purpose, Mr. Speaker. They protect Canadians from the importation of the virus. Every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, we have responded to science. We've been led by our incredible scientists and researchers. We'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, to support the provinces and territories and indeed protect Canadians' health.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the delivery of 1.2 million doses of Moderna that was supposed to arrive last week was pushed back to early May. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that there could be some delays of a few days, but here we're talking about weeks. Quebec has gone back to its lockdown measures. Ontario has to shut down vaccination clinics because there aren't any vaccines. So my question, will the Prime Minister admit that his procurement strategy is a sorry failure? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question. We continue to manage the supply chain for vaccines while accelerating the delivery of vaccines that have been approved. 12.7 million doses have already been delivered to Canada.
Are on the way. We have accelerated 22 million doses from later to earlier quarters. We will continue to work together as a country to make sure vaccines get out to the provinces and territories. Ça, c'est notre travail chaque jour.
That is the work that we do every day and every night. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. The Minister has given a lot of figures, but the results are there, and they're pathetic. We're the laughter of the international community. But what is also difficult to understand is why the government decided to abandon the specific screening measures for travelers from Brazil. The reason given? None. There's no, it's just a secret. Once again, we're seeing the Prime Minister step back from fighting this virus and letting the provinces deal with it on their own. Is there anyone on the side of the House that can explain the Prime Minister's decision? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, we will stop at nothing to protect Canadians' health. We have multiple and layered measures of protection at the border, as the member opposite knows, including 14-day mandatory quarantine, including mandatory pre-departure testing, including mandatory arrival testing, including mandatory testing at day 10. And we'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians from the importation of this virus for as long as it takes.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last year, at the beginning of the pandemic, we clearly said that the border was the first line of defense. They didn't listen. Then we said to put Health Canada officers at the airports. They didn't listen. Now they're saying we have the most strictest screening measures in the world. How can they explain that all the variants around the world have come into Canada if we already had very strong measures in place? Are they going to restore the screening measures for people coming from Brazil or not? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every traveler, regardless of their country of origin, is required to undergo some of the strictest measures in the world. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, all travelers must subject themselves to a pre-departure test and submit that test prior to boarding the plane to Canada. They must also subject themselves to a post-arrival test, Mr. Speaker, and wait in a government-approved hotel until such time that that test comes back negative. Mr. Speaker, then the traveler must continue to quarantine for up to 14 days. They must submit a day 10 test. Mr. Speaker, any positive test is also sequenced, so we understand just how this virus is shifting and changing.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, next Monday, the budget comes down, and if there is any segment of the population that can't wait on Ottawa, it's those who are suffering from serious illness. Right now, people with illnesses such as cancer must deal with financial precarity because they have been abandoned by employment insurance. 15 weeks of sickness benefits are not enough. They need 50. Monday, will these people finally be able to count on the federal government? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a flexible EI program that meets their needs. That is why in the past 5 years, we have modernized the regime and we have made improvements to ensure that it benefits Canadians. EI benefits are an important measure for Canadians who have to leave their job if they are injured or ill. Currently, too many benefits use all their benefits before they can return to work. That is why we have committed to extending the benefit period.
The député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The member for Thérèse de Blainville. To 50 weeks, I hope. Unfortunately, employment insurance does not meet the needs of people with serious illness. The 15 weeks of special sickness leave are not adapted to illnesses such as cancer, which often require longer recovery periods and involves relapses. 88% of Canadians are in favor of an increase in sickness leave benefits, which have remained unchanged since 1971. So after 50 years, will the government finally adapt EI to meet the needs of people who are sick and give them the 50 weeks they deserve? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are dedicated to improving the employment insurance system, and we have committed to extending the sickness leave benefits. Of course, I will speak with HUMA committee this afternoon. It is looking at modernizing employment insurance. I am
to the committee about this weekend. Excuse me, Monsieur le Président.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I want to honor the memory of Emily Saint-Fasson, a cancer sufferer. She fought to the end for women like herself to ensure they would have access to this essential 50 weeks of coverage. She had met with the Prime Minister, and he promised to take action. The House also demanded an increase to 50 weeks at the Bloc's initiative. This is not a request. It's rather a heartfelt cry. We appeal to the government's humanity. When will it finally adopt these benefits, as Emily asked for, to 50 weeks? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we offer our condolences to the family of Emily Saint-Fasson. I was there at the meeting that she had with the Prime Minister. And I think a lot about Emily when I do my job to modernize the employment insurance system. We are committed to extending, as I indicated, the benefit period for those who are sick, and we are dedicated to that effort. Thank you.
Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, remember when the Prime Minister gave Loblaws $12 million for fridges? How about the $50 million he gave to MasterCard? Well, oops. He did it again. On Tuesday, this government cut a check for $655 million to a company owned by Fortis Inc. for the Lake Erie Corridor project. This is a company worth billions. The Liberals are now giving tax dollars to a for-profit company to sell electricity to the United States. Can the minister tell us why?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to this project, Canada has an opportunity to export clean power, helping to reduce emissions, maximizing clean power use, and making electricity more affordable to Canadians. The Canadian Infrastructure Bank's investment in the Lake Erie Connector will give Ontario direct access to North America's largest electricity market, 13 states and the District of Columbia. It will reduce overall GHG emissions by giving those jurisdictions access to Ontario's clean energy. The Lake Erie Connector also gives the province of Ontario the ability to import more clean energy to meet periods of exceptionally high demand rather than firing up an additional gas plant within the province. This is part of our infrastructure plan to create jobs across the country, tackle climate change.
Member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the project is so good, why can't this multi-billion-dollar company pay for it itself? They can. In fact, they were already going to. Fortis Inc. was already committed to the Lake Erie Connector project. The Infrastructure Bank was supposed to leverage private sector money to get new public infrastructure built. Instead, it's using tax dollars to build projects for billionaire private companies who are already going to build the projects in the first place. So simple question, who will own the Lake Erie Connector project once it is completed?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this relates to climate change, certainly Canadians have been waiting for a very long time to see a serious climate plan from the Conservative Party of Canada. This morning, after reading through the Conservative Party's 15-page pamphlet, Canadians are still waiting. No mention of science, no numbers about how much these policies will cost consumers, no incentives to help Canadians afford an electric vehicle or retrofit their home. It is, interestingly enough, a carbon tax that cuts less pollution, that costs more, and that takes away the climate action incentive rebates for families and replaces them with some kind of petro points where the more you burn, the more you earn. This is not a plan. This is a pamphlet that will do less, cost more, from a party that I'm sorry to...
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
The member could try to change the channel from his own corporate welfare scandal, but the fact remains that the Lake Erie Corridor is a project owned by a subsidiary of Fortis Inc., who, according to their own website, had revenues of $8.9 billion in 2020. Fortis is a massive energy company that makes huge profits. Last year, they paid out over $800 million in dividends to their shareholders. Why didn't this government just tell Fortis that they needed $600 million? They could pay for it themselves. Every day we hear from small business owners who are losing their entire life's work. Why does this government think that it's the billionaires who need a bailout?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, as this project relates to climate change, I think it's important that the Conservative Party can answer some questions with respect to the pamphlet that they released this morning. It is a pamphlet, not a plan. It has more holes in it than you could drive a truck through. And certainly the focus on a number of things, including putting a price on a tax on carbon, which in and of itself would be an interesting step forward if it was not so convoluted, complicated, and actually incent the creation of more pollution, more pollution into the environment. At the end of the day, we need to be skeptical. We need to look at this through thoughtful eyes. It is not a good plan, but it is also from a part.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, longshoremen of the Port of Montreal went on partial strike yesterday, refusing overtime. The management party is sticking to its guns, foreshadowing a labour dispute that could continue. The Liberals have already hinted at their intention to introduce a bill to force workers back to work. This is in complete violation of their fundamental rights. This is not surprising. Can the Prime Minister promise workers that he will allow the bargaining process to proceed? Can he promise that he will respect the integrity of workers' rights and that he will not impose back-to-work legislation? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question.
Between the two parties have been ongoing for over 2.5 years.
On a un rappel au règlement.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan is rising on a point of order. There is a lot of noise in the booth, in the House of Commons, and despite my earpiece, it's very difficult for me to hear, so I'd like to remind my colleagues to respect the other colleagues that are asking questions and answering them. You're right, I was going to point that out after the answer, but I will do so now, so thank you for having risen on this point of order. I'd like to remind members that if they want to speak, then they could go outside as long as they remain 6 feet from one another. However, 20 metres from one another is an issue because they have to start shouting. So I'd just like to remind everyone, sometimes we are in an impassionate setting here in the House of Commons, but don't forget how things work here.
The member says it's hard to estimate the distance, but I'm sure that the honourable members in the chamber can figure out the difference between 2 and 20 metres. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question.
Negotiations between the parties have been ongoing for over 2.5 years, and our Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service has been there every step of the way. In fact, in February, I took the extra step of appointing 2 of our most senior mediators. We understand the impact that this is having on the Port of Montreal and the key role that it plays in economic activity in Canada. And I would like to encourage the parties who are now at the table as we speak to reach an agreement, and we will consider all options as we move forward in this very important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks, the Russian Federation has increased attacks on Ukraine's eastern borders. This has been coupled with significant Russian troop movement, raising concerns amongst NATO and G7 allies about a possible further invasion of Ukraine. This could lead to devastating conflict, putting thousands of Ukrainian lives at risk. Canadians have an important and meaningful relationship with the people of Ukraine. The Liberal government must do more to support our Ukrainian allies. Will the minister please provide an update on the actions Canada is planning to take to deter possible further Russian aggression against the people in Ukraine?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for the question. We have been in very close contact with Ukraine. The Prime Minister has spoken to President Zelensky. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Kuleba. We are speaking with our allies. We stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine against the amassing of unnecessary troops and equipment in Crimea and along the eastern border. And I can assure you that we are there for the Ukrainian people and with our allies on this particular situation.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have made great sacrifices this year, spending time apart from their loved ones to stop the spread of COVID-19. These public health measures are important, but we also know that Canadians need support in these difficult times. The mental health of Canadians is an issue I'm genuinely concerned about, and even though delivering these services falls to the provinces, I'm proud to see that the federal government has stepped up to help. Can the Minister of Health update us on the mental health supports our government is providing for Canadians?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Newmarket Aurora for his constant advocacy in this area and for his compassion and kindness for his constituents. He knows firsthand how disruptive COVID-19 has been for people and communities and how it's impacted all of our mental health. And we know that what helps is actually access to services, and we knew that we needed to step it up to help the provinces and territories in delivering on their responsibilities in healthcare. So that's why a year ago today, we launched the Wellness Together Canada portal. It's free. Over 1.2 million Canadians have used it, over 3.6 million times. Please check it out today for support.
The Honourable
Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, Laurentian University is facing a deficit of tens of millions of dollars that puts 69 programs at risk, including 28 in French. Programs that have been cut include political science, engineering, law, education, history, as well as many others. The Francophone community is entitled to French language university programs. Despite all the minister's fine words, can she actually tell us what she has done to concretely help Laurentian University? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have always defended official minority language communities, and that's what we'll continue to do. We know that post-secondary education establishments are essential for the survival of communities throughout the country. We are ready to collaborate with them to make sure that Francophones in Northern Ontario have access to a post-secondary education that is strong, as is clearly indicated in our Official Languages Act reform document. We will continue to support these institutions because the future of our communities in both official languages come through these strong communities. Before the next question, when you speak with your microphone remotely, if your microphone is right in front of your mouth, it makes life very difficult for the interpreters. It makes it difficult for them to hear and harms them physically. And so perhaps if you could raise or lower your microphone just a little bit so that our colleagues can hear you and so that the interpreters can do their work in an efficient way. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, for 6 years now the Liberals have been in power. We still do not have a bill to modernise both official languages. The Liberals are not respecting French themselves. For example, through the We Charity, COVID alerts in English, and unilingual English documents tabled at committee, just to name a few. And we've now learned that the budget was never increased at Laurentian University under their government. So, can the minister stop blaming others, take responsibility, and undertake concrete actions to help Francophones at Laurentian University? For once and for all, the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker. I stand strong with students and professors, and I know that this House shares my emotions with these students and professors at the university level at Laurentian University that are facing this very difficult situation. The Minister has been in contact with the province on the matter, and we are in solution mode. We are ready to work hand in hand with our colleagues at the provincial level, and to do so, we must not forget that education is a provincial jurisdiction.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at Veterans Affairs Committee, Alan Hunter, a military and veterans advocate, spoke about the reaction from women in the military to the Liberal decision to shut down the Defence Committee study into sexual misconduct in the Canadian military. He said he's heard from women who've said shutting down the committee has sent a message that what happens to females in the service is not important and that they are second-class citizens. Hunter also said women in the military feel like they can't come forward now out of fear. How can the Prime Minister justify adding to a culture of fear for women who serve in Canada's military?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will do everything necessary to making sure that we have an inclusive environment inside the Canadian Armed Forces. We owe it to our members. We look forward to the recommendations that the committee will be making as they are talking to experts, including women from the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, all options are on the tables and we will take action. Thank you.
The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Asked whether he felt the decision to shut down the committee by Liberal members would put women in our military further at risk, Hunter said, and I quote, "I can say that since this happened, I've been contacted by females that have been assaulted, raped, and abused in the military. Some are still serving. They are absolutely terrified to come forward," end quote. The women are angry, and the Prime Minister doesn't. The women are angry that the Prime Minister doesn't want to hear their stories, or worse yet, that he doesn't care. Does the Prime Minister not see that by shutting down the committee and covering this up, that he's adding to a culture of fear for women who serve in our military?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take these allegations extremely seriously, and we will be taking more action. The committee makes their own decisions regarding their actions. However, we respect the work that they will be doing. Nonetheless, we will be speaking to our veterans and also current serving members. This is an area that we must continue to make sure that we get this right. We will be taking more action, Mr. Speaker, and all options are on the table to making sure that we create an inclusive environment for all members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the entire Francophonie stands in solidarity with Franco-Ontarians in the face of cuts to Laurentian University. Yesterday, the Quebec National Assembly unanimously expressed its concerns. In New Brunswick, for example, the president of the University of Moncton said, and I quote, "We are all at risk. We did not think that this kind of event could happen in Canadian universities." Now, we know that the Minister is discussing medium-term cooperation with the province of Ontario, but is there a plan under discussion to avoid immediate consequences for students and faculty at Laurentian University? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am overjoyed to see that my colleague shares our concerns when it comes to the future of Laurentian University. For our government, there is no doubt we need post-secondary institutions that are strong. For Francophones in the north of Ontario, we are ready to find solutions to reach this objective. They will always be allies of the Franco-Ontarian community. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'm extending an invitation to the Minister. We need a solution at Laurentian University before the 100 or so professors have relocated elsewhere, before students leave for Ottawa or for Quebec. We would welcome them with honour, of course, Mr. Speaker, but they have the right to essential services at home in Ontario. And above all, we need a solution before a single student, a short and medium-term solution before a single student abandons her or his higher education in French. Now, do the discussions with Queen's Park take into account this urgent need for action? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying with to my colleague, we are in the same boat. We are in the solution mode. The Minister is in constant communication with her counterpart, the ministers in Ontario, who has jurisdiction over post-secondary education. And from the very beginning, we have always been present for Franco-Ontarians to protect the language minority here in Ontario. I am proud to see that we have held a hand out to them, because now it's up to Ontario to reach out and hold our hand.
York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, the Chippewas of Georgine Island First Nation have been on a boiled water advisory for years. And even though half the island still doesn't have clean drinking water, the Liberals are pressuring the band to lift the advisory anyways. The Liberals are also refusing to work with the community to improve Georgina Island's water treatment facilities. Clearly, they think access to clean water for only half the residents is good enough. When will the Liberal government stop playing games and ensure that the Chippewas of Georgina Island and other First Nations communities have access to clean drinking water?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me reassure the members of this House and all Canadians that that simply isn't the case. I would note that when we took power, there were 105 long-term water advisories in effect. We put together a plan and invested $4 billion, and we've now lifted 106 long-term water advisories. No pressure is put on any First Nation. We work in partnership with those nations, including the Chippewas, and we will continue to do so, respecting their rights, respecting the rights of all Canadians to have access to clean and safe water.
Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are losing sleep wondering if they will ever be able to afford a home, this Liberal government readily acknowledges our system is a safer market for foreign investment than for Canadians trying to purchase a home. Why have the Liberals turned a blind eye to foreign speculation and the negative role it's playing in our real estate market? Is the government really okay selling our neighborhoods to foreign investors seeking to make a quick buck?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We brought back federal leadership in the affordable housing sector. We have brought back significant investments that were missing in action when the party opposite was in government. Through the National Housing Strategy, which is now a $70 billion plan, we are investing more than ever before in communities to ensure the availability of affordable housing in Canada.
Member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberals followed up an election promise to Indigenous people without results. The Minister of PSPC failed to set targets or even put in place a mechanism to measure the actual results for Indigenous procurement. In the Minister's 2021 mandate letter, there was no mention of the 5% Indigenous procurement promise to Indigenous businesses that was made in previous years. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain to the Indigenous business community why, rather than fix the failures, the Liberals have decided to just lower the bar for her department?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his question. I would like to indicate that we are very, very committed to continuing to meet the minimum 5% target for diversifying federal supply chains in the area of Indigenous procurements. We have also made sure to target Indigenous suppliers. We've awarded 32 contracts to 24 self-identified Indigenous businesses, collectively worth $120 million, including for logistics and air charter services, among others, during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a priority for me, Mr. Speaker, and for my department, and we will continue to work to diversify.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Bill C6 that seeks to end conversion therapy was tabled here. I know that the Justice Committee heard moving testimony about the importance of taking action against this destructive practice. This Friday, the bill will will send a strong message, to people of the LGBTQ2 community that they are valued and protected by this government. Can the Minister for Diversity and Inclusion and Youth highlight the importance of this bill? The Honourable Minister.
La députée.
The MP for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel is right. It is time for us to take decisive measures to end conversion therapy here in Canada. We must do all that is within our power to put an end to discrimination and violence. We know that young Canadians are our future, and we must protect them, therefore. Our government is strongly committed to protecting the rights of LGBTQ2 people without exception. The rights of LGBTQ2 people are human rights. And I ask all MPs in this House to support this bill without delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, As a result of all the administrative problems of the National Revenue Agency caused by poor Liberal planning, Canadians will have difficulty delivering their 2020 tax returns by the 30th of April. Mr. Speaker, can the government extend the tax deadline without any penalty to taxpayers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government understands fully that tax season is stressful for all Canadians, and we'll continue to be here with them at every step of the way. In February, we announced that those who got emergency benefits and recovery benefits will have lesser interest if they table their 2020 tax return. The agency has implemented solid measures for taxpayers so that they don't have to pay interest penalties for reasons outside of their control. These measures will make sure that those who need help during tax season will receive help during tax season, Mr. Speaker.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With record debt and deficits, the wannabe disciples of modern monetary theory across the aisle have only one option, and that's to raise taxes. From the soon-to-be $170 a ton carbon tax, the Liberals punishing fuel standard, and even charging Canadians more for beer. That's the Liberal MO. But former Liberal MP and insider Dan McTagg has said he's pretty darn sure that a GST hike is coming. So my question is simple. Will the Liberals be hiking the GST in next week's budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the honourable member our plan to put a price on pollution, I'd congratulate his party on finally embracing the need to price carbon as well. Unfortunately, their plan is actually going to cost Canadian households more and do less for our environment. When it comes to the fiscal track Canada is on, I would remind the honourable member that the COVID-19 pandemic created immense costs, and our government was there to support households and businesses to weather the storm. When the budget is tabled on Monday, he will see a suite of measures that will continue to protect Canadians' health and well-being, support households and businesses through this pandemic, and set the course for an economic recovery that is inclusive, prosperous, and green.
Before going to the next question, again, I just want to remind the honourable members that social distancing is 2 meters, not 20 meters. So shouting across, please take consideration of the people who are asking the questions. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 pandemic has hit seniors hard. Increases in the cost of prescriptions, groceries, delivery charges, service fees have them all feeling the pinch. $9 million last March, the United Way never trickled down to the seniors. $300 last June was not enough to make ends meet. But a 61-cent increase in OAS in December? That's just an insult. My constituent Lloyd Lancaster told me he and his wife put their increases together and decided to go out and have a cup of coffee. Is half a cup of coffee what this government calls direct support for our seniors in need?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. It is really unfortunate that the opposition continues to confuse the cost of living increase with the significant support that we did provide seniors during the pandemic. We know many Canadian seniors are facing significant health, economic, and social challenges due to COVID-19, and that's why we did provide them with significant tax-free support. Combined with the GST top-up, this provided over 1,500 tax-free dollars to support the most vulnerable senior couples in our communities. We'll continue to support seniors and all Canadians during this pandemic. Thank you.
The honourable member for Laval-Lazille.
Mr. Speaker, this government knows that it is extremely important to strengthen our relation with Canada's allies and are committed to expanding Canada's global trade ties. The Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade recently led a virtual trade mission to France. Could the Minister talk more about the importance of empowering Canadian business to diversify and expand their presence on the world stage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles for this important question. 2 weeks ago, I indeed led a virtual trade mission to France, bringing together over 300 entrepreneurs. 36% are...
Come, please.
20% are youth-owned, 20% are visible minority-owned businesses. This is inclusive trade in action, taking advantage of Canada's trade agreement with the European Union through CETA. Our government is going to continue to promote inclusive and sustainable growth through trade, building back a greener future and a sustainable economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Grassy Narrows First Nation have spent the last 50 years fighting for justice after industrial pollution poisoned their waters with mercury. 90% of the residents still suffer from mercury poisoning. 3 years ago, Grassy Narrows made a land declaration banning industrial activities on their traditional lands, but the Ontario Conservative government is now accelerating mining development on those lands. Why isn't the Liberal government living up to their responsibility to defend the rights and title of the people of Grassy Narrows?
Well, Minister.
I would thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker. The member would well know that this government has invested historical funding into the Mercury Treatment Centre that was announced early last year to right a historical wrong that should never have occurred in the first place. And when it comes to advocating for the rights of Grassy Narrows, Chief and Council and the people of Grassy Narrows are fully capable of doing it, but we will also be their voice at the federal level for whatever they advocate to premiers across the country or to territorial premiers as well. Glad to do it, glad to speak up on their behalf at any time, but they are fully capable of doing it as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's climate record just continues to get worse. Most recently released data shows that our greenhouse gas emissions were rising right up to the beginning of COVID. Today's report from Environmental Defence demonstrates once again that fossil fuel subsidies are also going up, while a report from The Breach tells us that the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers secured their own special committee with Cabinet. The question here is, next week, when the Prime Minister stands up in President Biden's climate summit, will we at long last announce a target that's meaningful and holds to 1.5 degrees?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we have developed a comprehensive climate plan that enables Canada to move forward with the rest of the international community to meet our international obligations. A credible climate plan, though, requires increased ambition. The parties to Paris agreed that all would need to do more and increase ambition over time. Countries around the world are doing that, and Canada will be playing its part in the international community and seizing the economic opportunities. I believe that all parties in this House, with perhaps the exception of the Conservative Party, agree on the need for greater ambition. And Canada will be bringing forward a new climate target next week at the Earth Summit.
It being 3:10, pursuant to, is there a point of order? Oh, we'll do that after. It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading of Bill C-14. Call in the members. La question est la suivante. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Schulte, moved that Bill C-14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 30th, 2020, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for those voting electronically has been activated, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Deltel.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair
will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 118, 118.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Onzième lecture de ce projet de loi, third reading of this bill.
That's it. Okay. It being 3:25, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, the House will now proceed to statements by ministers. The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's pause for a second. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, when I asked the question to the minister, when she was answering, accidentally a micro was open and the answer of the minister was not heard properly. Is it possible to allow me, please, to re-ask the question to the Honourable Minister in order that everyone can hear the question properly? Thank you.
Okay, it was a very slight interruption, but we'll ask the House if we have all those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion, and all those opposed to the motion, will please say nay. So it's carried. Okay, we'll interrupt the. We'll go ahead, and the member can ask the question once more. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, this government knows that it is extremely important to strengthen our relations with Canada's allies and are committed to expanding Canada's global trade ties. The Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade recently led a virtual trade mission to France. Could the Minister talk more about the importance of empowering Canadian businesses to diversify and expand their presence on the world stage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles for this important question. 2 weeks ago, I led a trade mission to France, bringing together over 300 entrepreneurs. 36% are majority women-owned businesses, 20% youth-owned businesses, 20% visible minority-owned businesses. This is inclusive trade in action. Taking advantage of Canada's trade agreement with the European Union through CETA, our government will continue to promote inclusive and sustainable growth through trade, building back a greener future and a sustainable economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 3:25 p.m., pursuant to order made on Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, the House will now proceed to statements by ministers. The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, Canadians join Her Majesty the Queen, members of the royal family, citizens of the Commonwealth, and people around the world in mourning the loss of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. This sad occasion gives us an opportunity to reflect on and to celebrate a life given in the service of others. His Royal Highness's life of service began when he joined the Royal Navy just before the start of the Second World War. An accomplished naval officer who was recognized for his bravery, the Duke of Edinburgh's contribution to the women and men of the armed forces of the United Kingdom Canada, and other realms would continue for 70 years after the end of the war. His relationship with the Canadian Armed Forces, and particularly his service as Colonel-in-Chief, was an enduring one. So enduring, in fact, that in recognition of his unwavering support, His Royal Highness was appointed Honorary General of the Canadian Army and the Royal Canadian Air Force, as well as Honorary Admiral of the Royal Canadian Navy. Dès sa première visite,
From his first visit to Canada with Princess Elizabeth in 1951, the Duke of Edinburgh built bonds across the country and was present for some of our most important milestones, including our centennial celebrations and the proclamation of the Constitution Act 1982. In every province and in the territories, His Royal Highness took pleasure in meeting Canadians from across our vast country over the course of more than 60 visits to Canada. His deep commitment to Canada was even recognized by his appointment as the first extraordinary companion of the Order of Canada.
il a été patron.
He served as patron or president of close to 800 organizations, with more than 40 of them in Canada. These organizations reflected his interest in scientific and technological research, the conservation of the environment, and most notably, his love of sport and his commitment to youth.
The Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, a program he founded in 1956, embodies his desire to help young people succeed. The award is a personal challenge that is tailored to the interests and abilities of each participant. The program is not meant to be competitive. Instead, it seeks to develop new skills and perseverance and helps to set goals to achieve them. The Duke of Edinburgh wanted a program that was accessible to all, regardless of the background of the participants. The award has challenged, empowered, and recognized millions of young people around the world and has left them better prepared to succeed. Since 1963, more than 500,000 Canadians have benefited from the program. The award program alone would qualify as a most important legacy. However, when we think of the Duke of Edinburgh's legacy of service, we of course remember His Royal Highness for his decades of devotion to Her Majesty, our Queen. The longest serving consort attended tens of thousands of official engagements, either with Her Majesty or on her behalf. He was a participant in and a witness to the great progress we have made as a country over the course of Her Majesty's reign. In fact, one of his last public events was to attend Canada 150 celebrations at Canada House in the United Kingdom in 2017, where former Governor General Johnston presented the Queen with a Sapphire Jubilee gift on behalf of all Canadians. The interim clerk of the Privy Council, Janice Charette, recently spoke to me fondly about His Royal Highness's visit to Canada House at that time when she was, of course, our High Commissioner. Even after retiring from public duties at the age of 96, His Royal Highness continued to be an important figure for the royal family and particularly for Her Majesty the Queen, who described him as her strength and stay of all these years. I hope his memory will encourage more of us to serve our community in whatever capacity we can, that it will remind us we all gain when we help others realize their full potential, that providing opportunities in the most inclusive way possible brings us together, that we must support our youth to ensure their success, that when our country calls, we should be ready to serve, and that in times of joy and sorrow, we must be there for our family. Samedi, les Canadiens auront
Saturday, Canadians will have an opportunity to remember His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh during a commemorative ceremony to be held in Ottawa. While it will not be possible to gather in person, it will be an opportunity for us to come together and remember a truly remarkable individual who reminds us of what it means to serve. It will also be a final opportunity for Canadians to express our deep and heartfelt sorrow. As we mourn the loss of a public figure, we must remember that the Duke of Edinburgh was first a husband, a father, a grandfather, and a great-grandfather. We recognize the profound sense of loss that Her Majesty the Queen and members of the royal family feel today.
Queen, I respectfully express my deep sympathy for your loss. We share in your sorrow. It is my sincere hope that Her Majesty will take comfort in the knowledge that His Royal Highness inspired generations of young people in Canada and around the world to reach their full potential, achieve excellence, and give their lives in service to others. Through his tireless work, he has forever earned our respect and our admiration. As Her Majesty the Queen best expressed, we owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today on behalf of all Conservatives, the constituents of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, many Canadians, and many current and former members of our Canadian Armed Forces, to pay tribute to the life of service by Field Marshal His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, on his passing. We all share our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and all members of the royal family. I'm going to focus my comments on the Prince's impact on our Canadian military, and I'll admit skewed towards his service as the Colonel-in-Chief to the Royal Canadian Regiment for 68 years, while I fully recognized he served in this capacity for other Canadian Army regiments, including the Cadets, was an Admiral for the Royal Canadian Navy, Captain General of the Canadian Army, and General of the Royal Canadian Air Force. As such, I'm going to read into the record, not my own words, but some quotes from some key Canadian military leaders on His Royal Highness's passing. Le Colonel Commandant du Régiment Royal de...
The Colonel, the life of His Royal Highness. He served during war and peace. This will be a lasting example for us all.
On behalf of the Royal Canadian Regiment, the Right Honourable David Johnston, 28th Governor General of Canada and the Colonel of the Regiment, we share our deep sadness on the passing of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, a man who personified service before self. We wish to extend our sincere condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, the entire royal family, as well as His Royal Highness's friends and colleagues in this most difficult time. For Major General Steve Whaling, senior serving within the RCR, the RCR was privileged to have His Royal Highness the Prince Philip wear the cap badge of Canada's oldest regular force infantry regiment for 68 years. He served as a role model of service to country that no other will likely ever surpass. His leadership will be missed. And from Colonel Retired Joe Aitchison, former Colonel of the Regiment, no description of Prince Philip's connection to the Royal Canadian Regiment would be complete without reference to an event that occurred well before he was appointed Colonel-in-Chief, but became known only 70 years after the fact. In October 1942, young Philip had just been promoted to the rank of lieutenant and appointed First Lieutenant of HMS Wallace, notably the youngest officer of the Royal Navy to hold such an appointment at the time. HMS Wallace was assigned to support Operation HoC, the Allied invasion of Sicily that began on 10 July 1943. The Royal Canadian Regiment was one of the units that took part in the invasion landings as part of the 1st Canadian Division. The regiment's objective was a small airfield near Pechino on the southeast area of Sicily. The second in command of the anti-tank platoon on the day of the landing was a young Royal Canadian, Sherry Atkinson. Fast forward 70 years. At the breakfast reception preceding the presentation of the new regimental color to the 3rd Battalion in Toronto on 27 April 2013, the Colonel-in-Chief, the reviewing officer, met Mr. Atkinson by design. In the course of their conversation, they established that on the day of the landing, they had been roughly the same place at the same time, the Prince offshore and Sherry onshore, with the former providing naval gunfire support to the activities of the latter. When they established this connection, it became very difficult indeed to separate them. This is the kind of connection that has existed between Prince Philip and the Royal Canadian Regiment over the entire 68 years of his appointment as its Colonel-in-Chief. The connection can perhaps be best described as a relationship between warriors, unquestionably of different generations of background, with shared values and ethos. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with these esteemed Canadian military leaders' words that clearly highlight His Royal Highness's dedication to service. Further, I'd add that I had the honor to meet the Prince in person during the same visit in 2013 as the commanding officer of the 2nd Battalion, the Royal Canadian Regiment. Our interaction was likely only 10 seconds in duration, but I still count myself fortunate to have had this privilege. Watching the Prince work the room, showing his accustomed ability to relate to whomever he was speaking to, be that a private soldier or the Governor General, his remarkable stamina, his close eye to detail, and his overwhelming charm was incredibly impressive. Next, I'd like to focus on the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. These awards will be one of the most significant legacies that will immortalize Prince Philip and his encouragement of youth. Established in 1956, they came to Canada in 1963. Today, the Duke of Edinburgh's international award operates in over 130 countries and territories globally. Over 500,000 Canadians have benefited from the program since its inception. It recognizes young people between the age of 14 to 24 and encourages those youth to develop universal skills such as creativity, problem solving, communication, and decision making. The award's aims include improving mental health, employability and earning potential, improved physical fitness and health, and increased engagement with charitable and community causes. The award program is comprised of 4 sections. The service section is intended to develop a sense of community and social responsibility. The adventurous journey section aims to cultivate a spirit of adventure and discovery and an understanding of the environment. The skills section develops cultural, vocational, and practical skills, and the physical recreational section encourages improved performance and fitness. I think all members of the House would agree the Duke of Edinburgh Awards are a program that is just as applicable today, if not more so, than when the program was established in 1956. Tied to my own riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I'd offer this unique piece of history tied to the Duke of Edinburgh Award winners and the official opening of the Bruce Trail in 1967 by Lord Hunt. Lord Hunt was the director of the Duke of Edinburgh Award program and was leader of the climb of Mount Everest with Sir Edmund Hillary. In August of 1967, Lord Hunt joined 27 Duke of Edinburgh Gold Award winners from 13 different Commonwealth countries for the start of the hike on the Bruce Trail from Tobermory to Owen Sound, which included 5 Canadian Gold Award winners. As a side note, I've learned that during the initial planning for this event, it was suggested that a then young Prince Charles and possibly Prince Philip would accompany the group. The original plan was to have him flown in by helicopter with an RCMP detail. Apparently, the local committee was aware of this, and they were told it was top secret. Committee members were then surprised when on their way to a Duke of Edinburgh meeting in Toronto, they heard on CFOS, the local radio station back in the riding, that Prince Charles might accompany the group. That announcement ended any talk right then of Prince Charles or Prince Philip coming to the hike with the group. I guess, Mr. Speaker, maintaining confidentiality has been an ongoing problem for more than just political parties, and in this case it's very unfortunate, as I'm sure both Prince Charles and Prince Philip would have enjoyed the hike of the magnificent Bruce Trail. In closing, His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, lived a life of service and public duty. As the consort to Her Majesty the Queen, he was an unwavering, loyal companion in supporting her as monarch. His service as a warrior, leader, and public figure for his entire life is hard to fathom. He serves as an example we can all learn from. To her, the Majesty the Queen, I offer on behalf of all Canadians and all Conservatives our deepest condolences on the Prince's passing. May he rest in peace, pro patria.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I am here today to express condolences on behalf of New Democrats to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and to the entire royal family on the death of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. For me personally, there has always been a Prince Philip as the Queen's consort during the entirety of my almost 42 years on this planet. So in some respects, his passing marks the end of an era. For most of my fellow parliamentarians, it is the same. Born on June the 10th, 1921, on the Greek island of Corfu, Prince Philip was part of Danish and Greek royalty. His father, Prince Andrew, was the son of King George I of Greece and the grandson of King Christian IX of Denmark. This lineage was reflected when, in response to a comment on the quality of his French, he earnestly informed former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien that he was not an Englishman. It would be a gross understatement to simply say that over the course of Prince Philip's lifetime, the world has undergone great change. At his birth, the British still ruled an empire that stretched across the globe. And today, after a decades-long and often painful process of decolonization, the United Kingdom is a small island nation that is struggling to define its place in Europe. The monarchy, too, has seen significant changes, both in its formal role and in the public perception of it. From the time of his marriage to Princess Elizabeth in 1947, and through his elevation to consort of the Queen in 1953, Prince Philip was witness to many tumultuous decades in support of his wife's important role. I want to acknowledge and pay my respects to Prince Philip's service as a World War II naval veteran. Enlisting as a cadet in 1939, advancing to midshipman in 1940, sub-lieutenant in 1941, lieutenant in 1942, and soon thereafter, second in command of the destroyer HMS Wallace. The Prince served on many different ships and saw service across the globe, from protecting Australian convoys in the Indian Ocean to battles in the Mediterranean, and finally seeing the end of the war with service in the British Pacific Fleet. Among the many honorary military positions held from around the world, he was also recognized as Admiral of the Royal Canadian Navy, a General of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and a Captain General of the Canadian Army. As my colleague, the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, mentioned earlier this week, Prince Philip will be remembered not only for being the longest-serving consort in the history of the British monarchy, but also for being the person he was. Yes, he was known for many gaffes and for being an expert at opening his mouth and putting his foot into it, referring to it personally as dontopatology. But we should also recognize that he was dedicated to encouraging young people to set high goals and work hard to achieve them through the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which has the goal of challenging, empowering, and recognizing young people and motivating them to set goals and challenge themselves to take control of their lives and futures. He recognized the importance of the conservation movement and the importance of keeping our world habitable. He helped found the Worldwide Fund for Nature and promoted conservation issues at the highest government and corporate levels. He spoke powerfully and committedly on issues such as biodiversity loss long before they entered the mainstream in which they are discussed today, recognizing that if nature doesn't survive, neither will humans. He was a dedicated public servant, keeping an active schedule well into his 90s. The stamina required for this active involvement was reportedly fortified by his adherence to the daily full-body strength and flexibility regime known as the 5 basic exercises, which was developed to help get members of the Royal Canadian Air Force into shape without the need for equipment or much space. And last, but certainly not least, he was there to support a powerful and strong partner in her duties as Queen. Mr. Speaker, Canada has hosted Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth many times over 7 decades, where he has come to know the full splendor of our country's geography from coast to coast to coast. I know many Canadians join me today in expressing our deep and sincere condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to the entire royal family for their loss of Prince Philip. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor to join in the tributes today to a remarkable human being, a royal, and someone who cared deeply about Canada and the nature and the wildlife of this country. It was a hot June day in 1987 when I was walking across a farmer's field in Saskatchewan and had the huge honor of meeting His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. He was performing the kinds of duties that I think he loved the most, which was helping to increase public awareness and support for endangered wildlife. We were in a field of a farmer, I remember his name, Grant Fallman. He was one of the first farmers in Saskatchewan to help with something called Operation Burrowing Owl to try to preserve this very endangered bird, which sadly since 1987 has become even more endangered. But His Royal Highness was there in his very strong engagement, as you've just heard from the member from Cowichan and Malahat Langford, in the work of the World Wildlife Fund. His Royal Highness was there to increase awareness and increase support. His tour of Saskatchewan in June 1987 included the stop at Grant Fallman's family farm, as well as going to Last Mountain Lake to see the endangered cranes there, the whooping cranes, sandhill cranes. But what I remark about the most when I think back on that trip was His Royal Highness's extraordinary interest in detail. He had a very sharp eye and he didn't miss a thing. I'll give you 2 brief examples. We were walking across the field and he spotted a bit of desiccated excrement. And he stooped down to pick it up and examine it. And he handed it to a wildlife biologist who was with us in the field and said, "What do you suppose this is? What animal do you suppose this?" And the biologist looked and said, "Well, I don't know, maybe it's a coyote." Sort of tossed it away casually. His Royal Highness said, "Excuse me, you don't know what it is and you're going to discard it? Surely we should look into it." So His Royal Highness, the biologist scampered and found the piece of desiccated excrement, took it with him and promised His Royal Highness he would study it. Nothing escaped his attention. We were walking through the field. I was there in my capacity as a policy advisor to the Federal Minister of Environment at the time. And in holding the burrowing owl, my boss had had the burrowing owl relieve himself in the minister's hands. And so I very discreetly passed my boss a piece of old paper napkin from my purse so he could wipe his hands off. Somewhat later in the day, it was my turn to be presented. And Tom McMillan, my boss, turned to His Royal Highness and said, "I want to present you a member of my staff." And she, at which point His Royal Highness said, "I know, she provides you with Kleenexes." Didn't miss a thing. I think the sharpest eyes I've ever seen and absolutely attentive to detail. He was there also fundraising for Ducks Unlimited to protect our migratory waterfowl and protect wetlands and prairie potholes. He was there in his capacity, as I mentioned, with World Wildlife Fund. He was president of World Wildlife Fund International from 1981 till 1996. This is not a small degree of commitment. He was the vice president of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature from 1981 to 1988. He was dedicated in a way that was more than show. It was not just the occasional event. He went to 50 different countries advocating for wildlife and for preservation of key areas of ecosystems. As a matter of fact, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, contributed to saving Canadian old growth in the campaign that took place in those very years to protect the area that is now Guayahanas National Park Reserve in Haida Gwaii. As member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford referenced that Prince Philip was known for the occasional gaffe, but I think we need to say an enormous debt of gratitude to peoples around the world, to wildlife around the world, to endangered ecosystems around the world, that this was a member of the royal family whose sense of duty was extraordinary. But his inspiration and his love of the natural world was second to none. I join with all of my colleagues today in expressing the deep condolences of the people of Canada to Her Royal Highness, our Queen, Queen Elizabeth II. This is an enormous loss to her and to the whole royal family. We express our condolences, and I personally want to express my thanks. What an extraordinary honor to have met someone so dedicated to wildlife, wild spaces, and the wilderness of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank all those who have spoken today in tribute of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His life was lived in devoted service to his Queen, to his country, and to the Commonwealth and its people. Sa Majesté la Reine,
Her Majesty the Queen has lost her most devoted subject, her companion, for over 7 decades. I hope that she will be comforted by the admiration and the affectation of the Commonwealth peoples.
Conformément
Pursuant to the order adopted on Wednesday, 14th of April 2021, the following motion is deemed adopted with dissidence.
be prepared to Her Majesty the Queen, expressing the House's condolences following the passing of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, and its hopes that the expression of the high esteem in which His Royal Highness was held may comfort Her Majesty and the members of the royal family in their bereavement, and que message soit envoyé.
That a message be sent to the Senate informing that it is their honour that this House has adopted this address, asking for their honours to unite with this House in this address.
Merci.
Thank you. Now we have the Thursday question, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Reading my mind. Yes, you're right. And as you know, this is Thursday, so this is why I will ask the traditional question to the government, what will happen the next few days. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we are in a real stretch, 10 weeks on 11 working here in the House of Commons. So we are very pleased to serve our people and our people in our riding, but also here in the House of Commons. So it's with a great honor and a privilege and a pleasure that I will ask a question to the Deputy House Leader. What is the plan?
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it would be me that would be providing the answer, and I appreciate the question from my good friend. This afternoon, we will complete second reading debate of Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Tomorrow morning, we will start with the debate of Bill C-6, Conversion Therapy, followed by the debate on second reading for Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, in the afternoon. On Monday of next week, we hope to complete second reading debate of Bill C-11, the privacy protection legislation. As all members are aware, at 4 p.m. that day, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will present the budget. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will all be days reserved for budget debate. And finally, on Friday, we will continue with the second reading debate of Bill C-21, the Firearms Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. In my statement of March 22nd, 2021 regarding private members' business, I expressed my concern about Bill C-265, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine, sponsored by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. At the time, I encouraged the honourable member who wished to make arguments regarding the need for royal recommendation for this bill to do so, which members for Kingston and the Islands and Elmwood Transcona did during points of order on April 12th and 14th, respectively. I thank them for their precedence and their information they shared during their intervention. I am now ready to rule on the matter. During his intervention, the member of Kingston for Kingston and the Islands argued that Bill C-265 would extend sickness benefits and would thus seek to authorize a new and distinct charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund not authorized in statute. He added that there is no existing authorization to cover this and distinct charge, and the royal recommendation is therefore necessary. Voici ce que...
Here is what it says at page 838 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, and I quote, "Without a royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions and qualifications is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative." End of quote. Furthermore, a royal recommendation may only be obtained by a minister, the granting of such recommendation being a prerogative of the Crown.
In order to determine if Bill C-265 requires a royal recommendation, the Chair can rely on a number of similar precedents, including the ruling made by my predecessor on Bill C-269, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, improvements of the employment insurance system, and Bill C-308, an act to amend Employment Insurance Act, improvement of the employment insurance system, both of which would have, amongst other things, extended the length of the benefit period. A reading of Bill C-265 reveals that it would amend paragraphs 12.3c and 152.141c of the Employment Insurance Act to increase the maximum benefit period in the case of a prescribed illness, injury, or quarantine from 15 to 50 weeks. De toute évidence, le projet...
Clearly, the bill's goal is to permanently lengthen the period for employment insurance benefits, which would increase the expenditures made under the Act's system. It is therefore my opinion that Bill C-265 would increase an existing appropriation and must be accompanied by a royal recommendation before it can proceed to a final vote in the House on third reading.
Before the House, the debate will only be on the motion for second reading of the bill, and the question will be put to the House at the end of this debate. I would like to thank the honourable members for their attention. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division and the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by another 40 minutes for a total of 70 minutes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government bills. Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-15, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs has 1 minute remaining in her debate, and then we'll go to questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Is she on? The Honourable Member that her camera is off. If she can turn her camera on and unmute, that would be great. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Okay, we'll move on. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Beaches East York, I speak today in support of C-15, and I want to start by acknowledging the work of former NDP member Romeo Saganash, and it really highlights how the importance of this issue cuts across party lines and the significance of working across party lines to get important things done. I've had many constituents reach out to me in support of implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Most, of course, email or write letters, some call. And before the election in the last Parliament, when then C-262, Saganash's bill, was before us, I had a constituent I want to highlight, Murray Lumley, who came and met with me in my office and called on me to support that bill, which of course I did, and encouraged the government of the day at the time to support it. Now, Murray is a thoughtful, caring constituent. He didn't vote for me. He worked against me, if I'm being honest, in the last election. I don't expect he'll vote for me in whenever the next election might be, but I do want to highlight his efforts all the same as a way of, just as I've highlighted Romeo's efforts. I think it's really important that we emphasize just how this does cut across party lines and how all of us, regardless of political stripe, need to support this really important legislation. Now, it's also, I think when we work across party lines, we build trust. Another way we build trust in politics is by keeping our promises. And I just want to highlight the platform that we ran on in the last election, which stated Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission said that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples charts a path for reconciliation to flourish in 21st century Canada. We will move forward with introducing co-developed legislation to implement UNDRIP as government legislation by the end of 2020. In this work, we will ensure that this legislation fully respects the intent of the declaration and establishes Bill C-262 as the floor rather than the ceiling when it comes to drafting this new legislation. That promise has been kept through Bill C-15, which was introduced in Parliament in December of last year. In substance, C-15 has a lengthy preamble, including that UNDRIP provides a framework for reconciliation, healing, and peace, as well as harmonious and cooperative relations based on the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and good faith. That they constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples of the world. It recognizes historical injustices, and that the implementation of the Declaration must include concrete measures to address injustices, to combat prejudice, and eliminate all forms of violence and discrimination, including systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples. In substance, Section 5 calls on the government that the Government of Canada must, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. Saganash rightly noted before committee that the Minister of Justice already has an obligation under Section 4.1 of the Department of Justice Act to make sure that any legislation before it is introduced is consistent with the Charter and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that C-15 provides for an equivalent for Indigenous rights and treaty rights in this country. Section 6 is the most important section in this legislation, which requires that the minister, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples and other federal ministers, prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the objectives of the declaration, measures to address injustices, discrimination, and to promote mutual respect, and measures related to monitoring, oversight, resources, and resources for remedies and accountability. Measures to monitor the implementation of the plan, and annual reporting mechanisms to Parliament. Bill C-15 does treat C-262 as a floor, which is incredibly important. It goes beyond, in its preamble, recognizes the inherent right to self-determination, including a right to self-government. In the words of the Justice Minister, C-15 creates a legislated, durable framework requiring government to work collaboratively with Indigenous peoples to make steady progress in implementing the Declaration across all areas of federal responsibility. So that's the Justice Minister. Is it supported by Indigenous communities? Is it supported by experts? Is it supported by the above noted Mr. Saganash? The answer is yes, an overwhelming yes. There is a letter in support of C-15 with over 200 signatures from First Nations, from Indigenous communities across the country, organizations, experts, and activists, including Saganash, Erwin Kotler, the current NDP member from Winnipeg Centre, and many others. I note here that one of the signatories is also a constituent and expert, Kerry Wilkins, who is an expert at the University of Toronto. They write in this letter that our Parliament has a historic opportunity to advance reconciliation, that UNDRIP is a consensus global human rights instrument elaborating minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous people, that implementation of these standards is vital to improving the lives of Indigenous peoples in Canada and around the world, and to upholding Canada's solemn and urgent human rights commitments. They go on to note that the measures in C15 are important, practical, and achievable measures that deserve the support of all Canadians. Two of those signatories, Alex Neve, formerly of Amnesty International, and Brenda Gunn, wrote recently and separately, by any measure, implementing this global declaration domestically will significantly advance reconciliation and strengthen respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples across the country, not automatically, and not without much hard work ahead, such as the considerable effort in full collaboration with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples that must be invested in developing the action plan for implementation that will be required. They go on to note that it's important as a matter of global leadership and that it stands to advance Canada's overall commitment to international human rights. Speaking recently to a parliamentary committee studying C15, Romeo Saganash said, "I fully support C15 being tabled by the federal government in the House. Government bills obviously proceed more efficiently. I believe before the House and the Senate, Bill C15 confirms the declaration as the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples." And he goes on to note that there are some amendments that he would like to see, but he supports C15, and he acknowledges that it meets his previous bill's commitment through C262. Former chair of the TRC and former Senator Murray Sinclair has said, Indigenous people now will be able to negotiate with a stronger hand than they ever have in the past. The Assembly of First Nations said, the AFN is urging all parliamentarians to support the adoption of a strong implementation framework before the close of this session of Parliament. The ITK calls for strengthening C15, but goes on to say that they strongly encourage all members of Parliament to support Bill C15 in order to help advance the urgent work of implementing UNDRIP. The Métis National Council say Canada now has the opportunity to assert its place as a world leader in the recognition of the human rights of Indigenous peoples through this bill. The Métis National Council fully supports this effort, and we urge members of all political parties to pass this legislation without delay. Cheryl Lightfoot, the Canada Research Chair of Global Indigenous Rights and Politics at UBC, says, I'm strongly in favor of the implementation model that Romeo Saganash created when he first brought forward C262 to Parliament. This model, which is the foundation of C15, has a number of elements that I think are crucial. First of all, it requires collaboration with Indigenous peoples. It also requires concrete action, including legal reform and the creation of an action plan, and it requires public reporting and accountability. She says C15 is advancing the global conversation and setting a very positive example. And quite simply, C15 represents the best approach to human rights implementation that I have seen from around the world, bringing all of these various elements together. Now, I previously noted my constituent, Kerry Wilkins. He says meaningful incorporation of UNDRIP into Canadian law would improve materially the circumstances and enhance the autonomy of Indigenous peoples dwelling here. And he goes on to provide a couple of examples. I'm running out of time, I recognize, so I won't get into them unless perhaps I get asked questions. Now, of course, I expect the government will look to ways of improving the bill at committee. I hope to see further testimony at committee that addresses whether a 3-year waiting period for the action plan is appropriate, or if it is, whether interim measures might be useful. I'm also interested to understand from testimony why the bill does not include a section on power sharing agreements in the same way BC's UNDRIP implementation legislation does. And finally, it's really important to emphasize that so much depends upon implementation. And so there are big questions in that regard. So this bill is important, but it is important in its potential. So let's pass this at second reading. Let's send it to committee, improve it at committee where possible, and let's get back to the hard work of implementing this important international framework here at home. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Que se commentaire, the Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member referenced quite a few quotes, so I would also like to reference a quote from Dale Swampy from the National Coalition of Chiefs in a special to the Financial Post. And he writes, while the affirmation of Indigenous rights is always welcome, the legislation as currently drafted is likely to have negative impacts on the many Indigenous communities that rely on resource development as a source of jobs, business contracts, and own source revenues. Certainly, I've spoken to numbers of Indigenous leaders and individuals across my constituency and across the country that have shared concern about some of the ambiguity and possible extra layers that would reduce economic opportunities for Canada's Indigenous peoples. I'd like the member to comment on that.
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
I would say a couple of different things. One, it's curious to me that we would get out ahead of ourselves to determine exactly how this will be implemented, because this is to be implemented in a very co-developed way in collaboration and consultation with Indigenous peoples across this country. The second thing I would say that is incredibly important to note, because I note that Conservatives and this member have asked a number of questions around certainty. Well, our Canadian law already says, with respect to the duty to consult, that it varies with the circumstances, from a minimum duty to discuss important decisions where the breach is less serious or relatively minor, through the significantly deeper than mere consultation that is required in most cases, to full consent of the Aboriginal nation on very serious issues. These words apply as much to unresolved claims as to intrusions on settled claims. Those are the words of our current Supreme Court. So this notion of certainty, I think, has to be put to bed. We will get increased certainty through collaboration and consultation with Indigenous people once and for all.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech, and I'm happy that this bill has been tabled. Unfortunately, it's a bit late. The NDP, since 2007, has tabled bills to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Over the years, the Liberals have said they are all for reconciliation. So if they've wanted this for so long, why wait until now to table this bill?
East York.
We supported Mr. Saganash's efforts in the last Parliament, and I certainly individually support every bill that has come before Parliament. So long as I've been in Parliament, I've supported in relation to the implementation of UNDRIP. And I will say that Romeo Saganash's bill should have passed in the last Parliament, but for the fact that Conservatives blocked it in the Senate. And that's an unfortunate circumstance, but we are rectifying that in this Parliament through leadership from this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Member for the earnestness in which he has supported the previous work of the very great and learned Mr. Romeo Saganash, a friend and mentor of mine, and for whom provided the framework here. But the Honourable Member from the Bloc raises some important questions, and I have a question of my own. I heard the member speak about the idea of consultation, collaboration, and power sharing. There are concerns that the legal frameworks that are already in place have led to scenarios like what we're seeing in Wet'suwet'en, have led to scenarios like what we're seeing in 1492 land back near my home, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy territory, and we're seeing these problems exist as well in the Mi'kmaq territory out east. So my question through you to the Honourable Member is, does the Honourable Member have confidence in the government's commitment to actually having free, prior and informed consent for the collective right holders of these treaties?
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
I would say a few different things, Mr. Speaker. One, just to be clear, because this comes up too often, and I think this was sort of an inference of a previous question I received from Conservatives in relation to uncertainty, that of course I'm confident that free, prior, informed consent, as referenced a number of times throughout UNDRIP, will be a key part of the collaboration and communications with Indigenous peoples in setting down the action plan under C-15. Now, what that will entail in the end, I think it will, as Kerry Wilkins, the expert in my community, has said, it ought to enhance, and as Marie Sinclair has said, it ought to enhance our current framework unquestionably. But let's also remember that, as Romeo Saganash has himself said, and as the UN has said in their expert committee look at free, prior, informed consent, that when you ground it in human rights, you are also looking at not absolute rule, veto considerations, but that you're looking at principles of proportionality as it relates to the interest at issue. And so I think we'll see an enhancement of our existing law through the implementation of UNDRIP and C-15, the action plan. But I think you'll see it also building upon this notion of human rights and considerations around proportionality.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm pleased to say I'll be sharing my time with the member from Peace River Westlock. I'm really pleased to be working and building relationships with the people of the Coati, Kisakos, the Key, Fishing Lake, and Yellow Quail First Nations, and the Métis Nation Saskatchewan in the riding of Yorkton Melville on Treaty 4 and 5 lands. I'm also very pleased to be able to speak today on Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It goes without saying that the consideration of this legislation today is a significant moment for Canada, not only because the members from all sides of this House, and therefore all Canadians, want to achieve meaningful reconciliation with Canada's Indigenous people, but because the Liberal government has made a critical misstep towards this goal through the introduction of this bill in its current form. It's my fear, Speaker, that the impact of this bill will result in the opposite of its desired effect. This bill aims to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, or UNDRIP. Section 4A, for instance, states that the purpose of this act is to affirm the Declaration as a universal international human rights instrument with application in Canadian law. Further, Section 5 charges the Government of Canada with working in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people, take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. This House will remember the calls to action 43 and 44 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, urging the federal government to fully adopt and implement UNDRIP as the framework for reconciliation, and to develop a national action plan, strategies, and other concrete measures to achieve the goals of UNDRIP. It was, in fact, the previous Conservative government that adopted UNDRIP in 2010 as an aspirational document. Then and now, Conservatives support the goals and aspirations of this declaration. We support treaty rights and the process of reconciliation with Indigenous people of Canada. However, we do remain concerned about the Liberal government's unwillingness to put forward legislation that clearly outlines the effect and interpretation of key terms within the Declaration, such as free, prior, and informed consent. When it comes to understanding what exactly this term means in a practical sense, the lack of consensus between the federal and provincial governments, among members of the legal community, and within Indigenous communities themselves is worthy of concern. The previous Conservative government at the time of its inception opposed UNDRIP because free and prior consent did not align with Canadian constitutional law. That is why, a few years later, the same government adopted UNDRIP as an aspirational document, not binding law. This was a move that was in line with 3 of our Five Eyes partners, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand. It was a decision made with good reason. The wide-ranging provisions within UNDRIP, like FPIC, were found to be inconsistent with Canadian constitutional law. Over a decade later, this Liberal government is forging ahead with infusing UNDRIP into the law of the land. However, they failed to do their due diligence in presenting a bill that can be clearly understood by government and stakeholders. There's a lack of consultation on what purports to be transformative piece of legislation, that will have untold ramifications on our country, Indigenous communities, and indeed all Canadians. NTC President Judith Sayers says that the consultative process for this bill lacked mutual agreement and was rushed. AFN chiefs have expressed their concern that no extensive consultations were held. This government is good at partial consultations, but the word extensive is mentioned here. Late last year, 6 provincial premiers wrote to the Minister of Justice and Crown Indigenous Relations to object to the 6-week window provided for input on the draft bill. They stressed the need for, and I quote, appropriate engagement with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners on a bill that could fundamentally change Confederation. I don't believe that has taken place, and any that has is not clearly outlined to this House. The Premiers pleaded for time for Canada to fully and meaningfully consider and address the legitimate, significant concerns that we have already raised about the draft bill in its current form. Speaker, it's unacceptable for this government to claim that the time for consultation has been satisfied, and I've heard that a great amount today. Concerns expressed at the time of the previous UNDRIP Bill C-262 still exist now. How can this government claim credit for a new era of trust and reconciliation with Indigenous communities with such a heavy-handed and sloppy approach to this legislation? As I mentioned earlier, the effect of free, prior, and informed consent has been a long-standing concern that has not retreated from the national discourse. It generates more questions than it provides answers. Take, for instance, the direct input of Indigenous communities. The National Coalition of Chiefs and the Indigenous Resource Network have expressed their concern about the ramifications, such as who would have the authority to grant it and the impact it will have on future resource projects. If grant expectations under this model are not met, how will it undermine trust between the Crown and Indigenous people for generations to come? Will it deter investment, good jobs, and secure incomes from reaching our shores? Indeed, the interpretation of this may lead to consequences beyond Canada's resource development. Professor Dwight Newman of University of Saskatchewan's Faculty of Law, speaking before the Senate Aboriginal Affairs Committee on a previous iteration of this bill, stated, and I quote, "The court's interpretation of FPIC is nonetheless subject to uncertainties that have enormous implications for Canada." Professor Newman's input has merit. Again, let us focus on how Indigenous communities may be impacted. Clearly, the pursuit of reconciliation and tangible progress for Indigenous communities could be stagnated by opaque language like FPIC. Even considering the current constitutional model, one that outlines a duty to consult and accommodate, tangible results can be hard to come by, depending on the degree of intrusion proposed. With the implementation of this model, many serious questions are raised, including who might provide their consent in any given circumstance, or who speaks for any community. Members will recall a sensitive period for our country not too long ago, when the decisions of 20 band councils concerning the Coastal GasLink pipeline came into direct conflict with opposition from Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs. Opposing groups within the Wet'suwet'en could not come to an agreement about who spoke on their behalf. Speaking before a parliamentary committee, Teresa Tate, a founder of the Wet'suwet'en Matrilineal Coalition, said that the project had been hijacked, despite 80% of the band wanting the project to proceed. It's been argued that the passage of Bill 41 in British Columbia, in many ways a mirror of this legislation, led directly to the disconnect between the elected band council, hereditary chiefs, and government. Many Indigenous stakeholders interpreted Bill 41 as the vehicle through which UNDRIP was adopted, and therefore established a right to veto construction of the line. Speaker, Indigenous communities deserve better than the ambiguity that BC's Bill 41 and C-15 provide. Other questions remain, such as how will this apply in situations where Indigenous rights include title or the right to occupy lands and use resources, in situations involving unresolved or overlapping land claim disputes? Whose is required? What form will this consent take in Canadian law? There is a real concern that this government is taking steps to enshrine UNDRIP into Canadian law without a clear picture of how concepts like FPIC, will be interpreted in that law. As Justice Minister in 2016, the member for Vancouver-Granville said, and I quote, "Simplistic approaches such as adopting the UNDRIP as being Canadian law are unworkable." She went on to say, and I quote, "It is important to appreciate how come it cannot be simply incorporated word for word into Canadian law." Speaker, Conservatives have been clear and consistent. We believe that UNDRIP is an aspirational document whose goals we support. However, to adopt it wholesale without consideration for lasting consequences is irresponsible. We need a made in Canada approach to achieving the type of reconciliation UNDRIP outlines. Indigenous communities don't need a further barrier to achieving the best for their communities. Dale Swampy, president of the National Coalition of Chiefs, has spent his professional life in First Nations administration as well as the oil and gas industry. In a special note to the Financial Post, he wrote that he, quote, "knows firsthand what happens when federal bureaucracy gets in the way of responsible resource development." It's his belief that symbolic gestures of reconciliation should not come at the expense of food on the table for Indigenous people. So, reconciliation with Canada's Indigenous people means recognizing and affirming their dreams and aspirations to not just be stakeholders, but as I've been told, be shareholders. In this case, it's the private sector that has led the way in spending on Indigenous businesses. One example of 9 is Cameco, a uranium company that procured $3.8 billion since 2004 from local suppliers in the riding of Desanethi, Mississippi, Churchill River in northern Saskatchewan, whose Member of Parliament is so passionately committed to seeing reconciliation truly succeed. His words I now repeat. Advocating for jobs, own-sourced revenue streams, equity ownership, and financial independence is the pathway to self-determination and the solution to many of the social challenges. The Liberals have been failing to keep their promises, from ending long-term boil water advisories to failing to stand up for the future of the natural resource projects that benefit Indigenous communities and that they want to be part of. As it stands, this bill has the potential to sow further seeds of division across our country. If it's the government's intention to enshrine an international institution,
we'll have to leave it there. Our time is expired, and we'll now go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to hear her comments. She talked about the problem. She talked about issues with Indigenous communities and access to drinking water in different reserves. So I'd like to know the fact of passing this could also allow for reconciliation. And it was recommended that this charter be adopted by the Vienne Commission in Quebec, as well as by the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, as a method of reconciliation to talk about inequalities affecting Indigenous women and girls. I'd like to hear the member.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. The point that I'm making here is that there's not been due diligence done, and my comments aren't coming from myself. They're coming from the Indigenous communities around us that are saying this is not clear enough. And this government seems to want to take the approach that it takes on so many things, where it makes big announcements, it makes big decisions, it implements them, and then all things break loose. We need to take the best approach we can possibly take to make sure that our Indigenous people, our First Nations, our Métis have the opportunity to truly excel the way that they choose to. And I really appreciate the comment. They don't want to be stakeholders. They have every right to be shareholders in the economic successes of Canada, and they are more than capable to do so. They want proper due diligence done in defining this situation.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend opposite for her comments. UNDRIP was adopted in 2007. We're 14 years into it in Canada, and we still haven't domesticated this law. I know that the friend opposite outlined the number of different comments made by people who oppose this particular piece of legislation. She has been very selective in picking those. But my question is quite direct. Is there any circumstances under which the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party would support UNDRIP in any form? Because it had 10 years to implement it within Canada, and it's opposed it every step of the way since being in opposition. So is there any way in which the Conservative Party will support this or any legislation that hopes to domesticate UNDRIP?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think what you said is what the member said is very important to recognize, in that he said, in my examples of individuals and organizations, as we've brought forward in the House today, of those who do not feel comfortable with this legislation going forward because they do not feel that it has had the due diligence to explain in every way possible the accountabilities that I am choosing. I'm being selective in choosing those individuals and organizations. Truly, in this House today, everyone has been presenting individuals that support their perspective. Unfortunately, what that shows is exactly what I'm saying. There is not consensus There isn't consensus within our government, within provincial governments, within the perspectives from various Indigenous groups, including those who are involved in oil and gas opportunities in Canada, who have seen their opportunities shut down because of that inconsistency. So that is my concern, is that it's clear that the due diligence has not been done. Any consultation has been selective, as the member is indicating in this case, and more needs to be done.
I have time for one more last short question. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I just want to clarify that free just means without any coercion. Prior means before the decision is made, and informed is when you have all the information. And when we look at every other governance system in Canada, they are all allowed that. They are given free, prior, and informed consent to make decisions. The only level of government in Canada that is not given that, and it's been proven again and again in the court system, is Indigenous governance structures. So I think why this bill is so important is because it starts that process. So I just wonder if the member could talk about how many Indigenous communities want to be stakeholders and how this bill will actually get them there.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
The stakeholders that were involved in moving forward and purchasing the TMX didn't get that opportunity. There are all kinds of examples of situations, as with the Wet'suwet'en, where there is not enough clarity, and that clarity has not been provided according to various Indigenous groups across the nation. So if we want to move ahead as quickly and as efficiently as possible to make sure that we have shareholders side by side with us, not stakeholders, we need to do what they are calling on us to do, and that is to make this consent absolutely clear, and it's not.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, in respect to natural resources, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, concerning finance, and the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River, in respect to fisheries and oceans. And before we get to resuming debate, just a quick shout out to my father-in-law, Ian, who's tuned in. Ian, stay well, and we hope to see you soon, sir. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello to your father-in-law as well from northern Alberta, Peace River, Westlock, or as I like to call it, the Promised Land. We got 7,500 dairy animals, and we're the honey capital of Canada, so we're literally flowing with milk and honey. We've got the municipal districts of Peace and Opportunity, and it was all became part of Canada under a treaty number 8, which is kind of a promise. So it's definitely the promised land.
I didn't want to interrupt the member in that wonderful description of his riding, but we seem to be having a little bit of difficulty with the sound quality. I wonder if he could maybe just perhaps remove and then plug back in his headset. We'll see if that works. If you could try that and then give it another go. Go ahead, the Honourable Member.
All right, I'm going to try that. Let's try. Hello? All right. Says I've got the headset hooked up here. Oh, I'm getting thumbs up here and there. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to know that now my voice is being broadcast appropriately. Today we're coming to you from the Promised Land, or as I like to call it, or Peace River, Westlock, or as I like to call it, the Promised Land, all settled on a promise called Treaty 8, and 14 First Nations, 3 Métis settlements, over 100 communities. I overlap with about 500 other elected representatives, whether there be band councils, town councils, school trustees, those kind of things. So a big swath of northern Alberta, and every day I get the honor and privilege of representing them here in Ottawa. Bill C-15, the implementation of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, is somewhat of has been widely debated piece of legislation over the last number of years, and it's my honor to bring my voice to that today and the representation of the people of Northern Alberta. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I hope that I bring as a member of Parliament is that I typically mean what I say and I say what I mean, and I wish that were the case with the Liberals on this particular piece of legislation. It's interesting, I find, that even though I will be voting against this piece of legislation and the NDP will be voting for it, I think that we actually agree on the substance of it, that this could have a significant change to the way that the governance of this country happens. The NDP continually say that this will be a significant change, and we say that this will be a significant change. It's always interesting that the Liberals continue to say, well, we're going to bring this in, but there will be fairly minimal impact on the way that we do business or the way that governance happens in this country. It's fascinating. And Mr. Speaker, is Section 4, Section 4A in this bill declares that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People will have application in Canadian law, and that's probably the crux of the bill for me. The tripping over point that I have. No other declaration from the UN has necessarily application in Canadian law. We haven't legislated that on any other piece of a declaration of the UNDRIP. Mr. Speaker, you may be familiar with the work that I do to combating human trafficking in this country. Human trafficking is a scourge of this country, and it's a growing crime that's happening often within 10 blocks of where you live. And one of the tools that I use around combating human trafficking is the Palermo Protocol. And the Palermo Protocol is a UN document, it's a UN declaration that outlines how you would identify a victim of human trafficking. Right. The challenge with that is that it's not a legislative tool. It's not a piece of law. It's a declaration. It gives you some principles for which countries should operate under. And I advocate all the time that we should bring Canada into alignment with the Palermo Protocol. And we've made several attempts to do that over the last 30 years, essentially, recognizing human trafficking, bringing human trafficking offenses into the criminal code, dealing with how to identify somebody as being trafficked. All of these things come in, and we get a framework, an idea of how to combat it from the Palermo Protocol. Another UN instrument that I use regularly is the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child. Now, this is, again, something where it helps us to identify whether the rights of the child are being upheld or not being upheld, and whether we're violating the rights of the child by holding up a given situation up against the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child. Now, when there is a default, when there is an issue, when we're not able to have a particular case be held up against the rights of the child, or the Palermo Protocol saying, hey, here's a human trafficking victim. Why are they not able to get justice? We look at the Palermo Protocol and we say, oh, well, look at, in this instance, in Canada, one of the areas of the criminal code is that there's a requirement for the element of fear. So if a person is living in fear, that's one of the elements for them to be identified as a human trafficking, a victim of human trafficking. Yet the Palermo Protocol doesn't have that requirement at all. The Palermo Protocol tries to set it up so that an outside observer can see if you can, given the criteria laid out in the Palermo Protocol, you can see as an outside observer whether somebody is being trafficked or not. It's not the individual being trafficked doesn't have to verify that they're being trafficked. And it's similar with UNDRIP, is that we would use UNDRIP. A given situation, we would stack it up against UNDRIP and say, hey, are we meeting the ideals of UNDRIP, or are we not meeting the ideals of UNDRIP? Does Canadian law, do we have a shortfall? Are we not living up to the areas of UNDRIP? Free, prior, and informed consent is one of those very definite areas where we have to ensure that we live up to that. But Mr. Speaker, the challenge that we have with it is that if free, prior, and informed consent means the same thing as duty to consult, and wouldn't the duty to consult, and all of the court cases that have gone into developing that whole concept of duty to consult, would introducing a new term of free, prior, and informed consent, would that come alongside? If it comes alongside, if duty to consult falls right inside free, prior, and informed consent, which I think that it does, would that continue? Would our jurisprudence continue? Would our jurisprudence stand? And introducing the new topic into it, would that just come along and align? I think that would be great. However, if it comes in and we now going to have to start relitigating all of the court cases of the past because we've introduced a new concept into the jurisprudence, that I don't think is going to be helpful. Not at all, because then we're going to be confusing the issues. Mr. Speaker, I've been part of putting together several private members' bills, and it's a rewarding exercise. It's something that is a luxury that only members of Parliament have, and I'm very much appreciative of the efforts that go into developing a private member's bill. One of the issues that always comes up every time that I've worked on a private member's bill is the introduction of new terms. And every time I bring an idea to the legislative drafters, I say, well, why did you use that term and not the term that I used? Or why do you want to talk about this when I wanted to talk about it like that? And they always say, well, we don't want to, this term has been clearly defined by the courts. Therefore, if we use that term, we know already what it means. It has a whole list of jurisprudence. For commercial use, for example, that term, for commercial use, that is understood by the courts. There's a lot of jurisprudence behind that. So therefore, we want to use that term when we're talking about supply chain reporting, for example, or the use of images, or whatever it happens to be. That we understand that term. The courts have ruled on the term. When you introduce a new term into the mix, you then open it up to a whole new discussion and a whole new debate, and the opportunity for the courts to have to legislate or make a judgment on what those rules have to say. And so that's where the concern is. Now, I've been sitting at committee listening to testimony on this. Committee work is always a rewarding experience, listening to Canadians bring their perspectives to Ottawa. In one case, we heard from a member of the public who outlined UNDRIP as the Indigenous Bill of Rights. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we are introducing the Indigenous Bill of Rights when we are adopting UNDRIP. Maybe we are, but I don't think that we are doing that. And so then to say that we are doing that, I don't think is helpful to Indigenous peoples if they think that this is going to be a Bill of Rights. I'm not sure. Maybe the Liberals can clarify that to us for me, but I don't think that is the case. I am not 100% sure on what the terms with application in Canadian law, what does that actually mean? Does it mean, as most of the witnesses show up to committee say, and most of them that say is that it would be used in much the same way as the Palermo Protocol would be, or the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Rights of the Child. Though, if that's the case, and we can slip free, prior, and informed consent in right alongside the court-defined term of duty to consult, that would be great. But I haven't seen that from the Liberals, and so I'm hoping that we could hear from the Liberals that they mean what they say and they say what they mean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll begin with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a shout out to your father-in-law, Ian, as well. He should be very proud of all the great work that you've done over the years. And my friend opposite, I want to thank him because I've been able to work with him for the last 5 years at committee. One of the things that I think we've seen over the last 5 years, especially traveling with former MP Romeo Saganash, is the enormous amount of work that was put in to this legislation in 262 and then subsequently in C15. Regrettably, generally, I think what we've seen from my friend's party is blockage throughout its term in government up to 2015, and then beyond that, we've seen absolutely no effort on the Conservative Party to move UNDRIP forward, whether in legislation or in terms of assessing it in Canadian law. So can he give us a sense of what his party intends to do if this bill doesn't go through, intends to do in order to implement UNDRIP in Canada?
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank the honourable colleague for his question. The Conservatives move forward on matrimonial property rights on reserve. Conservatives have worked on ensuring that Indigenous children remain with their families. Conservatives have worked on a whole host of things to bring prosperity to First Nations communities. We've worked on a number of things, and to hold those things up, to use the UNDRIP as a tool, much the same way that we use the Palermo Protocol or the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child, I think is admirable, and it is something that we need to do. We want full participation of the First Nations communities and First Nation individuals in our economy, so that the wealth that this country can create is shared by all. Thank you.
Comments.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Peace River Westlock, with whom I have worked on the important issue against modern slavery and human trafficking. We have this subject to heart. I would like to hear what he has to say, because the adoption and the implementation on this United Nations Declaration is a recommendation from the National Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Commission. We know that Indigenous women are especially victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and they are still very much at a disadvantage. This was a recommendation, and at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, we've recommended the implementation of this Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Commission, which recommended the adoption of this United Nations Declaration. So it's important. It would allow women and Indigenous women to have more self-determination, allowing them to work more towards fairness and to eliminate discrimination. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on the matter.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the honourable member for a question. Yeah, human trafficking is a outrageous crime that happens right here in Canada. It's a growing problem. We know that the vast majority, 97% of the victims of human trafficking are young women, and we know that 50% of the victims that are rescued are First Nations or Indigenous, and so it is a large problem. What we need to do in order to bring Canada in alignment with UNDRIP is to change our laws, to get our laws aligning with what the aspirations of UNDRIP are. Just declaring them to be the law doesn't necessarily has weird implications. It's not many of the declaration's items aren't necessarily laws. They're aspirations about how do we ensure that First Nations communities, First Nations individuals have access to the same justice as anybody else? How do we ensure that the outcomes of the justice system are the same regardless of what color Canadian you are? We need to ensure that the participation in the economy and the rights to the fruits of this beautiful and bountiful country are shared by all.
We'll take time for just one more short question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we know that UNDRIP was adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2007, and that followed several decades of negotiation. And the purpose of it was to enshrine the rights that, quote, constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of the Indigenous peoples of the world. We know that Canadian Indigenous peoples have suffered a genocide. They've suffered the worst crime imaginable, having their own children taken from their families by the state. To this day, they don't have access to clean water and suffer the poorest health outcomes of any other Canadian group. So I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague, does he not agree that we should be doing everything we can as a parliament to rectify the centuries old of abuse, discrimination, and in fact genocide of the First Peoples?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I totally agree that we should be doing everything to ensure that First Nations communities, Indigenous communities across the country, whether it be Inuit or Métis, would ensure full participation in the economy so that we can raise everybody out of poverty. The heinous treatment of First Nations and Indigenous people across the country, it is a blight on our character. But we need to, as a country, move forward on these things. I want to see the elimination of boil water on reserve. I want to see these things. What I need an answer on in this particular bill, is it a Bill of Rights for Indigenous peoples, or is it something more akin to the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child or the Palermo Protocol? And that question has yet to be answered. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Sydney, Victoria. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territories of the Wendat Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people and the treaty land of the Williams Treaty First Nation. And I'm pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Our government has been clear. We are committed to renewing the relationship between the Crown and the Indigenous peoples based on recognition, rights, respect, cooperation, partnership, and advancing reconciliation. Earlier this week, I rose in the House to speak about how our government is fighting systemic racism in the judicial system with Bill C-22. And I'm proud to rise again today to speak to how the implementation of Bill C-15 is a step forward in protecting the human rights of Indigenous peoples and fighting systemic racism. In Canada, across the globe, citizens are debating the nature and the promise of equity in our time. They are rightfully and urgently demanding change to fight systemic racism in our society. Human rights are universal and inherent to all human beings, and this bill is another sign of the progress we are making in affirming human rights and addressing the systemic racism present in this country. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples affirms the minimum standards for survival, dignity, and the well-being of Indigenous peoples. Article 1 of the UN Declaration recognizes that Indigenous peoples have the right of full enjoyment as a collective or as individuals of all human rights and fundamental freedoms, and that includes the right to self-government and self-determination. In addition, the UN Declaration sets out rights and standards that draw on universal rights norms, but speak more specifically to the circumstances of the world's 370 million Indigenous peoples. The recognition of Indigenous rights is at the core of our government's commitment to build the relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. This is why our government has introduced Bill C-15. The wait for equal respect and the human rights of Indigenous people has been far too long and has taken far too many generations. As part of our commitment to engage and collaborate with Indigenous peoples, this legislation is the culmination of work with Indigenous rights holders and organizations over many months past. We understand the importance of building on the work that has already been done to advance the implementation of the Declaration in Canada. This is explicitly acknowledged in the preamble, which recognizes that provincial, territorial, and municipal governments have the ability to establish their own approaches to implement the Declaration. And indeed, several have already taken steps in their own areas of authority to do so. We are ready to work with all levels of governments, Indigenous peoples, and other sectors of society to achieve the goals outlined in the Declaration and supported by this bill. We have also included a provision that specifically notes that the bill does not delay the application of the Declaration in Canadian law. Achieving the objectives of the Declaration and further aligning federal laws with the Declaration will take time. However, we're not starting from scratch, and we continue to advance recent and ongoing priorities and initiatives, which contribute to the implementation of the Declaration in parallel to the process and the measures required by the bill. We have also responded to calls for clearer and more robust provisions of the process for developing and tabling an action plan and annual reports. These updates are incredibly important, and the action plan is a central pillar of this legislation. Developing and implementing the action plan means working together to address the injustices, combat prejudice, and eliminate all forms of violence and discrimination, including systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples. To promote respect, mutual understanding, as well as good relations, including human rights education. To include measures that relate to monitoring, oversight, recourse, or remedy, or other accountability with respect to the implementation of the declaration, and to include measures to review and amend the action plan. With this legislation, we will find the Government of Canada's 2016 endorsement of the declaration without qualification, while also responding to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry calls for justice and continuing progress on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls of action. There is no doubt that passing this legislation will help us move in a direction that we all want. Over the past few years, this government has taken a number of steps and measures consistent with the rights framework of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People and the Canadian Charter. We are beginning to see positive changes happening, including steps to strengthen restorative justice, access to justice and diversion programs, and reform to our criminal justice system. The Government of Canada, alongside provinces and territories, is developing a pan-Canadian strategy to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. Working on this strategy also includes close collaboration with Indigenous communities and organizations. We are also implementing impact of race and culture assessments, which allow sentencing judges to consider disadvantages of systemic racism that contributed to Indigenous peoples and racialized Canadians' interactions with the criminal justice system. We are putting in place Community Justice Center pilot projects in British Columbia, Manitoba, and Ontario, as well as consultations to help expand Community Justice Center concept to other provinces and territories. Among other initiatives, we are also developing the administration of justice agreements with Indigenous communities to strengthen community-based justice systems and support self-determination. I believe this initiative to be especially important. It recognizes that Indigenous peoples have to be part of the solution, and the capacity is there to improve justice with Indigenous communities. Bill C-15 is a significant step forward, but alone it will not achieve our collective goal of transformative change for the Indigenous people. There will be much work to do together after royal assent to develop an inclusive and effective approach to realize the full potential of the declaration. As a result of the additional efforts and measures to implement the UN declaration will be needed, and as I have just listed, the Government of Canada has begun work on additional efforts and measures. Certainly, there is much more work to do to support Indigenous communities to a better state of health and insecurity, but these are important steps forward. And while the important national work is taking place, Canada will continue ongoing discussions with Indigenous peoples to make progress together on our shared priorities for upholding human rights, advancing reconciliation, exercising self-determination, closing socioeconomic gaps, and eliminating systemic barriers facing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Mr. Speaker, change is happening. Our government and our society is evolving as we learn the importance of doing things differently in a way that is better and fairer for all of us. Implementing the UN Declaration is something that Indigenous people in Canada have long called for, and it is a change we want to see come to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. We'll first go to the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Newmarket, Aurora, for his speech. Recently I was at a forestry conference and heard a respected First Nations leader, a leader who's very much involved in ensuring that his people benefit from the natural resources in their territory. And when asked about UNDRIP, he said that it's important to understand that UNDRIP does not give First Nations people rights. The United Nations hasn't given First Nations people rights. It simply sets out the rights that those Indigenous people already have. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that and the conservative concerns I hear that somehow this bill, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People will somehow curtail the rights of First Nations to access the natural resources on their territories.
Or Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you. I want to thank the member for his question, and I agree. It's an affirmation of rights that exist. I think the real benefit in this document and in our discussion is that it's developing a conversation to address these issues. I've heard people say that this is an aspirational document. Well, without any aspiration, we're not going to accomplish anything. So we need to set out some shared goals, and I hope and I believe that the comments that I've made have outlined those shared goals. And it's the goals of equity, fairness, and working towards that. So I think we share the objective and the principle of making this a better, kinder, gentler nation.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Some people will say that the implementation of this declaration would give First Nations a veto for any natural resource development project. So I'd like to hear my colleague, and thank you to him for his speech, why this would not be the case and why C-15 is aligned with good negotiations.
Bill C-15 sets out a framework for dialogue and collaboration and working together. And frankly, if we don't do that, we're going to have a far more cumbersome way on accomplishing anything. And so if this document creates a framework for dialogue, a framework for free, prior, and informed decisions for all parties, we'll come to better decisions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. The Green Party has been calling for the implementation of UNDRIP for a long time. It's unfortunate that we have time allocation on this because I think that it is part of our democratic process to have a fulsome debate in the House of Commons on important bills like this. The British Columbia government implemented legislation on UNDRIP, and shortly after we saw the conflict explode in Wet'suwet'en. We've seen them ignoring the complaints of West Moberly and Prophet River First Nation with Site C. We've seen revenue sharing agreements that have silencers on them so that members can't speak out in their community. We've seen those agreements leaked, and we know that this is happening with old growth logging in British Columbia now too, and we see division in the Pachadat community. And it seems like the colonial project of resource extraction continues on, whether we have UNDRIP legislation in British Columbia or not. And I'd like to ask the honourable member how he sees UNDRIP unfolding in Canada, and whether we will see a more fulsome process for free, prior, and informed consent on these projects, and to ensure that people in these communities are not silenced by revenue sharing agreements that are set up by the government.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you. As a democracy, we're not always going to find ourselves agreeing on everything. And I think what's important here is that we're building a framework for dialogue, a framework for discussion. And again, I'm going back to free, prior, and informed discussions. I think that will improve our relationship. It will strengthen our country, and it will strengthen the fabric of the values that we hold across this country. So I think that it's becoming a basis for better dialogue and a basis for developing collaboration.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today I speak from the Mi'kmaq traditional territory of Unama'ki and the Eskasoni First Nation. Mr. Speaker, it's been over 400 years since my Mi'kmaq ancestors met European travelers on the shores of Mi'kma'ki. This moment thrust generations of transformation and struggle that led to the conflicts, diplomacy, and eventually treaties that have shaped Canada and its constitution. That struggle and those relations continue to this day across Canada. Today's debate is the next step on this journey and the generational struggle of Indigenous peoples in Canada. With Bill C-15, we turn the page on colonial narratives entrenched within the Indian Act and onto a new chapter founded on the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. This past week, Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild reminded me that Indigenous leaders have been fighting for recognition of their basic human rights entrenched within UNDRIP for over 40 years. The fact that this government act is in Parliament today is an achievement of the possible in the realm of the improbable. Today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to share a perspective on Bill C-15 that is personal, but also shared by many Indigenous people in this country. My father, Saugaj Henderson, one of the original drafters, wrote, UNDRIP is a process whereby thousands of Indigenous peoples participated in over 30 years the development of articles incorporated within the international document, end quote. But before the 1982 Constitution, long before the recognition in the Supreme Court of Canada, G-Captain Elik Denny and a delegation of Mi'kmaq went to the United Nations to seek justice for Mi'kmaq based on the UN covenants available to them at the time. There, they met several Indigenous leaders from around the world that were all advocating for the right to be recognized as humans and protected by the rights that came from the UN Declaration on Human Rights. At the time, there was no UN mechanism whereby the rights of Indigenous peoples as humans could be protected. In fact, the first meeting of the UN Working Group referred to Indigenous populations because of the fear of recognizing them as a people. Despite the objections and fears, Indigenous leaders persevered. And on September 12, 2007, more than 143 countries affirmed the recommendations to extend human rights and fundamental freedoms to Indigenous people. Canada voted against. That decision by the Harper-led Conservative government to deny Indigenous people human rights and freedoms brings us to where we are now. But today we can undo that mistake. In a divided world, UNDRIP is a global vision. The longest, most comprehensive human rights instrument negotiated at the United Nations, fought and won by thousands of Indigenous leaders speaking 100 different languages from all corners of the globe. The 46 articles within UNDRIP give clarity and understanding of the inherent rights recognized in Section 35 of our Constitution, also known as Aboriginal rights. It addresses what is meant by fair, just, consensual relationships between Indigenous people and government. Our Liberal government has already shown our commitment to implementing the human rights of Indigenous peoples, entrenching these principles into our Environmental Assessment Act, the Indigenous Language Act, and Indigenous Children, Youth, and Family Act. But the time has come for all political parties to stand up for the inalienable human rights of Indigenous people in this country. Let us be clear. The human rights of Indigenous people have and continue to be denied in Canada. UNDRIP is a vital and necessary part of the remedy to this generational injustice. The 1876 Indian Act codified this injustice and colonial framework, stating that the term person means an individual other than an Indian, unless the context clearly requires another construction. From the moment Canada legally denied Indians the rights of persons it became necessary to create this declaration and to confirm the inalienable human rights of Indigenous persons. With great humility, I add my name to those who wish to be recognized as a person as well in Canada. I am humbled in the knowledge that so many other Indigenous MPs have spoke in this House advocating for human rights to extend to Indigenous people as well. Let me be clear. Bill C-15 does not create new rights. It affirms rights actively denied to Indigenous peoples for generations. Bill C-15 rejects colonialism, racism, and injustices of the past. It affirms familiar human rights norms and minimum standards that Canada and Canadians have long supported. It places two interrelated obligations on the federal government in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples of Canada. The first obligation is to take all measures necessary to ensure the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. The second obligation, which is just as important, is to establish an action plan to achieve the objectives of the Declaration within 3 years. These obligations are necessary for establishing a just framework for reconciliation and fulfilled promises to generate better lives for Indigenous peoples. You know, critics of Bill C-15 have tried to use words like uncertainty, unintended consequences to slow, stall, and create fears of UNDRIP. However, in reality, they are nothing more than perpetuating colonial notions that for generations have benefited them and exploited Indigenous peoples. Former Justice Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon, in response to fears that Bill C-15 would slow down the economy, stated, "It is fear-mongering to suggest that somehow the rights of Indigenous people will make the Canadian economy not work. And to point to British Columbia and say that is particularly laughable and inaccurate." Colleagues, Bill C-15 is about fair, just, and consensual relations among legally recognized people. Bill C-15 is another step to guarantee Indigenous people a dignified life and a meaningful economic future. Whether a supporter or skeptical, all Canadians will benefit from recognizing and exercising our shared humanity. The passing of this bill into law will require, inspire, and enable Canadians to maintain the promises of a better nation. In closing, I would like to thank Romeo Saganash for his leadership on this private member's bill 262. I would also like to thank my father, Saugedge Henderson, and Russell Barsh for their wise counsel and their tireless efforts to help the Mi'kmaq over the years, as well as the many Indigenous leaders within the Assembly of First Nations and the Indigenous Bar Association that have advanced my education on UNDRIP over the years, as well as all the Indigenous leaders from coast to coast to coast whose tireless efforts has led to government legislation on Bill C-15. Thank you. Malaliek, Miigwech.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for a very moving and authentic speech on C-15. The concept of consent was first raised with me nearly 40 years ago when I lived in Yellowknife by leaders of the Dene Nation in their initial opposition to the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline. And ever since then, we've heard this rhetoric that recognizing Indigenous rights will somehow block progress. So I wonder if the member shares my concern that these expressions of concern about delay and about blocking are fundamentally based on what can best be called stereotypical views of First Nations, if not racist views of First Nations.
For Sydney, Victoria.
I would like to thank my colleague for the question, and indeed I agree with his assessment. The notion that Indigenous people are anti-development is wrong. Indigenous people want to see development. They want to see Canada grow. But what we are in favor of is sustainable development, smart development, one that does not jeopardize our future and the next 7 generations that we are obligated to protect. It's an important step moving forward that we realize that when Indigenous people succeed in Canada, Canada succeeds.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for...
The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech on Bill C-15. I'm trying to understand something. In the past, many bills have already been tabled on this topic. My colleague mentioned the one tabled by Romeo Saganash, a bill to recognize the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It has taken a long time. The Liberal government has been in power since 2015. So isn't the Liberal government causing distress in First Nations communities? Indigenous women and girls have been murdered, and they're still missing. And it's all the more important to pass this legislation. For a government that claims it's a feminist government, to not have passed this legislation yet is not a good thing for Indigenous women and girls. The Honourable...
I thank my colleague for her comments. And I started off this speech on the premise that it's been 400 years. And we can look at the past, and we should look at the past. But you know when is the best time to implement these rights? Right now. That's what we have in front of us. The ability to take those strides that no government has taken before. And I ask my learned colleague from the bloc to join with us and not delaying any more time where Indigenous people could have the same human rights as every other Canadian.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me just begin by thanking Professor Sakit Henderson and my friend for Sydney Victoria for his enormous leadership within Indigenous Caucus, but within our government as well. As he just mentioned, you know, this is the moment for us to capture. This is the moment in which I think we can reset the relationship. For parties that are not supporting this bill, what does this member have to say to them? What is it that they're missing that that others have been able to capture? What is the message that he has for the Conservatives? And I know he just mentioned the bloc.
Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, and I thank my Liberal colleague for that question. And it's a difficult question because I want Conservatives to be on board with this. I want Conservatives to want to give Indigenous people human rights. And the delays, the tactics, the talking about vetoes, it's baseless. And it's been pointed out by Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond that it's fear-mongering to suggest that we somehow will slow down the economy by getting the most basic human rights. The question that I have to ask all of my other colleagues in this House is, what expectations would you have for your communities? And why should the expectations for Indigenous people be any different?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be back in the House today to speak to Bill C-15. I want to start by noting that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. This is an important piece of legislation and an opportunity to have a debate here in the House about our relationship in Canada with our First Nations community. I always start off my speeches, or try to provide a local context, or make sure at some point in them that I cover the local context of my riding in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I am fortunate to represent not only the City of Cornwall, the United Counties of SD&G, most of SD&G, but also the residents and the people of the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne and the residents there. 14,000 people strong. Probably from a federal issue, Mr. Speaker, one of the more difficult geographic First Nations communities we have in this country, because they are right along our Canada-US border. There's a port of entry that's there, and the geographic setup that goes back a long time certainly makes it difficult on many issues to have them navigate through and to work with them on that. I'm grateful for a good and respectful working relationship with Grand Chief Abram Benedict. And I also want to acknowledge some of the meetings that I've had to date with members of the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. We had two, I think, pre-COVID, and unfortunately everything else, some things get put in the back burner. But I've made a commitment as a new member of Parliament in our community to make sure that I'm reaching out just as much to members in Akwesasne as I am to every other part of the riding. And there certainly are a lot of federal issues, federal files that we need to work with them on. Mr. Speaker, the debate today is not about whether Canada needs better reconciliation with our First Nations communities. That is a given. I don't think there's a party, I know there's not a party in this House, and there are members, not a member in this House, and very few Canadians that know we don't need to do better and to build a better relationship. What I want to go on and speak in my comments here today is a theme that I've built on in several of my speeches since I've had the honor of being in this House. The difference between an announcement and an intention and a theme, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if I will, in the actual delivery and the follow-through and getting things done. Here with C-15, the details do matter. An overwhelming part of the declaration, there's no issue with anybody, because in Canada, I'm proud to say, and we're proud to say, we've already implemented many, many of those measures that the declaration calls for. That's progress, that's a positive, that's a strength of our country to show the progress we've made. But Mr. Speaker, at the same time, I listened to my colleague before me. I have respect for all colleagues in this House, as you know, and the questions and comments, even going back with my friend from Vancouver Island from the NDP. I don't think the concerns being raised, including from First Nations communities and representatives and allies, are racist or stereotypical or laughable. I think they're actually very valid concerns. I speak about my concerns on certain parts of C-15, not because I don't believe in reconciliation, not because I don't believe we need a better relationship with First Nations in this country, but actually the opposite. By not better defining and laying these things out, making them more clear, more black and white, Mr. Speaker, I actually worry that we take steps back when it comes to reconciliation. The relations we see, and I'll use the example in the Maritimes of the fisheries disputes in the province of Nova Scotia. Moderate livelihood, some of the vague definitions that are subject to court interpretations, DFO interpretations. We are seeing serious tensions between First Nations people in Nova Scotia, residents of the province, lobster fishermen, the government, the provincial government, local law enforcement. We've even seen violence happen. Nobody wants that to happen. But the reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe, is the definitions. It takes time. It's not easy. I'm not pretending that it's simple to do. But we need to have more clear timelines, more clear wording when it comes to certain aspects. Not the overall intent of UNDRIP, but rather certain parts. I can say quite a few things, but I want to listen, as I mentioned, to some of the stakeholders that have spoke at committee that have the interests of First Nations communities across this country at heart first and foremost, as we do in this House. I want to quote Stephen Buffalo, President of the Indian Resource Council, just a couple weeks ago in committee. Quote, "It would be much better if this committee could define, quote, prior, and informed consent in the legislation, and determine who can represent and make decisions on behalf of Indigenous people for the purpose of project approvals. Better yet, this committee can engage Indigenous people across Canada to come to a consensus on what consent means before passing this legislation. Because you know as well as I do, some people think it's a veto, and if the committee doesn't think it's a veto, then they should make that clear. We've seen numerous other stakeholders. I know the comment from Dale Swampy, the National Coalition of Chiefs, that says, quote, however well-intentioned Bill C-15 is, my discussion with legal experts, industry representatives, and investment bankers have persuaded me that it is introducing another layer of uncertainty and risk to development in Indigenous territories. Mr. Speaker, I read those quotes from people like myself, like our caucus, like all of this Parliament. We want to get this right. We want to move forward on reconciliation and doing better in this country. But what I worry about and what I feel, and this is from a passion of mine, words and actions and themes and good intent is important, but so are the details in legislation like this. The frank reality is we're going to need to take the time, whether it's before the legislation or after, through courts, through legal battles that will go on for years over certain projects, certain wording, what it is and what it isn't. To pretend we're just going to pass this and to be no problems and it's all tickety-boo and going along, that's not the case. If we can take the time, get those clarifications through consultations, close, passionate deliberations with First Nations communities, we can, I believe, make the legislation more clear, the process for everybody more clear. That, Mr. Speaker, does not hurt reconciliation. That makes it smoother. We've seen in Nova Scotia what has happened. We are seeing some of the concerns of potential investment. This isn't big corporations versus First Nations communities. These are people, again, with a vested first-person connection to the well-being of our Indigenous people and to a better future, a smoother future that involves economic development, that does all these things. So, Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about whether we're racist or not, or whether it's laughable and stereotypical and how awful anybody is. These are valid concerns that I know members who are supporting this, they know that just if we pass this in this form, there are going to be serious legal challenges that I argue will be in courts and litigated in gray areas for years to come. That will challenge our path to reconciliation. That will challenge better economic development opportunities for communities like Akwesasne in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time to give my voice and my perspective, always trying to be positive and constructive if I can, to say we can do better, we must do better, and I believe as a country and as a parliament, we'll be better off with much clearer black and white definitions on some of these things to move our reconciliation process forward in this country. I look forward to the questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for his work on other files protecting rights of people, and for his speech today. It was insightful, and he's always speaking from the heart, which is something that I really appreciate. I do, however, want to bring up a couple of things. One, just a reminder to everybody in the House that the use of possessive nouns when referring to Indigenous people should be avoided at all costs. Indigenous people do not belong to Canada, and they do not belong to us, so we should never say our Indigenous people. But the assertion that this bill, C-15, one of the most important pieces of legislation that I think we will ever see as a generation in this House, would take steps back on reconciliation or people's rights is really troubling to me. And I just wanted to read the response that Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond responded to my question yesterday in committee with, or 2 days ago, I should say, which is the crux of this. The most important thing it does is it puts an obligation on Canada to conduct its policies and conduct its interactions with Indigenous peoples on the basis of recognizing Indigenous people have rights. More rights is never a bad thing. I think we can all agree. So my question or my comment directed to my colleague opposite is, how in the world would more rights have a negative impact on people who have title to land?
Honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I want to thank my colleague from Milton for his comments there, and I will certainly agree with him. I apologize in my wording and my ad-libbing as I go. First Nations people in our country are not my constituents. They are my friends, they are my neighbours, they are my colleagues, not only locally, but I know across the country. So thank you for that part of the intervention. We talk about adding rights. I believe through some of the vague definitions and wording that are in certain parts that could be strengthened could lead to confusion, where rights could end up and these battles can end up in court. And we've seen that on different issues where we didn't take the time originally to get the definition right and specific and come to that balance, to have that cohesion, have that reconciliation in certain communities. I'm all in favor of enshrining rights and doing that. The overwhelming majority of this document is obtainable because A, I believe we're doing many parts of that, and there are many parts we can all agree on. But where we can have stronger definitions, I believe that does help a reconciliation process, build rights, strengthen rights, not have them end up in courts for years to come.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the passionate speech, and a good speech at that, as usual. My colleague has mentioned that we must define some concepts, and it's important to do this to avoid cases going to court. He talked about consent, prior enlightened consent, but in the bill, there are criteria that will allow, if need be, to guide the courts in the assessment of what consent should be. And witnesses before committee said it would take time before there was a consensus that could be reached or a specific definition. Should we not now pass the bill, since in any way we must do this work of developing the definitions rather than delaying the entire process, because we need to do it? In the bill, there is a guide to come up with a definition, but there is also recognition of the rights. This has been waiting for a very long time. We must act quickly.
Dundas, South Glengarry.
It is good to see my colleague from St. Jean, albeit virtually. I do miss sitting on committee with her, my former committee role on PROC. I take in support what she says about the details needing to be worked out. But I go back to the same thing. I believe that we are better off as a country, as a parliament, in terms of reconciliation, if these things are ironed out, are the consultations and are the resolutions happen sooner rather than later. Mr. Speaker, she alludes to courts and different interpretations. She leads to my argument that we are going to have many of these consents end up in court for years and years to come. They create, I believe, divisions, not unity, when it comes to reconciliation, when it comes to economic development opportunities. I come from a space of not wanting to stop progress, but making progress smoother. She's right, we're going to have to tackle these definitions. We need to do it sooner rather than later. The sooner and the better the clarity is, the better our path to reconciliation, the stronger future it is for First Nations communities in every part of this country.
The resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak today about my opposition to Bill C-15, titled An Act Respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It is evident that much of our contemporary political debates is denominated in terms of human rights, with both sides of various questions using the language and philosophy of rights to justify their conclusions. This is most evident in contentious debates about social issues, where one person's assertions of a right to die are measured against another person's assertions of a right to encounter a healthcare system which does not make distinctions based on ability, or whether one person's assertions of a right to bodily autonomy conflict with the potential claims of another person in terms of someone's right to life. In these cases, it clearly isn't enough to say you are for or against human rights as such. Rather, you have to develop a procedure for determining which rights claims are valid and which rights claims are not, or for determining which rights claims can be justifiably abrogated, or for determining which rights claims take precedence in the case of a conflict between rights claims. When we are evaluating these questions of how to compare competing rights claims, it matters very much where we think rights come from. We need to establish where rights come from if we are to determine which rights claims exist and which rights claims take precedent. On this point, let us say there are three general categories of options. Rights either come from positive law, from social consensus, or from nature. Now, some seem to take the view that rights exist because they are called rights by either the state or some multilateral body. But this would imply that those rights only come into existence when the associated statutes or declarations are promulgated, and that nothing can be called a violation of rights if it is done legally. This view of rights would imply, falsely in my view, that no violation of human rights occurs in the context of horrific violent actions against Indigenous peoples in previous centuries if those actions were legal. This seems to me to be a monstrous conclusion. I would therefore reject the view that rights come from positive law. Arbitrarily depriving some of their life, their freedom, their culture, and their community is a violation of someone's rights, regardless of whether it is recognized as such by domestic or international law. Now, the same general issues arise if we see rights as derived from social consensus. There have been many times and places in which a social consensus existed in favor of policies which also arbitrarily deprive people of their life, their freedom, their culture, and/or their community. As such, if we wish to justify the conclusion that these acts of violence have always and would always constitute violations of human rights, then we must start from the premises that human rights emanate from nature as opposed to from law or convention. That is, human rights come from being human. So then, deliberations in this House or in international bodies about human rights are not fundamentally about creating rights, but rather about discovering rights. Rights are discovered, not invented. If rights exist in nature, in something like the same way that gravity exists in nature, then we should be able to identify a procedure for discovering them objectively. Whether such a procedure can exist or not, it does not seem to be often that that procedure is invoked in this House. More often we hear the assertion of the existence of a certain right as being self-evident. We hear a call for more rights, not less rights. We hear rights referred to as hard-won and perhaps are referenced in the context of some domestic or international text deemed sacred by our legal tradition. But if rights come from nature, then members should argue for how we can know that such and such a right exists, not simply point to a text which says it does. Because if rights come from nature as opposed to from text, then texts which claim to codify human rights may contain gaps, errors, or other problems. Now, it is possible to believe that human rights have all been correctly codified by UN documents because of some metaphysical process by which the deliberation of these bodies are protected from error. But believing in this idea would require a kind of faith in a medical physical process, a faith which I don't think can be grounded in reason alone. Now, the particular legislative proposal before us today with respect to human rights is to kind of graft UNDRIP, a UN declaration with respect to the rights of Indigenous peoples, on top of existing law and practice in this area. Now, much of the debate today has centered around the importance of Indigenous rights, and I think we all agree about the importance of Indigenous rights. But that isn't really the core question that we have to evaluate when determining whether or not to support this legislation. The question really here is about what impacts or changes will result from the implementation of this legislation to existing rights frameworks, and whether those changes advance human rights for Indigenous peoples or not. Now, into this question, I think it's also important to challenge some of the Hollywoodized framing of Indigenous communities. Many of us will have seen the 2009 movie Avatar, a movie about a group of human colonizers who seek to exploit and destroy a natural environment guarded by an Indigenous community who live in perfect harmony with that environment. Though filmed in color, the moral message of the film is very black and white. Now, those who fully absorb the message of this film will perhaps come to the conclusion that Indigenous communities never want development. But this is, of course, false. The complex history of European settlement in North America involved a great deal of colonial violence and oppression, as well as mutually beneficial exchange and collaboration. Today, many Indigenous communities want development. As wonderful as being in harmony with nature in this sort of sense that some people idealize, Generally, development can be associated with higher standards of living and amenities associated with modern life. So for me, defending Indigenous rights means respecting the rights and choices of Indigenous peoples and Indigenous nations, acting autonomously to make their own choices about their own development paths, about competing values, about how they balance traditions with opportunities to develop in new ways. These are choices that individual communities and nations should be able to make for themselves. But sadly, we've seen many attacks on Indigenous rights by anti-development forces, advancing a kind of green colonialism based on this avatar-informed view of the world, which seeks to force Indigenous people to live in the equivalent of national parks, even if they would much rather enjoy the benefits that come from resource development in terms of jobs and convenience. While my friends on the political left like to assume that their opposition to natural resource development aligns them with the wishes of Indigenous people, they are increasingly offside with the wishes of Indigenous people in areas where resource development is taking place. The anti-development policies of this government are increasingly raising the ire of Indigenous people and Indigenous proponents of resource development projects, such as those seeking the construction of the Eagle Spirit pipeline blocked by Bill C-48, or those Indigenous people who were not consulted at all in the Arctic when the Prime Minister brought in a ban on drilling. Of course, for reasons described earlier, these anti-development voices still frame their positions in terms of rights, in terms of Indigenous rights, believing that the right to say no to development is so much more important than the right of those same peoples to say yes to development. Mr. Speaker, I think we all know and understand that this gets dicey in situations when the Indigenous rights of Indigenous peoples come in conflict with the desires and rights of other Indigenous peoples, when different peoples, when different communities disagree about whether a particular project should proceed, or when Indigenous proponents find themselves in conflict with members of their own or other communities over how to proceed on a development path. Now, Bill C-15 establishes a principle in law that there must be free, prior, and informed consent for resource development to take place within Indigenous communities. But it lacks significant clarity about who consents on behalf of Indigenous communities, or what happens when different communities, perhaps with competing legitimate claims to traditional presence in an area, disagree. This lack of clarity about who gets to decide will make it nearly impossible for Indigenous communities who wish to develop their own resources to proceed. We get a sense of the risk associated with this uncertainty last year when the country faced widespread rail blockades in solidarity with some Wet'suwet'en protesters who opposed the Coastal GasLink project. Members of this House at the time seemed to believe that the opposition of a minority of hereditary chiefs required that the project be stopped on the grounds of Indigenous rights. These arguments came from an avatar-inspired worldview and a failure to take into consideration the legitimate competing rights claims of the majority of Indigenous peoples affected by this project who supported it, of the fact that all of the elected Indigenous bodies that were responsible for this project had approved it, of the fact that those who, from a democratic perspective at least, were the representatives of those Indigenous people wanted to say yes. It was enough for members of this House that people from a different hereditary leadership who claimed to speak on behalf of those nations wanted to say no. And this is the problem that arises, Mr. Speaker, when we have competing rights claims and when we lack a procedure, when there is ambiguity inserted in the law about how to resolve those desires of those peoples, that it ends up being always a path of no development instead of a situation where those communities get to decide. And I am suspicious that members of the House who are promoting this bill in the name of Indigenous rights are actually happy with that outcome, are actually happy with an outcome in which development has a hard time proceeding, in which investments don't get made, even if Indigenous peoples in a particular area, in association with a particular project, overwhelmingly want to see that happen. So as a member who cares deeply about human rights and about well-structured procedures and mechanisms for affirming those rights democratically, I think we need to recognize the existing rights frameworks we have in this country and build on them. But I don't think this particular legislation does that. It introduces more confusion, more challenges to development that will, in effect, deny the rights of Indigenous peoples in cases where they want to make the choice to develop their resources. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. However, I like to ask why he believes that Indigenous knowledge passed down through languages, passed down through generations, enshrined in our teachings as Indigenous people, that we should live sustainably within our ecosystem while promoting positive development and smart development is somehow based on Hollywood notions of avatar and not within our languages as has been taught for generations. And I'm just trying to understand his notions on that.
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, the member ascribed to me views that I don't hold. My view, I think, was quite clearly expressed that there are some politicians in here who have this Hollywood-informed idea that all Indigenous peoples don't want development, when the reality is that many Indigenous nations, many Indigenous communities across this country want development, and their rights to choose to proceed with projects are not respected when the government puts in place highly ambiguous legislative frameworks that make it virtually impossible to demonstrate the consent that is required by the new procedures and mechanisms that are in place.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech earlier. I asked the same question to a Liberal MP, whether or not their party was in favour with reconciling with Indigenous peoples. And so if that was the case, why was this kind of bill not tabled before? And they told me Mr. Saganash's bill was blocked by the Conservatives in the Senate, and I heard my colleague speak about human rights, Indigenous rights, which are all very important points, but is the MP for the implementation of UNDRIP? Will he vote for this bill? Thank you.
Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize if it wasn't clear. I will vote against this bill. I do not support this bill. I don't think this bill is an effective way of advancing reconciliation. I think the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples contains positive aspirations and values within it that Canada should support and move forward on, but the legal frameworks contain a lot of problems and ambiguity, problems that would negatively affect Indigenous peoples. As Winston Churchill said, it's not enough to do your best. You have to know what to do and then do your best. In other words, the mechanism, the details do matter. We can all have positive aspirations, but we have to get the mechanics right if we want to deliver on those aspirations. And I think that's been the biggest problem with the government when it comes to Indigenous peoples. A big emphasis on their aspirations, but they have not been able to deliver on the details. So delivering on the details means sometimes saying this piece of legislation doesn't work and we need something better.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the member's speech was nothing short of impressive. In fact, I followed his rights frameworks all the way up until he got lost with Avatar. I thought maybe he was going to go full Jason Kenney and start talking about Bigfoot. But make no mistakes, Mr. Speaker, the brutal and violent genocide of Indigenous peoples by successive French and British settlers in these lands are by no means a Hollywood story. So my question through you, when the member suggests that rights are discovered, does this member not acknowledge that the basis of all the legal frameworks we have are based on the racist and white supremacist doctrine of discovery, based on this theory of a terra nullius here, that Indigenous people were less than human upon the arrival of the Europeans? And further to that, Mr. Speaker, does this member's only relationship and understanding of Indigenous rights have to do with the commodification of resource extraction in oil and gas, or does he not see values in these rights outside of the extractionary capitalism of oil and gas?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I do want to just briefly say that there was a bit of a conflation involving the term discovery. And I want to say I was talking about rights being discovered, which is very different from the criticism, the very legitimate and correct criticism of discovery that he used in a different context. I think he knows that, but I just wanted to clarify that because the word was used in different ways. I agree that there is a great deal of horrific violence associated with various periods up until quite recently, and there are still many instances of racism and violence targeting Indigenous peoples. I think The question we have to be asking ourselves in this debate today is what we can do to advance justice and human rights for Indigenous Canadians. And that includes, yes, the opportunity for economic development. I believe that there is a broad spectrum of issues that we need to attend to in terms of justice and human rights for Indigenous Canadians, but one of them is giving Indigenous people the power to develop their own natural resources in cooperation with others and without undue burdens imposed on them by the state. And I won't apologize for thinking that economic development matters. It matters for all Canadians. It matters so that people can stay in their communities, find jobs and opportunities.
And we'll have to leave it at that, and we'll now go to resuming debate. And the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Parkdale Hyde Park. Before I begin, I wanted to recognise that the Parliament of Canada is on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. In December 2020, our government tabled Bill C-15, a bill on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Since then, I received many letters, calls, and emails from my constituents. My constituents are asking me to adopt this bill as rapidly as possible and are asking us all in this House to do more to protect and promote Indigenous rights. Most constituents who have contacted me have shared the fact that they themselves weren't Indigenous. They were proud to say that as people of Montreal, as Quebecers and as Canadians, the relation between nations was something very dear to them. This, indeed, is an issue that goes to the very heart of our Canadian identity, regardless of our origins. It is incumbent upon us to correct historical injustices as much as we can and to ensure that we continue to move forward towards reconciliation. With Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we're taking yet another step forward towards this reconciliation. As its name suggests, C-15 seeks to protect and promote the right of Indigenous peoples, including rights to equality and to non-discrimination, in order to establish more solid relations with Indigenous peoples. This bill creates a legislative framework for the implementation of UNDRIP by Canada. Through this bill, the Government of Canada will have to collaborate with Indigenous peoples to create an action plan to reach objectives tributary to the declaration. Were it to be adopted, this bill would be another important step in our common journey towards reconciliation.
Which would ensure consistency of Canadian laws with the principles of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, or UNDRIP, is an important step forward on the path to reconciliation. This bill requires the development of an action plan to implement the objectives of UNDRIP, and it requires ongoing involvement of Indigenous peoples at all stages, while mandating annual reports to Parliament. Bill C-15 enshrines the principles of UNDRIP, which includes affirming the general application of international human rights law to Indigenous peoples, the right to participate in decision-making and free prior informed consent, the right to culture, religious, and linguistic identity, the protection of treaties and agreements with First Nations, and of course, the protection of the rights of Indigenous women, including an obligation for governments to work with Indigenous peoples to end violence against Indigenous women. Parlons un moment de ce qui...
Let us talk about what was recommended by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The conclusions and testimony given at this commission made us face the discriminatory practices and oppressive practices that were relentless for close to 150 years in Canada's residential schools. Apart from Recommendation 43 and 44 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that asked the government to adopt and implement the full United Nations Declaration and to elaborate an action plan to reach its objectives. The UN Declaration is quoted in all calls to action. Our determination to respect Indigenous rights by recognizing and by repairing damage caused by policies and practices is unshakable. The adoption of Bill C-15 would not only answer the calls to action 43 and 44, but would also allow the Government of Canada to have a framework towards more broader reconciliation. But now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also talk about what our government is doing right now in order to demonstrate our commitment towards our First Nations.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, our government has shown its commitment to supporting Indigenous communities in very real and very tangible ways. Let's look for a moment at our vaccine rollout. We know that remote Indigenous communities are more at risk to COVID-19 and that health systems in those communities are more vulnerable to outbreaks. That is why we as a government prioritized Indigenous communities in the procurement and delivery of vaccines against COVID-19. To date, nearly 300,000 doses have been administered in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, with over 50% having already received a COVID-19 vaccine. In the Northwest Territories, for example, 55% of the entire population has received a first dose. In the Yukon, 59% of their population has received one dose, and already 43% of their population has received both doses. This accelerated rollout has contributed to a dramatic drop in COVID-19 cases in our Indigenous communities, with a decline in COVID cases of 80%. Mr. Speaker, a decline in COVID cases of 80% in our Indigenous communities. That is something that we can all be proud of. Let us also discuss for a moment where we're at in eliminating boil water advisories. I am, like many in this House, sincerely troubled by the fact that any boil water advisories still exist in any corner of our country. But real progress has been made and is sometimes overlooked. When our government came into power, there were 105 boil water advisories in this country. We have eliminated 106 boil water advisories. And as of March 2021, 177 short-term drinking water advisories were also lifted. In fact, access to clean water has been restored to approximately 5,920 homes in First Nations communities. I know and I understand that there is still much, much more work that needs to be done, but never before have we had a federal government in Canada that is more committed to getting that work done.
We have also made historic investments in education, in housing, in policing services, and refuges and shelters in Indigenous communities. The full economic update provided for a $781 million amount over 5 years, starting this year, as well as a continued funding of $106.3 million for the fight against systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples and to increase fighting against violence against women, against children, and bispiritual and LGBTQ people. These proposed investments include $724 million to launch a comprehensive violence prevention strategy to broaden access to support adapted to Indigenous culture. Those that have to face gender-based violence, $49 million was set aside to support the GLADU principle implementation in the judicial system in order to contribute in reducing the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in our correctional system. $8 million invested in justice administration with Indigenous communities in order to strengthen community justice systems and to support self-determination. There is still a lot to do, Mr. Speaker, but we are doubling down on our efforts. Bill C-15 is an action plan that will confirm the declaration. This is an international and universal human rights document that is applicable to Canadian rights, and that will give us a framework for the implementation of the UN declaration by the Government of Canada. This is an essential step towards reconciliation, and it was high time to do so. I therefore ask all MPs in this House to adopt this bill without further delay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, it's the responsibility of this chamber to acknowledge the authority of this declaration, and Francophones for always, the descendants of New France, have always supported First Nations, and because of our history, our nation is intimately linked to that of all of North American First Nations, so this declaration arrives right on time. So who says declaration also says resources. Quebec, since the 1960s, and we've seen this through various agreements we've signed on our territory, so Quebec encourages its Indigenous peoples to become more autonomous. And this means investing money and finding the tools to make sure that these nations can govern themselves. So I'd like to hear from my colleague whether her government is going to give First Nations in Canada the means to become more autonomous. The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I completely agree that Quebecers do want us to move forward on this issue. They want us to strengthen our nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations. And as I said in my speech, I believe we not only need to pass this declaration and its principles, but also to invest the money that goes with it. And we have done so. We've announced that funding in the economic statement from last fall. We've made historic investments for First Nations, and therefore I believe we have to pass this bill, C-15, which will bring about the UN declaration and will also give First Nations the tools they need.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member spoke of vaccines in the Indigenous community, and that, of course, leads to the issue of Indigenous health. We know that Indigenous people in Canada score below the mean on every major health metric. And of course, one of the core elements of health is access to basic nutrition and clean water. Yet this government has missed its own self-imposed target of removing every boiled water advisory by this time. Now, Liberals have been in government for most of the last 150 years and failed miserably on Indigenous health. Why should Indigenous peoples have any faith that this government will make any meaningful progress on actually implementing UNDRIP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. You are absolutely right. What we have seen through many different statistics is that our Indigenous communities are more vulnerable and do have, real challenges when it comes to the health systems that are available, particularly in remote communities. And that's exactly why our government, this government, prioritized Indigenous communities for our vaccine rollout. That is why you see such significant numbers of Indigenous communities having been vaccinated. As I mentioned in my speech, over 50% of Indigenous communities have been fully vaccinated. And as I also said, that contributed to an 80% decline in COVID-19 cases in Indigenous communities. So our strategy had real and concrete results, and I think we need to continue in that vein as we move forward and continue to support the health and safety of our Indigenous communities.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will just ask a brief question. In testimony before committee, Mark Podlasly of the First Nations Major Projects Coalition, and I won't read the quote in being conscious of time, but asked for a clear definition about what consent means in the context of Bill C-15. So I'm just wondering if that member will commit to ensuring that there is clarity added to a bill that many First Nations have expressed to me has lacks a great deal of needed clarity. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if I can give a complete answer in 15 seconds, but I would start by saying that free, prior, and informed consent, as it does appear in various aspects of the Declaration, refers specifically to the importance of meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples through their own mechanisms in all of the decisions and processes that could affect them, including with respect to energy projects. And it is a way of working together to establish consensus through dialogue and other means, which would enable...
And we have to go to the next. We have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking today at second reading of Bill C-15, an act respecting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that was introduced on December 3rd of last year by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Introducing legislation to advance the implementation of the Declaration is a key step to renewing the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe, and most recently the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Toronto is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Many of my constituents in Parkdale High Park, Madam Speaker, have been strong advocates for the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It's a privilege to represent such engaged and vocal individuals. My constituents have been clear about the importance of having a government that respects Indigenous rights and plays an active role in reconciliation. This legislation will address those concerns by taking measures to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This bill is a critical step forward in the joint journey towards reconciliation. Je sais que vous connaissez tous la Déclaration des Nations Unies.
I know that you're all familiar with the Declaration, but historically it was adopted in 2007 by the UN by many years of hard work by Indigenous leaders and many Canadians. Indeed, we appreciate the unrelenting efforts of Dr. Wilton Littlechild and many other First Nations people who have worked so hard on the Declaration and on its negotiation.
Outstanding work of James Sackage Youngblood Henderson, who made UNDRIP a key part of his life's work, who happens to also be the father of my colleague, the member from Sydney, Victoria. The adoption of this declaration was a very significant moment in human history, with the goal of protecting and promoting Indigenous rights around the world. The Declaration contains 46 articles that address a wide variety of individual and collective rights, including cultural rights and identity, rights relating to education, health, employment, and language, among others. It's the language piece that I wanted to just focus on very briefly because, Madam Speaker, I do feel that this dovetails with the other work that has been accomplished by our government and by this Parliament. And in this, I'm referring to the Indigenous Languages Act. In the previous Parliament, I had the ability and opportunity to work with the Minister of Heritage on the Indigenous Language Act legislation. And through that process, I learned a tremendous amount about myself as a parliamentarian, but also about the legacy of colonial policies in this country over 400 years of settler contact with Indigenous persons. And in restoring language rights through the Indigenous Languages Act, which we passed in the last Parliament, in restoring funding, and in now ensuring that we are working towards the passage of UNDRIP, there's a continuity here in terms of protecting cultural and linguistic rights, among many other rights, for Indigenous persons on this land, which are sorely in need of protection when we try to give meaning to concepts of autonomy and autodétermination, comme on dit en français. The Declaration itself, Madam Speaker, itself also recognizes that the situation of Indigenous people varies from region to region and from country to country. It provides us with flexibility and the opportunity in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people to ensure that rights are recognized, protected, and implemented in a manner that reflects the circumstances right here in Canada. In May of 2016, our government endorsed the UN Declaration without qualification, and we committed to its implementation. Subsequently, we were very proud to support Private Member's Bill C-262 in the previous Parliament, introduced by former NDP Member of Parliament Romeo Saganash. Unfortunately, Bill C-262 died in the Senate in June of 2019, due in large part, I will frankly indicate, Madam Speaker, to stonewalling by Conservative members of the Senate. However, what we did in the 2019 electoral campaign is we redoubled our commitment as a Liberal Party to reintroducing UNDRIP and to reintroducing it as a government bill, which is exactly what we have now done. With Bill C-15, this builds on the foundational work that was presented by the old Bill C-262 in the previous Parliament. Building on support from Indigenous groups for the former Bill C-262 and following discussions with Indigenous partners, we as a government used the old 262 as the floor for the development of this new legislative proposal, which is currently before all of us in this chamber. Le gouvernement du Canada a élaboré le projet.
The Government of Canada endorsed the bill after extensive consultations with stakeholders and First Nations, including rights holders, young men, young women, spiritual leaders, and representatives from Indigenous organizations. The feedback, which was heard during the consultation process, led to Bill C-15, whose purpose is to state that the declaration is a universal legal document which has legal application in Canadian law and provides Canada a legal framework.
Sign of the progress I believe we are making in advancing reconciliation, affirming human rights, addressing systemic racism, and combating discrimination in this country. You heard some of that in the previous member from Outremont's speech with respect to other milestones we've reached as a government. But what I think is critical here is when we speak about combating discrimination, in particularly systemic racism, it should not be lost on any members of Parliament about the timing of this bill and how that timing is critical, given the moment we are in collectively as a nation, indeed as a continent, with a movement taken on by all Canadians to combat actively systemic discrimination and systemic racism. COVID has shone a light on this, and we've been responding to it. Bill C-15 is part of a continuity of work that includes Bill C-22, which is about ending many mandatory minimum penalties that disproportionately impact Black and Indigenous Canadians. Bill C-15 is part of that continuity of body of work. This bill, C-15, builds on the significant process we've been making on implementing the declaration on a policy basis by creating a legislated, durable framework requiring the federal government, in consultation and cooperation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, to take all measures necessary to ensure that federal laws are consistent with the declaration, to prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the objectives of the declaration, and to report annually to Parliament on progress made in implementing legislation. Enhancements that we have made to Bill C-15 as a result of the engagement process we undertook with Indigenous peoples, which preceded its introduction, include the following: the addition of new language in the preamble with the following objectives: to highlight the positive contributions the declaration can make to reconciliation, healing, and peace; to recognize the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples; to reflect the importance of respecting treaties, agreements, and constructive arrangements; to highlight the connection between the declaration and sustainable development; to emphasize the need to take diversity of Indigenous peoples into account in implementing the legislation. Other key enhancements include the addition of a purpose clause to address application of the declaration in Canadian law and to affirm the legislation as a framework for federal implementation of the declaration, and clearer and more robust provisions on the process for developing and tabling the action plan and annual reports. Moving ahead, Madam Speaker, with Bill C-15 is consistent with our commitment to address the TRC calls to action and respond to the National Inquiry into MMIWG and the calls for justice therein. Implementing this declaration is the natural next step in our journey to advance reconciliation, something I mentioned at the outset. This will be a significant step forward in our efforts to build a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples based on rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. La Déclaration des Nations Unies sera d'utile.
With the UN, it'll be essential, or rather, with this declaration, Canada will work more towards reconciliation, and it will help with our legal constitutional framework.
The UN declaration, so that over time, as other laws are modified or developed, they will be aligned with the declaration. To this end, the legislation would require the Government of Canada, in consultation with and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, to take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration, prepare and implement an action plan, table an annual report to align the laws of Canada on the action plan. As written, this bill would require that the action plan include measures to address injustices, combat prejudice, eliminate all forms of violence and discrimination against Indigenous peoples, to promote mutual respect and understanding, as well as good relations, including through human rights education. The action plan would also include measures related to the monitoring, oversight, recourse, and remedy, or other accountability with respect to the implementation of the Declaration. Madam Speaker, I want to spend my last remaining time on an issue that has come up, which is in respect to free, prior, and informed consent. Free, prior, and informed consent is about doing just that. It is about the effective and meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples in decisions that affect them, their communities, and their territories. The participation of Indigenous peoples as full partners in economic development is a reflection of their inherent right to self-determination. Achieving consent is the goal of any consultation or collaboration processes. This means we need to make every effort to reach agreements that work for all parties. To be clear, the concept does not confer a veto or require unanimity in these types of decisions. If consent cannot be secured, the facts and law applicable to the specific circumstances will determine the path forward. I would refer members of this House to the testimony of David Chartrand of the Métis National Council, who has said precisely this. I would refer members of this House also to the previous testimony of people like Romeo Saganash in the parliamentary committees when we were studying the old Bill C-262 in the last Parliament, who also indicated that it is not the interpretation of the law that FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, would constitute a veto. And indeed, in literally the last 36 to 48 hours, Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, as counsel for the Assembly of First Nations, said at the Standing Committee looking into this bill, quote, the idea that free...
I'm going to have to invite the member to make the quote during the questions and answers. Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Saanich-Goldfields. I'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This may be my only opportunity to speak to this legislation. I'm deeply troubled by the fact that this government, which professes the high purposes of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, appears in practice to decide that free, prior, and informed consent means to continue to coerce First Nations until they give consent to a decision that has already been made. I refer to the Trans Mountain Pipeline as an example, which the Government of Canada bought without conferring with First Nations, as we should have done, and continues as First Nations in my territory, which I'm honored to represent, of the territory of the Saanich Nation. Elected members of council here have told me that the TMX, now a Crown Corporation, comes to them offering money to try to get them to stop objecting. That isn't free or prior or consent, and yet that's what's being practiced right now.
I have to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary a chance to answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Saanich-Goldfields for her intervention. This is an important issue, and it's an issue that obviously is a dynamic one, and it's an issue that will be considered on an ongoing basis. But the quote that I was about to finish from Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, I think, captures the idea in response to the member's question. What she said as counsel for the AFN is that, quote, the idea of free, prior, and informed consent is some kind of veto is simply not supported. That is not how it's operationalized. So that's an important point to register. With respect to the timing of the negotiations and the timing of the outreach to First Nations communities, be they elected leaders, hereditary chiefs, or other individuals, that is a very valid point that the member is raising, and that is something that we will continue to work on as a government and as all parliamentarians to ensure that that consultation is sought at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask this member about a decision the government made that I think would very clearly violate the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. And I heard about it when I joined the Foreign Affairs Committee in the last Parliament visiting Canada's North. So in December of 2016, the government designated all Arctic waters as indefinitely off limits to future oil and gas licensing. Indigenous communities in the North told us that they found out about this through a phone call 45 minutes before the announcement was made to the public. Does the government think they have the same obligation to consult when they introduce these kind of anti-development policies that hold back the desire of Indigenous communities in the North to develop their own resources for their own benefit.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for his questions and for his frequent participation in debate on all matters in this House. And I think the bottom line is that when you enact and seek to enact the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People via Bill C-15 into Canadian law, what you're saying is that you must consult with Indigenous peoples in all of their heterogeneity. And I think it's an important point that he raises, that we know that there are Indigenous people on the Western prairies that believe in resource development, including in pipeline development. We know that there are Indigenous communities in the North that may believe in drilling in the far North. And a requirement to consult and a requirement to do that outreach must apply across the board with all aspects of the community with respect to all projects, whether it's a resource-based project or one that would prevent such projects from moving forward. Thank you.
A subject that rises past l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker Miigwech, thank you for giving me the floor. My friend Iguzi, who was just recently appointed to the Global Working Group for a Decade of Action on Indigenous Languages 2022 to 2032, former chief in Abitibi. He's a great Anishinaabe leader. We're on Anishinaabe land. He was talking to me yesterday. He said, good news, because we're getting rid of the word Indian. Now we can start a dialogue. Without this recognition, we cannot start talking about other issues. For him, it's clear the passage of C-15 will allow us to then begin the dialogue. And since the repatriation of the Constitution, the Indigenous people have lost something. What does the Parliamentary Secretary think of that, about that statement? Will there be a follow-up after C-15 to ensure a dialogue with from nation to nation, equal to equal? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. A very brief answer, please. Very brief in French. I believe, and I am certain, that after the adoption of this bill, there will be a new stage. We will start, and there will be dialogue in good faith with all Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut-Kiyu. Madam Speaker, it is a great honor for me to finally speak today in this House, virtually of course, about Bill C-15, which seeks to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I'm very pleased also to speak on behalf of some 20 Cree, Inuit, and Algonquin communities from the beautiful riding of that I represent on C-15. Madam Speaker, I say finally because this bill has been long awaited. The UN Declaration was passed on September 13th, 2007. It is now April 2021, nearly 14 years later, and it still hasn't been entrenched in Canadian law. 14 years later, Madam Speaker, 14 years is a long time. It was the time that there were 4 parliaments. 14 years is a little bit less than the gap in life expectancy for Inuit and the rest of the Canadian population, which in 2017 was 15 years for men. 15 years, that's a half a generation, a sixth of a century. It's a lot in the scale of a human life. Time has passed, but for Indigenous peoples, it has remained suspended. It's time for it to change, and procrastination is over. I'd like to talk about the history of our political party with the statement and the notion of prior free and informed consent. I apologize. Unfortunately, I must interrupt you because it is time to put the question. It being 6:25 p.m. pursuant to order adopted earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put the question immediately to dispose of the second reading stage of bill that the House is now of which the House is now seized. The question is as follows. Mr. Lemetis, seconded by Ms. Vibru, moves that C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous Peoples and Northern Affairs.
Recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I would like to request a recorded division. Hear, hear.
Accordingly, pursuant to standing order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, April 19, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
What do I see it at? 6:40? Point of order.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:40.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? So, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Comme il est maintenant 18.
It now being 6:40, we will now deal with private members' business as indicated in today's order paper.
Business consideration at second reading of Bill C-272, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, standing in the name of Mr. May Cambridge.
Second reading of Bill C-272. Mr. May Cambridge, seconded by Ms. Khalid, moves that Bill C-272, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, or repair, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Debate. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm so proud to be able to appear before you today and speak to my private member's bill, C-272, and discuss the background and details on the bill. I really appreciate your attention here today for this debate and for everyone who is in the House digitally and Canadian citizens who are watching from home. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say to all members, if you care about agriculture, if you care about the environment or consumer rights, you should care about passing 272. This bill has wide-ranging implications when it comes to solving some key problems for farmers, for reducing landfill waste, particularly toxic e-waste, and for the innovation economy. I hope this legislation also kicks off a conversation about the right to repair in Canada. This issue is nonpartisan. It spans the corners of urban and rural citizens alike. It protects consumers, has a positive impact on our health and safety and the environment. This bill takes a common sense approach and is highly targeted to a specific problem. I trust that it will be supported by all members of this House. C-272 addresses some concerns that have become more frequent over the past decade. Concerns that the Copyright Act is being used and interpreted in areas far beyond its scope. In particular, the provisions of copyright that are actually able to prevent the repair of digital devices and systems, even when nothing is being copied or in fact distributed. This is well beyond the intent of copyright as Canadians understand it, and is beyond the scope of the legislation as intended by drafters. Copyright is there to protect, of course, producers of content and ensure they would derive reliable and effective compensation for their innovative works. However, as digital technology around us has become more affordable, more integrated into our daily lives, and relied upon for everyday services, the Copyright Act has become increasingly influential on these items throughout this process. As an example, if you had a washer or a dryer in 1960 that had no digital technology in it, no code, no software, and nothing that would have been or could have been copywritten. Today, we are seeing the introduction of smart appliances including smart washers and dryers that have tens of thousands of lines of code within, all of which are protected by copyright and may have many technological protection measures, otherwise known as TPMs, which prevent repairs without breaking copyright. The cost of easy repairs has gone up, and if the owner of the appliance circumvents any of those TPMs in order to conduct a repair, that would be illegal. These technological protection measures are everywhere and increasing as more devices incorporate them. Copyright is supposed to prevent people from essentially stealing the ideas and works of authors, artists, engineers, etc. It also protects the works of programmers. That copyright is the code that all of our cell phones, televisions, computers, etc. have within. TPMs include everything from encryption to password locks. They prevent access or modification of these works, and it's illegal to circumvent them in Canada. The system works well for the most part, but if you attempt to repair something which you own, these TPMs may work to outright prevent the repair from being completed or beginning in the first place. Many vehicles, appliances, etc., are not able to be repaired without entering some form of reset code or modifying the code to accept a new part that was installed. I'll give you a quick example. There is a popular video game console which requires a disk drive and a motherboard. Inside, you have matching serial numbers in order to function. You can't simply replace the disk drive without replacing the motherboard with a matching one, even though there's no technical reason for this. Drives are changed in computers all the time, and it's resulting in more of these devices ending up in landfill and making what should be a simple repair difficult or sometimes illegal. You can't make the switch without violating that technological protection measure. Of course, everyone will be familiar with these systems because they're present in many of our cars and trucks, and other items we typically take to get repaired by manufacturers and dealerships. These challenges existed in the automotive industry before the industry came to a voluntary agreement to allow for repairs by local repair shops. This system functions well today for almost all Canadians, although there are still, even because it's voluntary, there are still some ongoing issues. Consider this scenario. Farmers across Canada pride themselves for their ability to repair their own equipment because they must be able to for their own livelihoods and frankly to feed our country. However, agriculture and farming equipment doesn't have the same agreement as automotive, so they are blocked by TPMs in many cases from making repairs. A recent article spoke about these differences between farming equipment and automobiles. The quote is from a gentleman by the name of Scott Smith, an electronics technician who works in the agricultural industry. Quote, "All vehicles made since 1996 have had onboard diagnostic systems. Initially, the only way to get information was with a dealer service tool. Neither the vehicle owner or local repair shops had access to the system. The system was eventually challenged and overcome. The tools and information are now readily available. Farmers need the same level of access, whether they do the work themselves or use a local repair shop, have them do the work. The farming community needs to be given options." End quote. C272 works to prevent these kinds of issues by carving out a specific and very limited allowance for consumers to circumvent a TPM, but only for the purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, or repair. This bill is not a sweeping change to the Copyright Act, but a rather limited change designed to give a small amount of control back to the consumer. As always, it's important to remember that consumers quite often are motivated by price, and the free market is critical for people to continue innovating and bringing new and better products to market. Individuals will seek out their most cost-effective option when repairing or replacing a product. If outright replacement is cheapest, people will replace things. If repair is cheaper, then they will repair. People will take the least expensive option. In some cases, however, even simple repairs can cost thousands of dollars when the consumers or local repair shops are prevented from making these repairs due to the misapplication of the intent of copyright. This means higher costs for more items being sent to landfill well before they should. This is why C272 is critical. Our constituents want these changes. Overwhelmingly, Canadians are supportive of the right to repair. A recent survey tells us that 3/4 of all Canadians would support a right to repair law in Canada, which allows them to repair their own devices more freely. However, C272 isn't just about this problem today. It's about what's coming next in our society as Internet of Things devices are ever more present. We know that the internet will connect our appliances, our wearables, our vehicles, and ever smaller and less expensive devices will be able to be networked in the future. We must, as consumers, have the ability to conduct basic repairs on the objects that we own. We must have the ability to replace a part without risking charges under the Copyright Act. If we do not, we are dooming many more devices to the junkyard to the detriment of our pocketbooks. We also run the risk of inadvertently making criminals of many Canadians. C272 is about preventing planned obsolescence and a proper reconsideration about what the legal limits of copyright must be. We are far behind our counterparts in Europe in legislating in this area, and a number of US states are actively considering right to repair legislation. The time is right for action to address this issue here in Canada. We must address it clearly and openly as well, so that manufacturers, repair shops, technologists, and retailers know the direction that industry must take. The right to repair has also come up in Ontario with recent proposed legislation. But the changes under C272 that I'm proposing would change federal law in Canada as a key step in allowing provinces to be able to create their own right to repair legislation, however they see fit. C272 is part of the federal responsibility within the broader right to repair legislative framework. I want to stress that much of this responsibility does in fact lie in the provincial sphere. But this is one part of the federal responsibility that must be addressed in order for meaningful right to repair legislation to exist in Canada. We must, as legislators, review what the intent of copyright must be. It's there to protect works, to ensure that their authors can derive a profit, to ensure programmers, writers, and artists can make a living from their works, and of course, to prevent piracy. None of these copyright protections are an issue with respect to repairs, and the spirit of the Copyright Act is not intended to speak to the repair of physical devices at all. Interpreting it this way is widely outside the scope of the intent of copyright, and the legislation is frankly out of date and is being misused as a result. The need to address these issues has been more important than ever during this pandemic, where repair professionals are often unable to visit homes or even farms. It is critical that Canadians have legal ability to conduct the repairs they're able to on the spot. This need of repair is even more critical for people in rural or remote locations who likely don't have quick access to dealerships or manufacturers. Their cost of travel to repair facilities might already be in the hundreds of dollars, and that's of course before the cost of the repairs. Madam Speaker, I'm unable to get into every single example of the importance of this bill with the time that I have, but I trust that everyone will see the far-reaching implications as digital technology lies in all of these systems and technology, and it ties all of this together. And copyright covers the entire gamut. I want to take a moment now to be clear on the limits of C272 in order to address the concerns that I'm certain will be pressed upon the members of this House. The circumvention of TPMs discussed and allowed under C272 are only for repair, maintenance, or diagnosis. Any other circumvention would remain illegal under the Copyright Act. C272 is not a rewriting of the Act and does not allow TPMs to be circumvented under other circumstances. The rights of copyright holders are maintained, and appropriate legal remedies are available for those who willfully violate the Copyright Act for illegal purposes. It's my hope that, of course, you agree with me, Madam Speaker, and all the members of the House as well, and that you take a few moments to review the legislation and vote in support. I look forward to your questions and subsequent debate. Furthermore, I am always happy to take your calls and emails if you'd like to discuss this matter further. Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Crowfoot. Battle River, yes. Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Crowfoot was the old name. It's now Battle River Crowfoot, including the Battle River Valley beautiful area, great provincial parks. Thank you very much to the honour for introducing this bill. And as a member of Parliament that comes from a family of 5 generations agriculture producers in Alberta, certainly the conversation around right to repair is an important one. I would ask, though, for him to comment some of the concerns that I've heard from dealers and equipment manufacturers and some producers that buy service contracts with local dealers and whatnot. The concerns that this would decentivize some of the development and whatnot that's taking place within agriculture and agricultural technologies. Thank you.
Cambridge.
I thank you. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, the honourable member, for the question. I've heard this argument in the research that I've conducted for this bill. This is a common argument made. I would argue that the innovation of automotive has clearly not slowed down as a result of the voluntary changes to the repair of vehicles. And I would just simply say, imagine if we were to say to Canadians, you can only take your vehicles back to the dealerships. That is the only option for you to repair. It is not. It would not be acceptable, and I don't think it should be acceptable for farmers to have to manage that as well.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, congratulations to the member for Cambridge for his leadership. My question is very simple. Planned obsolescence. Can we act legislatively to prevent this? What impact does this have on the environment, for example? How can we finally act, and how will the MP's bill help us to fight planned obsolescence?
Cambridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit more about this because it is easily one of the top reasons I've moved on this bill. We have seen such a massive increase over the last number of years of toxic e-waste landing in landfills. The reality is repairing these devices are more expensive than buying new ones, and that's the challenge that I hope is understood here. We need to make these repairs an option for people, and I think if people have the option to repair their devices, the cost of repairing will come down, and it becomes a more viable issue and viable option. We are seeing far too many pieces of equipment, televisions, gaming consoles, cell phones, all ending up in landfill when they could very easily be repaired.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as some will have noted, although we don't mention our names in this place, the honourable member for Cambridge and I might be mistaken as family members. And I would be proud to claim him as a close cousin because this bill is fantastic. The right to repair is part of Green Party policy, and there is, in fact, a movement globally on this. The use of by large corporations, I'll just ask you if he's heard of this one case where Apple, the giant Apple Corporation, sued a little tiny Norwegian repair shop owner, Henrik Husby, because he had the gall to think he could repair some of their products. This is important legislation. I hope to support it in seeing it all the way through to report stage and third reading. But as the honourable member has he heard of that case? This is a global movement, and I'm proud to be part of it.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, and through you, it's great to see my very, very distant cousin on the screen asking a question of me. I have, in fact, heard of that and many other cases where some of the biggest corporations in the world have a stranglehold. They're using copyright in a way that it was not intended. That is the point of C272 is to simply make a slight adjustment in the Copyright Act so that folks have the opportunity to repair their own devices or take them to a repair shop.
We have to go to other speakers. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just want to start by thanking the member from Cambridge for presenting this bill. As he alluded to quite nicely in his speech, that it has a very far-reaching impact into rural Canada as well, and also to our farming communities. I think it's important as well because our Copyright Act, as he also mentioned, is very outdated, and it was written long ago. It needs to be updated, it needs to be more flexible, and it needs to be able to respond more quickly to the needs of industry and to quite frankly, the new reality that we live in with everything being digitized as it was. As a lot of the things that are written in our Copyright Act, they go back to prior to the time when everything was as digitized as it is here. So I'm going to touch on a little bit more of a part on right to repair as it pertains to farmers. I grew up on a family farm down in Southwest Saskatchewan. And I'm going to talk about my experience. I remember quite often how many times in the middle of August, my dad would be out on the combine and it was on our John Deere 9500 model that we had, and something would break down. And my dad is a very innovative fellow. He's able to repair a lot of things. He's a jack of all trades, as he calls himself. And he would spend some time trying to figure out what the issue was, and he'd be able to identify what the fault was, because this was prior to all of the digital diagnostics that exist nowadays. And he figured out what part he needed, and he would radio back to the house, and he would ask my mom if she could go and start calling all the different dealers in the area and see if we could find the part. And yes, I'm old enough that we still talked on two-way radios and CB radios on the farm, so it was one of the joys of childhood. But my mom would get on the phone and she'd start calling all over different places. You call the first repair or first John Deere dealer, which would be about an hour away. They didn't have the part. Okay, so then you'd phone the next one, and they about an hour and a half away. They didn't have the part, and you call and you call and you call, and finally you'd find out where the part is, and you'd have to drive 4 or 5 hours to go and get that part because nobody but John Deere made that part. So right to repair for a lot of people is a lot more than just a digital screen or an Xbox or an iPhone or different things like that. The right to repair goes back prior to the digital age that we live in now. So going back to that story I was telling, we would hop in the vehicle at about 2 p.m. on middle of August, and we would drive to wherever we were going, whether it be Saskatoon or wherever it was, to pick up one part, quickly turn around and drive 4 or 5 hours back home, get home late at night. My dad would get up at 5 a.m. and get that part, get it put back into the machine so everything could be up and running by 7 a.m. We can get back on with harvest. And for a lot of people, that is the reality of the situation is you don't have, first of all, it was that you didn't have access to the parts because it was controlled by the big manufacturers. Now, with everything being digitized, your first tool is now a computer, or it's the diagnostics that exist within the machine, and it can only be done by the OEM, by the mainline company, and they are the only ones who can repair it. So that's the situation that we're facing here now. It is a big impediment for people who live out in the rural regions of our country, and as was alluded to by the previous speaker, that it's a big part of the security of our food production here in this country. And the innovative spirit of farmers, as we all know, is quite, we'll call it legendary, because they are all very good at being able to make a lot of things work with what they have in front of them. And so this legislation is important, because there are many, even farmers that had their own repair shops, that if you had an old enough piece of equipment, you could just take it to their shop and they could fix it for you and get it up and running again. So those are the kind of issues that are at stake here and at play here. So I appreciate that we're trying to get the Copyright Act to be a little bit more responsive. And this is one of many things that needs to be amended in the Copyright Act. And, there's other areas of the Copyright Act that would go to be, or that are necessary to be changed. And I'm going to talk a little bit about, it would help aid manufacturing as well, too, because it's a similar issue. And that's just, just being able to make products that interoperate with one another. And, I think it's important that we have this exemption carved out for right to repair is being done, and it'll help kind of pave the way for some more certainty in manufacturing as we go forward as well, too. So as we look at the steam that right to repair is gaining, we can look into the United States quite simply. There was an article written by Vice magazine, and the headline said that the right to repair movement is poised to explode in 2021. And at that time, there were 14 states in the U.S. who were looking at right to repair legislation, and they had to update their article because about a month later, they reported that their number had almost doubled, and they were up towards about 25 states considering right to repair. So I think it's been pointed out, and it's extremely important to just recognize this is not just a localized issue or an issue that's unique to our country or to different regions of Canada, but around the world. So I think it's important that we properly give consideration to what is trying to be done here. And we see we're gaining some of the momentum here in Canada with this debate we find ourselves in here today. So as already mentioned, these TPMs have, and at least in some cases, included unnecessary burdens for consumers and users, in particular Canadian farmers. They go past what is fair and reasonable for protecting their own interests, and they end up putting their customers and users in a bind, the same people that these companies are supposed to be serving. And, quite frankly, again, as we alluded to, it's people are quite often left at the whims of the OEMs if they're going to be able to diagnose the machines, because the main manufacturers are the only ones who have the diagnostic capability for these machines. That was something that is different with automotive. Anybody can get a code reader for their truck, but you can't get it for your agricultural equipment. And I think that is part of what is trying to be addressed by this bill as well. Another part of it, and I think the member from Cambridge did a good job pointing out too, a lot of the consumer and competition protections are within provincial boundaries. But what he's trying to do here, and I think this is good, is trying to provide a bit of a certainty at the federal level that will allow for further enforcement of these anti-competitive and anti, I guess, bad for the consumer measures that have quite often taken place. The benefits of allowing the market to welcome competition and innovation are well known. And unfortunately, some of the bigger players are using their rights and ownership over their products. And in this case, and as was with copyright, is the software to create unfair disadvantages to their competition. So we are in some ways at the risk of moving towards the problems of monopolies and what that means for our farmers and for the end users. This eventually hurts consumers as well as business. So it goes beyond just farmers, as we've talked about, with whether it be your phones or your video game consoles, computers, different things. Along with the terms of TPMs, this is also sometimes done through the warranty side of things. And quite often, a lot of us, I'm sure we've all seen things that say that your warranty is voided if opened. Well, in Canadian law, technically, you can't actually make that statement because it's an anti-competitive, it's an anti-consumer principle. But we don't see the enforcement of these laws either coming into effect. And I think that is a big part that needs to be addressed as well. I don't know that this bill necessarily addresses that particular issue, but I think what it does is it starts getting us going in the right direction to allow for, I think, better certainty in our competition and consumer acts. And there are some who would argue that this might already be excluded in Canadian law, at least as an implicit principle, but the situation is apparently not clear enough for the legality or the adequate enforcement, as I had alluded to. So as we go forward here, I think the biggest thing to, this bill, I think it's a step in the right direction. As I talked about at the start of it, our Copyright Act needs to be more responsive. It needs to be able to act quickly, and we need to be able to make changes as needed to make sure that we're providing certainty in the marketplace. And again, I just want to acknowledge that I think the member is doing a good job by going in the right direction. I think there's a few things that we can do that would maybe help provide a little bit more certainty in this bill. It's definitely a bill I think that we can work with, though. But I think going forward, it puts us on the right track, and I commend the member for putting this bill forward. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Copyright Act seeks to allow artists to live their art whilst protecting their pieces against usage that they do not approve of. Exchanges with associations like Copybec and Access Copyright allowed me to identify issues that should also be brought to our attention. Namely, fair compensation for creators and editors in the pedagogical use of their pieces, and the loss of income in education, especially at the university level in Canada. Revising the law should be considered by the Minister for ISED because this has been requested. Pieces are protected by a digital lock. Now, the digital lock can be broken against the will of the person who created the piece, but some people are using the Copyright Act in other ways for industrial and commercial reasons. When a consumer good has electronic pieces, and which is the case of nearly everything these days, many companies have included a digital component to stop it from being repaired unless a code has been sent by the company. A repairman who tries to fix our tractors, cars, or phone without a company's consent flouts the Copyright Act, and if it's possible to repair an object that is ours and that is broken, we have to go to a company. In some cases, the fact that we simply buy a third-party component is seen as contraband, which discourages all companies and specialists from offering this service. Even worse, in a number of cases, the company can refuse to repair for a number of reasons, which forces us to buy a new product. We are therefore in a world of unplanified, or rather planned obsolescence. This is immense waste, financially and environmentally. This is an ever more significant environmental problem. A number of measures should be revisited. Today's debate represents a small part of the burden, but we have to rethink our acts, allowing us to repair and diagnose, as well as maintain electronic devices. We have to think about this. Bill C-272 amends the Copyright Act to make sure that the act isn't applicable to someone who circumvents these locks, seeking to diagnose, to maintain, or to repair a product in which it is integrated. Madam Speaker, the MP for Cambridge will be happy to note that the Bloc Québécois approves of this bill. For us, the amendments we are debating today allow us to avoid stopping a bill that seeks to protect artists for economic and industrial reasons.
It's a good measure that confirms that we have the right to repair or to get our things we own repaired, whether we're talking about IT consultants or any other technicians who repair a good. Well, they can do so without fear of prosecution, and this will be good for competitiveness and good for SMEs whom we're so proud of in Quebec, and we will probably be able to save a lot of money. The bill will also be good in the regions where many large corporations don't have any stores and where it's hard to get a device fixed, and that was my experience when it came to my Apple device. The Copyright Act, which was used by manufacturers to prevent people from repairing their devices, will not be happy with this. The bill will allow people to repair, diagnose, or maintain a device which they own. It'll be good for local businesses. It'll be good for competitiveness. John Deere tractors, for instance, have to be repaired by a John Deere authorized dealer. Now, take the case of Apple. In many regions, they won't open a store because there are not enough people in a given area, even though many people own an Apple device. So traveling 600 kilometers to get to the nearest Apple store to get a device fixed, dropping it off for weeks or months, or going that far is a big hassle, and it doesn't make sense if you can get your device fixed by a local small business. So local businesses will benefit from this bill, and it will be good for competitiveness. So the BQ supports the bill, which is good for competition, which is good for local economies, and which will allow consumers the full use of their electronic devices. So for all the reasons given above, Madam Speaker, we believe in the Copyright Act, which is to protect intellectual and artistic copyright, and which calls for fair compensation for content creators. But we need to amend the Act to allow for the right to repair. So we at the Bloc Québécois will support Bill C-272, sponsored by the member for Cambridge. Resuming debate.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-272, Right to Repair Bill. It's actually very similar to one that I had passed in the House of Commons, and I'll talk about that before a little bit, and want to congratulate the member for bringing this forward, because it's part of a kind of a cultural shift we've had in economics. And I thank the member for bringing this forward, because it's a couple things. It's about our economy, of course. It's also about rights. It's also about a series of different things that are important. It's about competition too, Madam Speaker. And today, we actually had a boost for competition, and I want to say thank you for all those that were actually involved in the campaign to stop NAV Canada from closing airports. In Windsor, we had this case take forward, and I want to thank Mayor Drew Dilkins. I want to thank the Windsor Flying Club. I want to thank Rakesh Naidu from the Chamber of Commerce, Brian Hogan from the Labour Council, and pilots Karan D'Souza, and of course, Dante Albano, just to mention a few. There's many others. I could go on, and I know I don't want to spend my whole time on that, but I do want to recognize that, because they fought for public safety and for competition, and we were successful today. When the government said that they couldn't do anything, when there was no way to intervene, I offered a private member's bill and even questioned the Prime Minister yesterday, and today we were successful to stop that process. And again, Madam Speaker, this is about competition, this is about fairness, and it's also about public safety. Madam Speaker, when I actually had my original bill, Bill C-425, and also Bill then reintroduced a C-273, which was actually then passed in the House of Commons under a Conservative government at that time, a minority, and then it went to committee, came out of committee, and we reached a voluntary agreement. What it did, Madam Speaker, is it provided information for the automotive aftermarket. And what was happening, Madam Speaker, was Canada was being treated differently than many other countries in the world by some corporations. We were being treated as a colony, quite frankly. The United States was getting information to help fix vehicles in the aftermarket. They had so because they actually had provisions on the Environmental Protection Agency, and they had through some of their consumer legislations. And what was happening, Madam Speaker, is that in Windsor here, you could drive your car over into Detroit and you could get it fixed in the aftermarket. But meanwhile, over here in Windsor, Flash software, which was important to reset the car, was denied. Training was denied. Tools and other things were denied. The aftermarket, which was hundreds of thousands of jobs across this country. In fact, my bill took me across from everywhere from the East Coast to the West Coast, and even some parts of the North. And we found that many Canadians were losing out. And Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, again, competition is not just with regards to those jobs that are there for those people in the aftermarket fixing the products and services. It's also about the jobs related to servicing the industries. Because what was taking place is that people were driving even vehicles on the road that threatened public safety because they weren't fixed, and they would have to wait for another type of an opening of a shop to get it done, or they'd have it towed somewhere to be safely. And environmentally, cars were on the road even longer with their higher polluters. So I commend the member for bringing this forward because it's more robust in many respects. And it's going to provide some fairness and competition that's necessary. And Madam Speaker, we see right now us grappling with electronic waste. And there's so many unnecessary ending of the life of products and services, in particular products, when we talk about the actual hardware and the physical device, and then later on the services being the small shops and the medium-sized businesses and the small businesses that are shut out just because they can't get the proper information because of basically a monopolistic approach by some of the larger corporations. And so what this bill does is it helps level the playing field. It does not interfere on intellectual property. It does not undermine the production and the assembly of the first product to start with. What it does is it provides for what we've always had in our societies is secondary work on objects that are useful for our society, whether it be in the farming community, whether it be where I'm in the auto manufacturing community, whether it be in the software industry, whether it be in the electronic device industry. We found multiple uses and continued uses of products, and to have them denied just because of a monopolistic approach by a large corporation that is using basically a backdoor to prevent that type of an economy is not helpful. And in some companies, Madam Speaker, we found are very progressive on this. On my case, General Motors, quite frankly, they were open and they were sharing of their information. They treated Canada pretty well the same as they did the United States. And then we found other companies, and right now, one of the one problem companies that we have in the automotive aftermarket sector is Tesla. They refused to actually sign the voluntary agreement that we have in place right now, and it needs some modernization. And I thank the member again because this is going to bring to light some of those issues. My agreement was done at that time with Tony Clement. He was the Minister of Industry at that point in time. We had a pass in the House of Commons, and the Association of the Aftermarket agreed at that time that we would settle with the voluntary agreement instead of bringing it into an actual law at that end of the day. So it still is on the paper, it still is in the books, it's still enforceable in many respects, but it's not as strong as it could be. But that was okay. We were compromised to work as a country, as political parties. As a Democrat, we found that this was a step forward right away. And it avoided, of course, Madam Speaker, the Senate. I've had far too often some of my bills, a sports betting bill, for an example, and there's others that have died in the Senate for lots of different complicated reasons, some not so complicated, quite frankly, either. But at any point in time, we decided to go that path, and that needs to be renewed and looked at as well, too. And this bill is an opportunity to build upon that, Madam Speaker, because that agreement's about 10 years old. And now we're dealing with software, personal information, a whole series of different things that are more complex than they were a decade ago. And this bill, again, is going to prevent, like, say, for example, I mentioned electronic waste. How much money does a public have to actually spend for the disposal in our municipalities and the taxpayers for electronic waste that does not have the proper life cycle that it should, just because a company will not provide the type of information, software, or they block the equipment, the tools, or the capacity to repair those things. And Madam Speaker, I think we've all had the frustration over your phone, your electronic device with a cracked screen or something like that is very modest with regards to the problem with it, but it becomes a big complication for some of the devices just because of the proprietary nature of some of the organizations versus that of actually allowing a smaller shop and a smaller workplace deal with that. And I would say, Madam Speaker, what's really important about this bill too, which is kind of undercharacterized and sometimes underreported on, is that some of our young people who are very innovative, are very creative, they're very tech savvy, they're looking at new parts of the economy, are very much engaged in dealing with the new aftermarket devices that we have right now and the electronics that we have right now. And we don't want to stymie that type of innovation that they have, because they use that to bounce further innovation and further development of products and services that are very important for ourselves. And Madam Speaker, we've seen how hard it has been tough for young entrepreneurs to get moving, to get going. And can you imagine back in the 1930s and 1940s, the 1950s, where you were told that you could never have a shop other than the major companies of automotive, for example, to actually fix a vehicle? They could never actually even touch a vehicle. So this bill deals with farm equipment, which was left out, sadly, in my legislation. So this is an improvement because there's even a high tech going into that, Madam Speaker, that's very important. And then what we found in my bill as well, too, and this is subsequent in this one as well, too, is that you have the whole aftermarket for vehicles like emergency vehicles and heavy equipment and a series of different things that are really left out. And so we're going to support this as New Democrats, and we're going to be very proud to support this because it builds upon what we believe is very solid consumer protection, very solid environmental protection, very solid competition elements. And Madam Speaker, we have been dealing in industry committee with the competition in this country, and we know our Competition Act is far outdated. It's one that needs a lot of work, and it needs a revive from basically the front to the back cover. Canada at one point was a leader in competition, but we've basically left that at the shelf. So what are we going to do in the meantime? Was that we'd only have limited opportunities to put the pressure to get some good change for the economy, good change for the consumers, and this bill is part of that. So there are things that we can probably find some united elements in the Competition Act right now that could pass rather quickly. Other things are much a little more complicated or more complex, but this bill is not that. This bill is actually part of something that could protect members right away, and it could protect consumers, and it could protect a lot of different jobs that are important. I'm going to conclude, Madam Speaker, by just saying again, that this bill is more important than it might seem on the surface. This is not just about fixing the device that you might have in the kitchen or a device that you have in your hand for one of your phones or one of your different devices for electronics. This is much more complex than that. This is hundreds of thousands of jobs across this country that are at risk. This is public safety because many of those devices, if they're continued to use improperly or they're done through tinkering or some type of experimentation that's not done by a good third party that's actually responsible and getting the proper parts, services, and information from the supporter and the supplier, and they're not fixed correctly. And then as well, too, Madam Speaker, environmentally, it's a very much an improvement because we expand the lifespan of things. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, congratulations to the member for putting this forward. I really appreciate that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I think you sensed a bit of a consensus within the chamber when you get all members, and I too would like to echo those members' comments in regards to my friend and colleague from Cambridge.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are not hearing very well. Could you perhaps approach the microphone a little? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
How about if we try this?
That's
perfect. Is that okay, Madam Speaker? Yes. Good stuff. So, Madam Speaker, what I was saying is that I would like to become a part of that consensus that I'm seeing inside the chamber, where colleagues from the New Democrats, the Blocs, and the Conservatives are looking at my friend and colleague from Cambridge and saying, you've done a great service to this chamber by bringing forward such a progressive thinking type of legislation in the form of private members hour. And I think that, you know, private members hour, when I think of the benefits of members being able to contribute to the broader society, that the members hit it right on. And I do applaud him on the initiative. I'm not 100% sure in terms of where he personally came up with the idea and the people that he worked with, but I suspect, knowing the member from Cambridge, that this is something that was exceptionally well thought out, as he would have consulted and worked with a number of people on a great idea. And I myself am really hopeful that it will actually get to the committee stage. I think having one of our standing committees at the very least deal with it would do a great service to Canadians. And I do believe that we could even go beyond that. But for now, I would be very happy to see it go to the committee stage. As it's been pointed out, Madam Speaker, you know, the right to repair is something that is been a bit of a public issue in different forums that go beyond our national borders, where we have seen other jurisdictions attempt to be able to deal with it. But over the last number of years, let's say decade, I've been sitting inside the chamber for quite a few hours over those years, and this is the first time where I'm really seeing this debate being brought to the floor in a very tangible way. And so, as we have seen other jurisdictions attempting to deal with it, I think it is appropriate that we too deal with it. And you have to take that holistic approach in dealing with copyright. The framework is fairly significant in terms of its size, and we have to get an appreciation of that. And I think that this debate that we're having and the discussions that we could see in committee would go a long way in improving the overall framework that needs to be looked at. I know that we have at least a couple of our ministers that have been doing a lot of consulting on this on the issue, and I think that what we're seeing today will add value to that consultation that ministers and the government has been looking at. There's three areas when I think of copyright. Three areas that come to my mind. Now, I have a personal preference and favorite, as I suspect many members of the House might have, and that is our consumers. We need to think of our consumers. And that is, to me, very, very important. I would suggest to you it's priority one for me personally. But we also need to be thinking of protecting the rights of creators. That to me is number two, and something that that really is important for the House in any sort of discussions that we have to be very much aware of. The third point that I would really emphasize would be it's important as a government that we understand and appreciate innovation and creating an environment that promotes and encourages innovation. And what I like about what the member from Cambridge was saying is that he was addressing all three of those points in his comments, and in his comments, he addresses all three of those points, if not directly, often indirectly. And in doing so, I think that he alleviates a lot of the concerns that many might actually have. Because for me, when I think of prohibition against circumventing copyrights or the whole idea of technology protection measures known as TPMs, they get me a little bit nervous, I must say. I might date myself. I was born in the early 60s. 62 to be more precise. And I can remember, I can go back to my first car, which would have been I think it was a 68 Rambler that I first started to play around with as a very young person. I took an interest in automobiles. And I can tell you, when you would pop the hood of some of these vehicles, computers weren't even imagined. There was no, technology. You had a piston and you had a piston rings and you had spark plugs and you put in some gas and there's a bit of an expulsion of gas and the car somehow ran. And over the years, there were thousands of people like me that took an interest and passion in our cars. And we understood that, look, if something broke, no problem. We can go to Canadian Tire and pick up the part and be able to fix it ourselves type of thing. Well, Madam Speaker, as much as I love the computers, and I spend a lot of time, as I know all of us do, on computers nowadays, and I appreciate the technology, I can honestly say, to a certain degree, I miss the days when I could pop the hood of my Mustang and be able to play around with it, fix it up, get that sense of pride of getting something done. And, computer technology has really changed that. Innovations have changed that. And in most part, it's been for the good. What we have seen, for example, more efficient vehicles that are healthier for our environment because of some of those technological gains that we put into place. You know, sad story. I can remember the days where you could actually get a drill and put it on reverse and back pedal your speedometer. Well, you can't do that nowadays because of technology, Madam Speaker. So, you know, there's good that's there. And the creative minds that were put into place to advance us on this, I applaud them. And I don't want to take away from that innovation that Canadians are so good at, Madam Speaker. But having said that, you know, we understand and appreciate that at times some might call it corporate greed or other unpleasant ways of describing people that find ways to prevent, you know, those local consumers from being able to do what they believe that they should be able to do. And in all fairness, I think we should allow them to be able to do. And so when I think of my colleague from Cambridge's legislation, what I see is an attempt to find a fair balance, respecting what I believe are those very three fundamentals, Madam Speaker: our consumers, our creators, and at the same time continue to encourage innovation. Over the years, one of the things that I have seen within our government is that there has been and will continue to believe a very strong representation in protecting our consumers. And we see that in part from other members speaking on behalf of other political entities inside the House. I make reference to that framework or our market, the marketplace, and in recognizing that we do have a culture or an economy that does respect that. In other words, if we go to people and we say, well, look, you know, here is a copyright law that's there to protect, a creator of whether it's an artistic musical disc or software program, that Canadians as a whole understand why we do that. And it is important that we have that public educational component to it so that people understand the benefits of copyright. It's really important, Madam Speaker, as we look to modernize our copyright.
And that will have to be the subject of another speech. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have about 5 minutes till we're done here before continuing. Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to address the topic of a right to repair. My colleague here from Winnipeg North brought us down memory lane, sharing his own experiences of working on cars growing up. This bill brings up a certain degree of nostalgia for me as well, because I fondly remember about 10 years ago working as a staffer in the office of the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin as we responded to the issue that had been brought forward by the member for Windsor West's private members bill in the auto sector. Those were great days. I was 22 years old. I owned one suit that I had bought secondhand, and I wore it every day to the office and dry cleaned it when there were parliamentary recesses. So it was a great time, and the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin didn't tease me too much about my limited breadth of attire, and I learned all about right to repair as a university student who had never owned a vehicle. And the member for Windsor West at the time had brought forward this legislation that brought in proposed to bring in a right to repair for vehicles. And this was a contentious issue with different stakeholders bringing forward different concerns. And it was the kind of issue that was nonpartisan, not in the sense that everybody exactly agreed about where we should go, but that there were different points of view and tensions and I think debates within all of the major parties, certainly within the Conservatives and the Liberals, about really the best way forward. And there were legitimate competing considerations. This issue of right to repair, on the one hand, recognizing the reality that if people own a vehicle in that case, more broadly today we're talking about other devices, if people own something, they should be able to repair it. And it can be a major challenge for people if they, in the community they're living in, can't access or can't at a reasonable price access the kind of support they need for repairing what is their property. But on the other hand, there was a great deal of concern about legislatively mandating the handing over of certain material. There were fears that access to manuals could lead to reverse engineering, that it could undermine important aspects of intellectual property protection, and that it would undermine the rights of creators and the importance of innovation. So at the time then, we were able to work towards an important solution, which was to have a voluntary agreement between different parts of the sector. That I think the combination of discussion of the issue of pressure, but also the real desire of the stakeholders to work together, led to a resolution in the form of a voluntary agreement. So there was a framework put in place for the sharing of information, and I appreciated hearing the member for Windsor West talk a little bit about that experience of working towards a voluntary agreement, because it did create a framework in which everybody's concerns could be respected, in which the goal certainly was that people would be able to access the repairs they needed for their vehicles, that there would be a transfer of information as appropriate in those cases, and that there would be compensation. So, of course, we don't always have cases where things are able to work out in that way, but that was the result in that case, and it was a great opportunity for a young staffer, as I was at the time, to be kind of able to have a ringside seat to these conversations that were going on. And I think as well, the work of different members, the conversation that happened around it was a part of the process, because in the end, the bill was supported by a majority of members of all parties at the second reading stage. It came to committee, and then it was at that point that everything was kind of finalized around the voluntary agreement. And so...
we'll have to stay there for the moment. So the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, I think that might be the closest that you've got to pronouncing my riding name properly. And how fitting that I would go after the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, reminiscing about his one suit. And while he might not think I teased him, I just didn't tease him to his face about his single suit. We certainly noticed it, and I do rib him from time to time. He was a great parliamentary secretary assistant, by the way. Madam Speaker, the genesis of my speech tonight, the 4 minutes I'm going to spend, goes back to 4 questions that I've asked. It's actually the same question 4 times. I asked it in November, I asked it in December, I asked it twice in February, and got non-answers every time. Actually, interestingly, the same non-answer 3 out of the 4 times. And I'm going to actually read the initial question, and you'll get the gist of it. So the initial question was that there is no one in the world more committed to clean energy production than Canadians working in the oil and gas sector. Yet because the Liberal government has made it impossible for the private sector to build a pipeline in this country, we continue to import hundreds of thousands of barrels a day. After the U.S., the top source countries in recent years are Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Algeria. Could the minister tell us if oil imported to Canada from Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Algeria is subject to the same rigorous regulation on upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland? pretty straightforward question. The parliamentary secretary at the time in November gave a laundry list of completely unrelated projects, a completely incomprehensible response. Can't even call it an answer. And so I revisited the question on December 11th. I won't read the preamble, but the question will sound very familiar. Can the government commit that the tens of millions of barrels of oil coming from Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and Nigeria will be subject to the same rigorous regulations as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland in terms of upstream and downstream emissions? This time, interestingly, the parliamentary secretary pretty much read the exact same non-answer from his script that he read the first time I asked the question, and threw a couple of things in. He talked about continuing, quote unquote, continuing to make sure we have the highest standards so that when we export, we make sure we have the highest standards in the world. So he added that at the end of the same list that he read off the last time. Export, Madam Speaker, we can't even get it from one province to another. We're not even talking about exporting. We're talking about the fact that we're giving preference to oil coming from places like Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Algeria over oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland. That just makes absolutely no sense to any reasonable Canadian looking at the issue. So I decided, since I didn't get any answers the first two times, to ask the question again. And I was heartened, actually, because on February 19th, when I stood up to ask the question, I noticed that the minister was there, and the minister's from Newfoundland. So I thought for sure, having been briefed about the fact that I'd asked this question a couple of times, I thought maybe the parliamentary secretary would be a little bit sheepish about it. I asked the same question and got the exact same list of projects. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask the parliamentary secretary one more time. Could he tell us if oil imported from Canada or to Canada from Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Algeria is subject to the same rigorous regulation on upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
Member for asking the question, and I'll attempt to answer some of your questions and also provide a list also of some of the accomplishments we've done along those lines. But I'll start off by saying, as you know, our government has supported the oil and gas sector and its workers throughout the worst of this pandemic, and we will continue to be there for them. Grâce à l'action de notre gouvernement.
Thanks to our government's actions to support Canadians with the emergency wage subsidy, over 500,000 workers have been able to keep their jobs in Alberta alone. We also provided $1.7 billion to help the provinces cleaned up abandoned and idle wells. This funding, Madam Speaker, is already creating thousands of jobs and will be good for our environment at the same time. These are important supports
for Canadians, their families, and their communities, and for our environment. As significant as our government support for the major energy projects like TMX, Line 3, Line 5, NGTL 2021, LNG Canada, and the list of projects that we've approved, that's a fact. So, Monsieur le Président,
Madam Speaker, each of these projects has the potential to create thousands of jobs in our energy sector. For this government, and I'm sure for all Canadians, this is a good thing. We will always support our energy sector.
Imports. There is much I would like to discuss with the member. Je préciserai.
I would point out to him that oil imports into Canada have been steadily declining since 2010, from 820,000 barrels per day in 2010 to 555,000 barrels per day in 2020.
Also note from my honourable colleague that the majority of the oil imported into Canada, 77% to be precise, comes from our largest energy trading partner, the United States. maintaining a strong and positive energy relationship with our largest trading partner has been and will be a continued effort. A continued effort. So there are many of these refineries in Eastern Canada that were chosen to import crude oil, were in more economic in operations. So Canada remains indeed a net exporter of fuels, and some circumstances exist on real imports. So this in keeping with the fact that Canada has a market-based energy framework whereby private sector make decision on imports and exports, including based on cost. Our government will continue to do the hard work necessary to attract investment and build a capacity to market our resources safely, responsibly, and sustainability. We will continue working to ensure the sector remains an important source of well-paying jobs for Canadians across the country. We will also continue to move forward in the transition to a low carbon economy on a path to net zero emissions by 2050 by investing in innovation and delivering economic growth and competitive industry for clean jobs while protecting the environment. So merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
So after 4 or 5 months and with an army of public servants to give briefings on the issue, there is still absolutely zero attempt to answer the question, which relates to whether oil coming from Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Nigeria, and other countries like Azerbaijan, Cote d'Ivoire, Colombia, Russia, Kazakhstan, whether oil coming from those countries is subject to the same rigorous regulations on upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland. Because I'm pretty sure the answer is no, and perhaps the honourable member can simply answer that question, confirm it, yes or no.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, all members know that Canada is an energy trading nation, that we export our natural resources and import those from other nations. Les députés.
Members also know full well that the United States are one of our most important trading partners, both when it comes to energy and other sectors. This applies to oil imports into Canada as well, since the majority of imported oils in our country comes from the United States.
Adding energy trading relationship on which our government is proud of. I will reiterate for members that imports of oil into Canada have steadily declined since 2010, and that our government will continue to be working hard, necessary to ensure we reach net zero by 2050, delivering economic growth, competitive industry, clean jobs, and protecting our environment.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak about the issue that I asked of the Minister of Finance. That is, when will the next budget be tabled? It will be next Monday. I'd also like to talk about vaccinations. Since the beginning, the Liberal government has not provided the vaccinations that Canadians need. This failure started, you will remember, no doubt, when efforts were made to establish partnerships with China on the execution of vaccines when we saw the pandemic starting. This was a partnership that quickly collapsed, and all that it led to was a scandalous waste of time, Madam Speaker. While the Liberals were trying to reach agreements with China, our partners and allies around the world were signing deals with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna. Canada didn't have a choice because of the time that it wasted, but to catch up. We know that since the beginning, the Liberal government has failed in getting vaccines for Canadians. The hesitations of the government exasperated the delays and the obstacles that we are still experiencing today when it comes to vaccinating Canadians. And even still today, the delays are continuing, Madam Speaker. Last week, 850,000 Moderna doses should have come into Canada, but did not arrive. Those responsible in the government has said that there would be 1.2 million Moderna doses, but we're in the middle of the third wave. And Canadians, of course, naturally are worried about getting through this pandemic. The Prime Minister himself has contributed by continuing to promise to Canadians that they can get vaccinated by the end of September. However, to do that, we need 400,000 doses that have to be administered every day by the end of that date. Are we confident this goal will be reached? Not based on what we've seen to date. It took 4 months to get vaccines into the arms of about 20% of Canadians. Pandemic management in general has been a failure, a total failure. To date, the United States have administered millions of vaccines and vaccinated fully 22% of their population. And the UK, 14%, with 14% of its population. Last March, they had given a first dose to many people, but only 2% of Canadians have both doses. The Liberals are boasting about doing better than what they had said they would. It's as if they decided on their own targets. They set a target that was so low that they can no doubt exceed that target. But you know what happens, Madam Speaker, when you set a bad goal, you get bad results. And even if you exceed those goals, you still have low results. And that's bad for Canadians. I must tell you now that I appreciate the fact that the Liberals will finally table their budget on Monday. It is a budget that's taken the longest to table in all G7 countries. Why am I delighted that we will have a budget? The Liberals still haven't reacted adequately to the pandemic. There are thousands of Canadians that suffer. Businesses had to shut down permanently. There are millions of Canadians that are dealing with the harsh realities. The Canadian economy and workers are threatened given the failure of the vaccine plan, but also because the government failed to present a real plan.
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague opposite for his remarks. I will point out the question that he had intended to ask was about the timing of the budget, and I'm pleased as well to share that the budget will be tabled this Monday. On the issue of the timing of the budget, I know he registered some complaints about the fact that there was no federal budget last year. That should come as no surprise. All parties, in fact, agreed to a specific process when Parliament was not sitting due to an unprecedented public health emergency to have certain emergency powers offered to the COVID-19 committee. As part of the deal that we reached unanimously in Parliament, I might add, the government provided bi-weekly reports on spending measures to deal with the pandemic. Since that time, I'd remind him, Parliament has now resumed. He's had access to the estimates and supplementary estimates. He's had access to a fall economic statement that was 237 pages outlining the fiscal position and spending plans of the government. He's also had an opportunity, if he wished, to review the reports sent to the Government Operations Committee. And frankly, Madam Speaker, most of the information that would be contained on the fiscal track of the government is actually published online more or less in real time, according to the spending programs. He's had some complaints about the level of supports offered by this government, which I find curious, given that at the outset of this pandemic, the Conservative finance critic indicated that they would not support big spending programs, referred to them as big fat government programs that Conservatives would not support. Since that time, his leader has actually repeatedly come out and criticized the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which to me is unthinkable given the fact that it helps sustain
over 9 million Canadians that help them keep food on the table. The other measures that we've put in place, like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, has kept more than 5 million workers on the payroll in Canadian businesses, and programs like the Canada Emergency Business Account or the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, which have been enormously successful, have supported approximately 1 million businesses to help them literally keep the lights on and the doors open. Now, he's quite right to point out that the public health emergency will continue to dictate the economic outcomes of Canada, but I'll point to the fact, though he is pointing to the vaccine deployment in the United States, which is a major producer of vaccines, Canada is third right now in the G20 of countries whose citizens have received at least one dose of the vaccine. We continue to see a record number of vaccines land week by week by week, because at the beginning of this pandemic, we adopted a strategy to secure the largest portfolio amongst our comparator countries to ensure no matter which vaccines were first to market, Canada would have access to them. We were going to continue to adopt measures that will continue to protect the health and well-being of Canadian households, as we also put forward measures that will protect our economy by supporting households and businesses directly. I'm looking forward very much to sharing the details of the forthcoming federal budget on Monday, as it will continue to support Canadian households and businesses. Most importantly, we'll continue to offer a world-class health response to this pandemic, and will set the course for a recovery that will serve the interests of Canadians tomorrow and into the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Lac Mégantic d'érable, actually. Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate what my colleague said. The Liberal government is boasting, saying it has the largest vaccine portfolio, but things have been very slow. Unfortunately, now we are in a third wave that surmounts what happened in the worst of scenarios in the States. The New York Times today was saying that Canada,
with a slow vaccine rollout, has recorded more daily cases per capita than the US. Restrictions have been reimposed and expanded in many provinces, with a nightly curfew in parts of Quebec. Madame la Présidente, c'est ça la...
Madam Speaker, that is a reality. That is a Liberal record with vaccination, and we have to remember this. The targeted wage subsidy and the CERB was something we supported because it had to be done when the time came. But now we're waiting for a true economic recovery plan.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is absolutely false that the Conservative Party supported CERB at the outset of this pandemic. In fact, their leader continues to comment negatively about this program that kept so many households fed during the worst of this pandemic. It was just hours ago, if he's concerned about the public health response, that member and his entire caucus voted against Bill C-14 after delaying it for months, which included $500 million to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities and additional medical research. Madam Speaker, to lay this squarely at the feet of the federal government is absolutely ludicrous. I'll point out to the fact that it is the same federal government that serves his province of Quebec and Ontario as serves my province of Nova Scotia, where we have single-digit cases that are tied to travel. With respect, if provincial governments continue to work with the federal government to offer a world-leading public health response as we have had in Atlantic Canada, we would be in a much better place today than we in fact are across the board. But I will assure the honourable member that Monday's...
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, I'm here to speak and hopefully get a real answer to my question that I asked just a couple of weeks ago about the sudden decision to stop the sale of frozen at sea spot prawns. This is having a huge impact on coastal communities. I want to personally thank the BC Prawn Industry Caucus Chair, Emily Orr, who has been in regular contact with my office, connecting us with local folks in the sector and keeping us updated about the concerns that are arising daily. Since this announcement, prawn fishers and harvesters, their families, and members of coastal communities have contacted every member of Parliament in British Columbia about the Department of Fisheries and Oceans decision. My colleague, the Member of Parliament representing Courtney Alberni, and I wrote a letter to the Minister imploring her to reverse the decision. This is not some big corporation, Madam Speaker. These are small family businesses, in some cases, multi-generational businesses. They do not have the capacity or the resources to manage this type of change, especially when it is so sudden. It's simply not fair. The important facts are thus, Madam Speaker. It is the practice of freezing at sea spot prawn tails in tubs, and it has been going on for 50 years without any incident, without any concern. We know that prawn size limits are a market issue. They are not a conservation issue, and there is no minimum prawn size regulations for recreational or FSC harvest. The commercial prawn fishery of British Columbia has been consistently recognized both internally by DFO and externally by third-party assessment as a sustainable fishery. These are the facts on the record. No one seems to be questioning them. So why is DFO making this decision? And why are they making it now? For no reason that is clear, DFO has recently reinterpreted the existing fishery regulations to assert that a tub of frozen at-sea spot prawn tails no longer meets their requirement that fish are readily determined for inspection purposes. This is very concerning, Madam Speaker. There seems to be a redefinition of what readily determined is, but no one seems to know what that definition is now. With no clear reason being provided for the reinterpretation and no means of compliance for tubs of prawns frozen at sea being provided, folks are left in a significant lurch. In my writing, I'm thinking of people like Kim Mickelson and Melissa and Joel Collier, who are both second-generation prawn harvesters. I'm thinking of Shane, of Mike, Ivan and Loretta, Dwayne, John, Zeke, and Randy. These are people who have dedicated years, some of them over 30 of their life, to this work. By preventing the practice of freezing at sea prawn tails, which is the primary format for domestic sales, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is effectively forcing freezing vessels to create an export-only product. This is terrible for the stability and economy of prawn fishing operations and undermines local food security. The situation is the fault of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, not the prawn fishers, and DFO must make this right and fix it. The stand down on this decision for 1 year is simply not enough, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister...
I have to give the Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from North Island, Powell River, for a question. It's really my pleasure to be here tonight on behalf of my honourable colleague and the member of Burnaby North Seymour. Our government supports the precautionary approach to fisheries management, one that prioritizes the health and conservation of stocks. The size limits are an important tool for managing the sustainability of the commercial spawn prawn fishery and are supported by industry. A size limit allows prawns to grow and reproduce before being harvested, supporting the renewal and long-term sustainability of the stock. In addition, harvesting prawns at a large size increases the average weight and price per pound, improving economic return for the fishery. DFO has been working together with the spot prawn industry on market traceability and packaging and labeling of spot prawn tails frozen at sea. Over the course of this work, DFO identified concerns about the packaging of spot prawns tails in tubs of frozen sea water, a practice that only recently became common in the fishery. This practice can inhibit the ability of our enforcement officials to easily and quickly confirm compliance with the size limits. I would like to clarify that the requirement of Section 36(2)D of the Fisheries General Regulations to pack fish in a way that the size can readily be determined is not a new or recent regulation, nor has DFO recently changed its interpretation of the regulation. Any person who catches a fish while commercial fishing must have it packed in a way that allows for the species number, weight, and size to be readily determined. This regulation is essential to allow DFO to verify fishers catch and properly manage fisheries. Madam Speaker, the department and this government recognizes the importance of this issue to the prawn industry, especially at a time when international markets' demand for seafood products has been negatively affected by the COVID pandemic. We are committed to finding a solution to this issue that will support industry's access to local markets. This is why we have been very clear that the conservation and protection enforcement posture this season will be one of awareness and education. Further, the department officials have been meeting with the prawn industry representatives on this issue over the past 8 weeks, and their most recent meetings last week, DFO and industry agree and to convene a working group that would develop and evaluate proposals for addressing this issue as quickly as possible. DFO staff will be working closely and collaboratively with the industry to explore immediate and long-term options to ensure a well-managed and sustainable fisheries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, this was a well-managed and sustainable fishery. This answer is really making me think of Kim, who I mentioned earlier, a second-generation prawn fisher for over 30 years. He was there when DFO confirmed this process because fisheries officers agreed it was an easy and sustainable system. He said, not now thawing a tub of tails for measurement, which takes less than 5 minutes if you run it underwater, is not an option. Currently, many prawn fishers are making a significant part of their revenue within the local community. During the time of COVID, that local market has grown and supported these prawn fishers. This decision will destroy the local market. Kim said this, people need the opportunity to purchase a good and local product. Prawns are a Canadian resource. People should have access to it. There are hundreds of spot fishermen who are telling us to listen. I hope this government will.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to clarify that this is not a new or recent regulation, nor has DFO recently changed its interpretation. Any person who catches a fish or prawn while commercial fishing must package it in a way that allows for the species, number, weight, and the size of the fish to be readily determined. Again, we recognize how important the prawn industry is to BC and to Canadians, and that is why we have been very clear that the CNP's enforcement posture this season will be one of education and awareness. At a recent meeting between DFO officials and the industry representatives on March 10th, DFO and industry agreed to form a working group to review industry proposals for addressing this issue. I am encouraged by the industry's interest to work with DFO on a speedy solution to this issue. DFO staff will be working closely, collaboratively with the industry to explore both immediate and long-term sustainable management of fisheries.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.